is the time. The time when dreams come true and legends are born.
Oh my word!
This is the place.
Some seriously spicy stuff. An absolute masterclass!
The place where teams from across the globe come to battle it out for their shot at glory.
Oh, you're kidding!
And a piece of up to $2 million in prizing.
No pressure, guys. No pressure.
This is the feeling.
It's beautiful!
The once-in-a-lifetime feeling of lifting the trophy at the Brawl Stars World Finals.
Here comes the push. Here's the damage. This is now the crunch time.
This is the game.
Immediately taken down.
Still not going to fall. He refuses to die.
The game you love. This is the Brawl Stars Championship. Let's get ready to brawl.
Hello, what's good, and welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series. It is Brawl Stars Championship time, and it's your boy F. Dot, joined here by Trav and Ark. How y'all doing today, Ark? What's good, man?
Doing good. Always a pleasure to be back in South America. All the balance changes we've had, I'm expecting to see some very familiar ideas, but also some new ones thrown into the mix. It's been great.
Yeah, I'm excited, Trav. We got last month in the pocket, little kindling to the fire we're about to start here, pretty much.
Yeah, and I always love South America. And Ark is that excited about the meta. He talked about Mr. P yesterday on EMEA that he was so looking forward to seeing South America just to see that brawler with the new balance change. So hopefully, for Ark's sake, we'll get a bit of that today.
Well, as I said, we're in our second month of our Brawl Stars monthly finals here. This is how it all goes down. So we're playing power match format. That means 3 bans per team. So you definitely won't see some of the big dogs. 8-team single elimination bracket. In order to get here, our teams had to go through qualifiers. And I'm sure we'll reference some of those when we talk about the bracket, the predictions, and it's best of 5s the whole way through. So you play each game mode best of 3, but big picture, you gotta win 3 sets. And after 1 month of play, this is what the battlefield looks like. Calabresos are up on top, free agents, by the way, in case you're looking to sponsor a team. And CBD, well, they were free agents. Now they are SK Kalalas, and they find themselves in second place. Ark, you mentioned here some new faces, some old school players. This is what it looks like as far as the scoreboard is concerned, but I'm with you. We've got some old faces and some new heads.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's definitely looking like a bit of a competitive one this year around. Some roster changes already as well. 2 for leaving the FFLets squad, now renamed to FA Mini Peckers in that 4th place position on that leaderboard. Bringing in as well Hubilier as well from the Ubers to Picks roster. And they didn't actually qualify this month, so a bit of a disaster for them when it came to April.
Rough, as a dog would say. As far as the leaderboard is concerned, that's what it looks like now, but take a screenshot because it's going to look very different after today. Calabresos and Maruecas is our first matchup. I believe that'll be here on the A stream. Of course, we are having 2 streams this time around. We got the A stream, which is, well, it's right here. You're already here. You don't got to do nothing. If you want to check out the B stream, though, we do have event.brawlstars.com. And Trav, you're going to be here with us on the A stream. And as you take a look at these quarterfinals, no question. Just give me your feels. Open debate.
Honestly, I think all of these are such 50-50 matchups, to be honest with you. The Calabresos obviously coming into this one as one of the favorites, but Team Queso level Esports and also obviously that Reese DuPL down at the bottom against the Limpo squad. I think there's such 50-50 matchups, so if you do want to see some incredible gameplay, definitely make sure to check out the B stream, but also on the A stream, obviously, 2 amazing matchups too.
Absolutely, gonna be a ton of fun here as we watch these different squads. Like we said, I think one of my favorite things is taking some of the old, like seeing familiar faces, but also getting thrown. There are some players that we are unfamiliar with, and they're going to go up against some known quantities, Ark. And I think that makes the prediction game kind of fun because you gotta kind of say, all right, I know this team is this good, but there's a question mark coming up, and so who's going to run with it?
Yeah, absolutely. So, some players haven't even competed since 2022, like, Tubi on the Resta PL roster. I mean, we're a little bit divided, and it's kind of unusual. We're very united normally in this region, but as Trav says, a lot of these matchups can be 50-50s. We've sided with SK Kalalis in that quarterfinals 3. Trav going with FA Mini Peckers. I mean, they're a very accomplished squad. I don't blame him. But, I mean, it's kind of one of those rarities to see a bit of divide in this region when it comes to our predictions.
Very true. This is what we are all looking like. think I am excited for RDP and see how those guys work out. By the way, just a side note, maybe the major note here, if you guys have your own predictions and y'all want to join our little caster party here of fun, you can go to event.brawlstars.com. You know, I just mentioned you can find the B stream there. You can also find the prediction game there, get yourself some free in-game stuff as a result. Cool stuff. Everybody aboard. So definitely turn up one more time, event.brawlstars.com. I lied. It's not going to be the last time I say that. Trust me. Just making sure you're there. But Trav, last legs here before we jump into our matchup. Calabrasos, Maruecas, anything you got to say before we say goodbye?
I mean, I just think it's going to be an absolutely phenomenal game. I mean, Kyle Dogadinho, Firecrow, Alonso, Loco, and Christian going to be the 6 players playing here. Calabrasos definitely came out swinging in the previous month. Maruecas, very solid roster. We've seen these names pop up so frequently as well. But honestly, I think the majority of people are going to side with Calabrasos here.
And Ark, how about you? Anything you got to say before we say goodbye?
I mean, it's a phenomenal roster, you know. I mean, they just succeeded so well last month. They looked very, very effortless, let's be honest, when it came to the bracket. You know, only, you know, not really many people could stand up against the might of them. Team Kesser got us set along the way, but that was basically it. I think that for me, this is the squad to beat right now in this region.
I can't disagree with that. Calabrasos has been a strong look so far, and as I said, we'll catch up with Trav a little bit later, but Kyle Dog here, Ark, this is, I mean, this is the guy. He's just really, he's strong, he's good, he's also fun to watch, I think. What's your breakdown on what KD brings to the team?
I mean, for me, it's experience, consistency. I think that when it comes to this region as well, it's a very close-knit community, right? So I think having those long-term relationships and also having the skill to match, those are the things that can just make teams excel in the BSC.
Yeah, you know, I think you nailed it there. You said the veterancy, that experience. You know, you're looking at a team that dropped a single set last monthly final. Maruecas certainly have their work cut out for them. Last time around, these guys fell down 3-0 in the quarters, so definitely need to step up. And, you know, this is something that we're seeing more and more from these teams, the BSC. This is your premier league. This is what the culmination of competition is about. Y'all gotta be in the same room together, I think, to look at what's going on here. And so I love to see Maruecas come out here. It's monthly finals. You're here in the QF, and they got to make the moves.
Yeah, I mean, they really do. And,
well,
yeah, noticeable faces here. That's the main thing for me. You know, on this camera, all of them together, playing together in the same place, is going to make them a lot more of a team to be a bit frightened of, I feel, when it comes to this team. Calabrasos definitely the favorites coming in. I think Maruecas are a team that can definitely cause upsets, and we've seen this team name make huge upsets throughout 2023 as well. But now these kind of regions are combined, it makes the region a lot more difficult than it was in 2023. So I think the challenges ahead of them are a lot more difficult.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, one of the things that we notice all the time, Trav, in not just Brawl, but we've certainly seen it, is just how the game matures, how players really start to... Every single team here would 3-0 the good teams from 2020 and 2021, you know? And we just continue to rise. A rising tide raises all ships, and these guys are certainly sailors. And so Calabrasos, I think, are up front. Maruecas, though, this is how you become a better squad. Like I said, last time around, they got 3-0'd by Calabrasos. Now they have a second chance to take a look at the same team. I mean... This is, I'm not going to say this is best case scenario because you're up against a team that won the monthly finals last time around, but this is the same squad. So the work that you did going into last month carries over, and you get to look at the same VOD that you did you get to look at what you did last time around. So as we jump into Hot Zone Dueling Beetles, hoping that the teams have done their homework, overwhelmingly feeling the way of last month's winners here. So not that surprised as far as the fan prediction is concerned, but Maruecas, I want to see them make some moves here.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to come out swinging in Maruecas, I feel, because Calabrasos, they're going to have what they want to do nailed down. They're going to come in with some really strong bands and playing some strong brawls. Moekos, I feel like they need to take some risks and try get a set on the board early, because they really do need to kind of disrupt what Calabrasos are going to want to bring to the table. We did see Jesse as the first pick from Moekos here, and Calabrasos come back with the Stu and with the Pam. The Pam yesterday in EMEA was absolutely unbelievable, and not the Brawler. Like, the Brawler was fine, but the healing station genuinely was one of the best things I've ever seen, and that's coming from a stationary thing that literally just heals you. However, against this Jesse, it definitely becomes a bit harder for it to do as much work. So if you stood near it or stood around it, or anybody around your team, the Jesse's gonna be able to deal with you quite swiftly.
Yeah, I think that's a nice little kind of interaction there. Going to be looking at the Jesse and the heal turret placement, so to speak. I mean, that's always been what Pam's about. I guess players are just playing around the heal station a little bit better? Question mark.
Yeah, I feel like that might be it. I don't know if it was genuinely the kind of the matchup that the Pam had kind of run into, and therefore the healing station was kind of just that good, because it was a couple of sharpshooters on the opposing team, and with the unbreakable walls here, it's kind of tough to get that flank round on it without putting yourself in a bit of a compromised position. So I do think it's going to be a lot easier with this Jesse, but you know, it's the same for a Jesse as it is the sharpshooters. You can't overextend, you can't kind of you know, put yourself out of position to try and just get that healing station down, because that's going to be even worse for you. But it's going to be the Poco and the Griff to come along with it. Usually, you know, if we see a Poco coming in here, we occasionally see a tank to follow it, but we're going to see the Griff come in, and with a little bit of wall break here, the Poco might struggle depending on what Calabrasos do choose to bring in as their last pick. So I feel it's maybe a little bit counterproductive.
I mean, the Poco, I feel, is just to answer the healing out of Adinho, right? Like, the idea is you've got healing, we've got healing. Obviously, different styles of healing. Adinho is going to be able to put the healing station down and just sit around, where Poco is looking more for an in and out type approach. And here comes the B. I guess as a result of the Griff wall break, you're saying, okay, we'll be able to make use of it, and of course some defensive prowess, I suppose. Here, what's your take on the overall comp coming out on the left side?
I mean, I don't mind it at all if the walls are going to be broken up by the Griff, which, instantly they are. The B's going to be able to succeed so heavily against the Poco, against the Griff, instantly hitting some shots. Firecrow taking a lot of damage himself, though, and it is actually Moekos who get this early percentage on. A little tuning fork coming in there from Alonso as well, but Kaidok springs into action, gets the kill, and still stays alive as well.
I mean, I say this all the time about Stu. You have to stunt on Stu. You can't just passively play Stu. You have to be aggressive. You have to make these plays, and that's exactly what he's doing. KD goes in. KD brings him down. His team, though, just barely on the point, because Christian on that left-hand side, scary.
And this is the issue as well, with this turret in this position, straight behind that unbreakable wall, and Stu goes down at the same time as well. That's going to be such a tough thing to break, especially for this B. Single shot, not going to be doing a lot whatsoever. Adinho might want to place this kind of turret behind it, and if he's using that damage, it's going to burn it down bit by bit. Stu goes aggressive up this left-hand side, tries to open up a bit of room, but the slow from that Jesse turret slows both Adinho and Firecrow back in spawn, and they get some more percentage.
I'm seeing individual play here out of Calabrasos, and that's good, but more team play. CowDog is doing the heavy lifting, gets one on the right-hand side, help from the left as Firecrow nails it down, and that's going to open the door for the blue team to come through. They've got about 20% to make up here, Trav, and now that they have the aggressive positioning, it's about staying on the point, which should be what they're built for with this Pam. Let's see if it turns out that way.
Well, that's the thing, now they need total lockdown. Kind of brought it back to even Stevens now, but Christian hypercharged turret on the right hand side, evading some shots nicely, now pops it, got that movement speed, which is going to help him out massively, and a 9k turret to follow up as well. Now they kind of slot back into position, but that turret doesn't really last as long as Christian would have wanted it to. Didn't hit that kind of snug spot behind the wall. Nice kind of aggressing once again, and this man has been a thorn in the side of Moekos in this game. They take the percentage lead once more, but now all of them falling. Calabrasos should slide back into position.
Yeah, just gliding. CowDog is just doing the heavy lifting. I said earlier that I wanted to see more team play. CowDog was getting up there and taking down players, and Firecrow and Adinho were kind of still hiding behind that unbreakable wall, not looking for the flank plays or whatnot as everybody looked at the Stu. Now they are, and as a result, they take game one. Beautiful performance here. Oh man, this is sort of like a commentator's coach's dream here, because we got a chance to see the game plan, have CowDog go up and essentially distract, and then we didn't see it come to fruition with the other two teammates. Then we saw the adjustment mid-game, and then we saw the success off of it, Trav. Chef's kiss. Love to see it.
Yeah, this is the thing. Everything early it seems lies on Kyodog's shoulders, though. If he doesn't make these plays, then his team aren't going to be making, getting the wins on the board. So I do feel like the rest of his team still needs, to spring into action a little bit more. But if Kyodog continues this, they're going to be completely fine. But the Jesse shot to his face isn't really going to help. The Rattled Hive makes a few connections with Christian there, just slowing him in his tracks a bit. But the tuning fork along the way from Alonso did get him back in the mix, and there's another one to go along with it as well.
I love the B pick. Seeing, all right, you want to break open the walls? Word, we got B. It's a nice adjustment, but you're right here. Kyodog is the catalyst for this composition. If he's not popping off, the team is not doing well. But Trav, let me ask you a question: is Kyodog popping off?
I mean, it looks like he is straight up into the spawn once more. They're kind of just ignoring Loco at the moment, though, giving them a bit of percentage whilst Kyodog kind of cooks on this right-hand side. Another Rattle Hive coming out, not going to make any connections just yet, and they are looking quite low. That's what the Pam turret's here for. Fycro just retreats a little bit further, and Kyodog just keeping Jesse busy on the right-hand side.
Yeah, more attention's got to be paid to Loco. That's sort of what I was talking about. Like, as Kyodog distracts, Firecrow and Adinho got to find their ways elsewhere. But Kyodog still just making it happen. I can't wait to see the stats, man. This stew is stupendous. Sorry, had to go with it. But we got 60% here on Calabresos, and Christian getting the kill again. Kyodog is the big man on campus. With him down, this is going to invite Maruekas into the point. 46% and counting, but Firecrow brings down the healer, and that's a team wipe.
Well, Firecrow and Adinho doing what they need to do when Kyodog's not there. Get the 2v3, and it comes through. 3 supers on the side of Calabresos now as well. Little boat Beast-Low going to be missed, but he does follow with a few nice shots as well. He's using this kind of honeycoat as well, so not got that kind of still the second shot, but they don't need it at all. Complete team wipe once more from Calabresos, and just standing towards them away goes Spawn whilst Firecrow picks up the last percentages needed, and set 1 goes all the way of Calabresos.
Absolutely fantastic. And that man right there, yeah, laugh your way to the bank, my G. Kyodog comes through on top. And, you mentioned something important, and I want to bring this up. That if Kyodog, the sort of Achilles heel of this composition is if Kyodog isn't doing that, then it really just fails. Like, there is no way to find your way into the site. But at the end of the day, you do have Kyodog on your team. And if you have Messi on your squad, you play around him. And I'm not saying that Kyodog, I'm not saying, but you have this powerful player. He is capable of doing that. And so you can play to compositions that put a lot of weight on one person's shoulders. If it doesn't work, then you shift. But if it does, trust your superstar, man. Absolutely. And Adinho and Firecrow filled in the spaces very, very well here, Trev.
Yeah, I was going to say, at the end of the day, even when Kyodog wasn't making some big plays and it was a 2v3, Adinho and Firecrow still pulled through anyway, and it made the big plays required. And I mean, that's the kind of adaptations needed mid-game. If your superstar's not making, or he was still making the plays, don't get me wrong, but if he's back in spawn and something needs to happen, then they make it happen. And that's exactly what his teammates did. Some great support from them, but look at that. 9, 3, and 11. Firecrow making some big moves as well. Alonso, Loco, and Christian sitting there with 1, 1, 2, and those are definitely not the statistics of a winning team.
I love the Firecrow as well, because, by the way, the B pick is underpicked. This is not a B map, but you got to think about the way the map's going to change with that wall break. And you and I mentioned it as soon as we saw the selection, like, if Griff's going to open up the wall, then fine, we'll play B, no problemo. Like, and it worked out perfectly. This was big brain by Calabresos, and I think that it's deceptively big brain, because they picked a pick not for the map that was selected, but for the map that the map would become as a result of that Griff wall break. And so if I'm Maruekas, I don't necessarily think that the wall break was a bad idea. It just, the way it was responded to changes things up. And great answer by Calabresos, I think. Again, big brain plays.
Yeah, it really was. Good draft, well played, and overall Maruekas kind of just had to stand there watching them get this percentage over and over again. Not that Maruekas played bad. In that first game, the start that they had was genuinely very, very good. They got up to about 40% before we saw Calabresos get up to about 10, but they just couldn't hold it in that kind of end game phase. Center stage in Brawl is going to be the second set and could put them 2 ahead, but it could also even the score if Maruekas managed to make a few changes, draft maybe a little bit better. They're going to be flying straight back into this one.
We'll shift over here to Brawl, as you mentioned, and I'm interested to see kind of where this region goes. I saw the 2 regions yesterday were largely different from what we expected. In fact, we saw a lot of Nita, who is our first ban on the left-hand side, so an interesting look there. And Sandy, who got some recent changes, moving faster in that super with the hypercharge, definitely going to be a good look. Ruffs, though, on the other side, Trav, I think is kind of a nice all-the-time pick, evergreen, if you will. And then Amber specifically for this map. Burn it down, baby. Ooh. What's your take with the Rosa pick with Christian on the Fire Girl?
I mean, the thing is, the hypercharge got a little bit of a change. I believe it's a little bit easier to gain now, so it makes it a tiny bit better. But I think, you know, Rosa on a map like this is very good anyway. It's one of those tanks where you're kind of just able to, you know, excel in the early game, and this might be a comp that they want to just win in the early game with. When you add a Stu to that as well, that kind of levels up that aggression. Sweet Dreams from Sandy can get games over really, really fast. And the hypercharge from Sandy as well, incredible. Possibly the best hypercharge in the game at the moment. And the Moekos do have this last pick, but I feel like Ruffs is maybe a little bit rogue. Amber, you know, it's fine if you get that grass burned down. The grass isn't just going to disappear like very fast, and you know, Calabresos is surely going to use that time.
Yeah, like I said, the Ruffs is kind of, in my opinion, kind of evergreen, because like, when are you upset about getting the treat or whatnot? But I feel like Marihuecas kind of played themselves. Like, they tried to play an ambiguous draft strategy here so that Calabresos wouldn't know what they were picking, and Calabresos simply just didn't care. They're just playing their own game. And so, yeah, you have some ambiguity in the draft phase, and as you get that last pick, Griff, we'll see if it affects things, because the Griff and the Amber going to try to make Rosa's life difficult. But Firecrow's the first one with the ball, passes it forward, and Kyle Dog just stewing it. Gets the right side kill. Adinho in some trouble thanks to Loco, but Kyle Dog just still stewing it. And a third kill opens up the gates, and Adinho walks it on in. He gives the actual score to Kyle Dog. That's kind of cute. But early lead, excuse me, for Calabresos.
I mean, break the walls, break the grass. It doesn't seem to be slowing Calabresos down too much. Gadget coming in now, and Kyle Dogs does fall, so that should be an opening for Moekos now, but the Sandy Super is there, and Dinho getting shot pretty hard here. Nice pinch coming in from Alonso and Loco through this mid. Does bring him down, not without giving him his super along the way, though. Ficro not the best of cycles off that, but Kyle Dogs springs into action once more on this Brawl of Ficro. Going to pick up the left, and Christian falls on the right. Calabresos go from a very defensive position to a position of dreams here.
Kyle Dog is just, he's just winning the game. He's just outplaying these players. I don't know how to be polite about it. See you later. That's game one. Kyle Dog. That's my take after the game, Trav. Just Kyle Dog.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know what to say either, to be honest with you, but Kyle Dog really playing this Stu incredible both in the first and the second sets. This is just incredible. If it carries on like this, I don't see Moekos lasting much longer. But Adinho and Ficro as well doing their big part. Nice slow there in the unfriendly bush, and the double stun from the Sweet Dreams. Beautiful, but they are a bit too low to aggress. Kyle Dog still going forward, so might be able to slot this in. Super from the shot, puts the ball in the goal, and only one more for the set.
I mean, that's something that we don't talk a lot about with Stu on Brawl Ball, is that his super is up so easily. The super shot, as a result, is also largely available often. Loco gets surrounded and pounded. So the 3-on-2, although Cow Dog's low, nice kill. How does this open the door for Marihuecas is the question. Ball pushed up forward. Still not a scoring opportunity because they got kills on the other side of the map, but they find themselves with the upper hand for the first time.
Ficro just waiting for his team to come back in to use this Sandy Super, and does use it now. Adinho has the Super, should be able to push out as well. And Ficro, not a bad cycle here. Hypercharge ready to roll too. Adinho finds his way through the grass and all the way up to the top of the map. Now the Hypercharge comes through. Speed boost. Adinho should be able to slot that one in. Moekos drop set 2 now in such swift fashion. This man, I mean, I'd be laughing as well if I'd just dominated a team like that, because that was just incredible from Calabresos.
Yeah, I mean, set 1, we got a little bit of taste of how, okay, they have a composition built around this Stu, and they're just going to have Stu distract and glide, and the other players are going to fill in the slots. And then set 2, we just kind of the same thing but louder. I mean, this was even more individual prowess coming out from Cow Dog, if you ask me. And so, fantastic play here. Again, I need to reiterate to the fans at home, Firecrow and Adinho are doing fantastically. Adinho, we just watched him rock that left lane player. Absolutely, I am taking nothing away from these guys. But Kyle Dog is the star of the show. He really is, man.
I mean, look at this. This is 2 kills straight there, and then he gets ready for the ball to be played up by his teammates as well. And I mean, as you say, Ficro Adinho played incredibly. Like, he's been in Amber on lane consistently. Ficro coming through with a good few hyper charges and the slot of the ball in there. But yeah, I mean, Kyodog playing this stew very, very well. 5-1-7. I mean, we don't expect loads of kills from Adinho, right, on that Rosa. At the end of the day, you know, 1 kill's fine as long as you get in the control along with it. As long as your teammates are getting 5 and 7. 1-4-4, not bad from Awakers. A lot better than last time, but the performance was nowhere near that of the Hot Zone set.
This time, and again, you know, I got to bring it up. Maruekas came through with this is a strong draft. Okay, so we have 2. We picked Amber, and you still chose the Rosa. Now we double down with the Griff. You're not going to be able to hide in the bushes or behind the walls. So good luck with your Rosa. And Calabresos just didn't care. I see what Maruekas was doing. I don't, you know, I'm not going to sit here and dunk on the draft. I see what they were doing. It just didn't work out this time. And as we sort of gas up Mr. Dog here, I do want to bring up how his teammates are affecting it. You know, Sandy putting people to sleep, getting the double stun, Rosa on that left side creates the room for Kyodog to go ahead and do this. If you try to go do this in your own games, 1, you're not as good as Kyodog, and 2, your teammates aren't going to be able to provide the space. So a big point as we jump into Shooting Star, and Gene, the first selection overall. Something I want to bring up about his hypercharge. It seemed to get people into trouble just as much as it helped out yesterday.
Yeah, no, I do agree as well. But I mean, one bonus for Moikos on this, it shouldn't be a map where Stu can be played. I'm sure he'll be able to do it if he really wants to. And also it's going to space things out a little bit more, but Mac's going to come in from Calabresos as well. Another one of those new hypercharges. Anywhere on the map, if you press that hypercharge and super, then you're going to be getting the speed. And actually, Jackie coming in. Like, I don't know what I'm talking about. If you can play Jackie here, you can 100% play Stu. But it's just not something that I really expected too much. This is, you know, one of the best comps I've seen in terms of synergy. But I've just got to hope for Calabresos' sake that Jackie isn't found out of position too much.
So the big deal about this, and I knew we were going to follow up the Max selection with something without a Stu, because you're looking at the way the supercharge, the way the hypercharge works with Max. It instantly, if you guys stack up, it instantly gives y'all 75% of your hypercharge charge, and then you just gotta like finish it off because those energy drinks stack. And so you want to go with brawlers that have a valuable, you know, super and hypercharge here. And so Jackie, I think, works out. Kyodog on the Gene works out. They're all going to huddle, get their super and their hypercharge, and then slash out again. I like this move. And Maruekas, like you said, no Stu to worry about, but now they have to worry about the other side. Lola, Meg, and Manu, what's your take on this one?
I mean, I don't mind the Meg, the Lola, because they know that something with a lot of health is going to be running directly at them. They need that DPS, and Mandy should be able to slow them down with a gadget. But I just don't know if it's enough slowing or enough of defensive measures to be able to stop, you know, these hypercharges coming forwards. But a nice gadget there from Loco, actually not running that slow, just going to be shooting through the walls. And all of the Calabresos team falling, except from Ficro, does manage to find a trade. Keeps it within 3, but not the best of starts for Calabresos.
Yeah, very curious. They're all grouped up here. Like I said, they're going to be looking for that Max nonsense. And as a result, Maruekas get to spread out and have this sort of like these 2 angles, which I think is beneficial for the red team. Adinho taking a lot of damage here behind the indestructible. And look, gas means go. Max hits the gas, and that brings in one player with the grab, and then after the fact, gets the kill. Nice play there from the team. And you're going to see that again and again.
And that hypercharge is ready to roll as well for Kyodog. Just needs to pick himself up another super. Did have to use one defensively, so I'm sure that's not really what he would have desired, but at the end of the day, it's completely fine for now as they are still living. The Loco just trying to find these long-range poke shots to bring them low and not allow them to carry on going. There it is now, and now they're moving forward. Speed coming through. Vengeful Spirits 2 pulls there as well. The Loco has the super defensive now, but hypercharge up top from Ficro. Gets one, not able to get the second though, and it is within 5, not out of reach. And especially with Christian with no mech as well. They're surely going to be feeding that, trying to get forwards with a Jackie.
I see what Calabresos has drafted up here. You hit the max super, Jackie's able to go faster, eat with or without the vortex, and then you follow up with a pull. It has only worked twice out of the 4 or 5 times that they have tried to go in with it. This is high execution, 13 to 15. We're coming down to the final seconds here. Marawakers are able to just sit and chill. Calabresos need to make the move, Trav, and here it is.
I mean, I'm feeling danger for them. 3 pulls coming forward, but not a single one of them hits. Ficro's still trying to get forward, but not going to be enough with 3 seconds on the clock. They hit 20, and the game cuts short. Marawakers finally getting a game on the board, and they look good whilst doing it too.
Yeah, I mean, so this is really interesting to me because Lola has a pretty rough win rate here at 20%, but I think Lola was a big part of how they got that victory by preventing some of those shots out of Max, by preventing some of those shots across the way from Gene as well. They're just not able to find the damage that they're looking for, and thus players wind up staying alive. Obviously, Meg gets an extra life, and so Marawaka is much more, I don't know about tanky is the word, but able to be alive is the phrase I'm going to go with, than Calabresos expected.
I feel that works. Well, Vengeful Spirit came out there. Loco does have a super now, sends it out. It's a Firecrow, but not finding Kyodog. They do get the kill. The speed's there. The pull's available too, but Freeze Frame will tank that out. But Kyodog still continuing with his teammate going down. The lead does seem to be lengthening, but Christian going to fall out of that mech, and Firecrow should be able to pick up that kill nice and easy. Speed once more. Kyodog doesn't even bother healing up on the way there because he's going to get some of those magic puffs on the way. Now they're just continuing this aggression non-stop. They can't get the kill. They did bring him out of mech, but surely feeding it again instantly, and Kyodog falling once more.
Alonso stays alive thanks to the ego. I mean, one shot wouldn't have killed him, but yeah. So 9-3 here. Just under a minute worth of play left. And again, we see the group up from Calabresos. They've got hypercharges available, and Adino's does have that gene pull. Wants to be careful about it, and they're going to go in on the right-hand side. The split is good. 1 kill, 2 kill, 3 kill after the pull. That was on Marawakas. They split up and allowed Calabresos to take advantage. 15-14, blue team with the lead.
I mean, I'd have been worried if Adino missed 1 magic hand there, never mind 3. Definitely overkill there to secure that, but they do get another one as well. Kyodog continuing this aggression. Don't really want to be backed into spawn because that's not a position you want to be in with Jackie going forwards now, but the swipe hits. Adino's falling low too, and that secures it. Over aggression, and the swipe from Meg comes in clutch. Help from Mandy, and Moekos get themselves a set.
Meg here really threw a monkey wrench into what Calabresos had planned, I think. The idea of rush forward, drop the Jackie super, and then people should die, and if they don't, pull them back. I get it. Again, I like it on the board, Trav, but in practice, Meg's got 2 lives, dude. And so you're going to get hit, you pull him in, she's like, fine, thank you. Rough composition to play that thought into. And so as we jump into out in the open, I got to see some things change.
I mean, for me, they had it at the end there. Like, I genuinely don't know why they over-aggress. I understand you've got to stay in an aggressive position with this composition, right? With the Jackie, you're going to get backed up. That's just the nature of this composition. But running into a Meg, when the Mandy's there to help out as well, when the game's so close, you've got to be more smart than that. I don't know. It just kind of seems to me like massive overkill in terms of the aggression. Like, this was gorgeous. They brought this game back so nicely from a position where you kind of expect them to just be falling out the hypercharge super, and obviously another hypercharge coming out here where he does secure that pull. Makes it 17-20, but they're just dropping like flies here. When you're running towards that, the super hits from Roko there as well, and Christian just getting those final little, I mean, you know, those shots tickle. They don't really hit hard, but if enough of them do, and along with that Mandy round the back as well, you're going to be falling down. I mean, look at that, 3-2-4 compared to the 4-6-6, a well-earned win from Wakos on the board.
Yeah, well played, like just strong attention to detail with respect to how they were going to play into the matchup. And like I said, they did make the mistake, and when they made the mistake, they got punished for it when they split 2 left, 1 right. But that was the only mistake that was the only large-scale mistake that team wound up making, and as a result, they take the set. And that brings us on to set number 4 with Knockout, out in the open. A lot of things to talk about with respects to the compositions and how things change getting outside of a respawn mode. And Byron, the first selection here, so some heals along the way. Saw some good Byron play in APAC, but I mean, that's what we expect to see in APAC with Byron, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, Byron has been, catapulted into the meta after those recent balance changes. RT,
hugely.
More of the same from him as well. The gadget can be allowing you to get that super back pretty much instantly, to be able to go and TP back to your legs. Pretty much lets you go on the aggressive a lot more often. Whereas kind of RT was, you drop your legs at the end of the game, or you die trying to get a kill because your legs are stationary and you can't really help them. But Bell's going to come in along with that as well, kind of making sure that that's not picked against them. But Meg going to be a follow-up from Calabresos now. Don't want to be providing it to Moekos once more, as it really didn't go to plan in the last game. But Brock, the last selection from Calabresos.
Brock, very, very high picked. The ability, wall break is generally what you're looking for out of Brock, and so you've got long range out of Brock and the Byron. Not direct damage or not necessarily like the top damage that you would get out of the bells, etc., but this is going to provide some utility in addition. And so when you're looking at the Calabresos draft here, is Meg going to be the centerpiece of this, or is it going to be more of a full share of responsibility?
I mean, for the most part, Meg's pretty much just going to be walking forward and eating those shots, allowing the rest of them to come behind him, and especially, that's kind of like even further because of that Byron pick as well. You can just spam some heals into the back of it, and Byron is extremely capable on his own. Like, he doesn't need to just be healing. He's not kind of a sitting duck if he's not. So it's a little bit worrying, I feel, here from Wakos. We are getting word that it is an Eve as the last pick, levitating over this kind of left-hand side bit at the start from Wakos, or at least the right-hand side for the red team, as they do come up. So it's not a bad pick. I don't mind the Eve, and the spawnables as well, going to be huge, but they don't need to levitate across that water because they've got a Brock with rocket fuel.
More aggression on the right side than I necessarily expected. Loco getting a little, okay, there it is. Getting a little eager, had to jump away. Little Christian looking for some plays here, but ultimately, especially look at RT here, taking a lot more damage than I think he anticipated against this Meg. Christian and RT looking at Adinho together, jumps her out of the mech. And now, super available for RT, so if it gets a little testy later on, should be good, but Christian falling down is a big change here for Marawekas.
I mean, rare to see a Meg doing better out of mech than in mech, and this is the thing. He's just going to go down there, not waste a gadget to get back to his legs, because that's not a matchup he's going to be winning anyway in that 2v1 situation. And Calabresos back to winning ways as they take the first round here of knockout.
Who do you think has the stronger draft here?
I mean, honestly, it kind of looks like Calabresos at the moment. I'm not sure if that's just because maybe they are the better players, but I do find their comp really, really intriguing anyway. You're going to see a little snake oil being dropped there by Firecrow. Adinho in a bit of a compromised position here, but heels just being pumped into the back of him here by Firecrow. Nice stuff from him, but Mark, obviously, from the RT shots is going to be amplifying that damage coming into him. Adinho dropping out of it now, but he had in the last game as well, and they still managed to make it work.
Well, last time around, I feel like Firecrow and Cowdog kind of played around Adinho getting jumped out. This time, Firecrow shot one shot at RT, but wasn't really able to finish anything. So now that the dust is settled with Meg out, I think this is going to be a bigger deal for Calabresos this time around as the gas starts to seep in here. And Firecrow midfield in some trouble. RT, though, taking all the shots from Adinho, and it's going to be a 3-on-2.
I mean, I'm sure the Meg not being a Meg would have been an issue, but they pretty much fed it instantly anyway, so it doesn't really matter for Adinho or Calabresos here. They take the first game of knockout. Going to be heading straight to match point as Calabresos looking very, very good and very comfortable in that one. Even when the Meg's out of Mech, they're still managing to maintain this 3v3 and keeping them pushed back into spawn. As soon as that gas comes in, it's game over.
Fresh one. We'll see how it works out. Definitely a little bit of a misplay there, allowing Adinho to get the mech right on back. Eve, though, taking a ton of damage early from Cowdog here on the right side. The Brock just landed these shots from a distance. Oh, Cowdog, eye on the prize. Yeah, that's a thumbs up, buddy. Firecrow and the team will finish it off, and that's round one for Calabresos.
Well, I'm not sure I feel too confident for Moekos now if they're being dominated this hard in yet another game. Vico just going to be walking straight through this little wall break that they had. Adinho feeling confident, even jumping in and taking no shots upon landing either. Vico making some great connections, pushing forwards, but no heals being provided to Adinho just yet. Might put him in a bit of a compromised position, but there's the snake oil being dropped down. A follow-up shot as well. That's Alonso brought down. Christian shortly follows. And Loco, the only one that remains. It's a 2v1. It's doable, but I don't think it's going to be done. Loco being pushed now as Adinho just continues to walk forwards, has the swipe ready to roll as well. Hits him with that and finishes him off with those follow-up shots. Calabrasos 3-1 in the end, and they head straight to the semis.
Fantastic stuff out of Calabrasos, just coming out here and doing it. Questionable set number 3. We don't got to talk about it too much, I suppose, but I'm not here to be nice. We are going to talk about it. Little bit of a set drop in that third one for sure. I think the Jackie selection, like I said, I saw what they were doing, and if you win dominantly those first 2 sets, maybe you come into the third set taking an experimental game plan. All right, this one has some holes, but we think it could work. Maybe that's the perfect time to try it, because I don't want to hear about scrims and monthly finals, very different. So maybe that's the time to try it, Trav, but did not work out. The only reason I want to bring up the negative is because everything else about this set for Calabrasos was pure positive.
I mean, you really can't argue that at all. I mean, gorgeous kill there from Kaidog to find the rocket fuel shot around the right-hand side. It really was beautiful. But as you say, very few faults from Calabrasos, pretty much all the way through, if you take that kind of draft in set 3 out of the occasion. And still, even at that, they almost managed to make it work in that second game, but did just drop it with a slight misplay. Back to how things were in the sets 1 and 2 here for set 4, 2-6-3 and 2-1-0. Very little amount of kills on the board there for Moikos.
Tough stuff there. Yeah, Marueka's similar performances, I suppose, to last month around. So, you know, certainly some things to look at, certainly some things to download and take home. But again, last time around, they got 3-0'd. This time around, 3-1. That's improvement. I'm not even being funny here. That is the type of improvement that you do look for out of these squads. And so Calabrasos take that momentum into the semifinals. This is an impressive team. Kaidog on top. But again, Adinho and Firecrow are absolutely allowing Kaidog to play like the MVP that he is. These 2 role players, and let me preface before you guys get on Reddit, role player is not a bad thing. These 2 players are allowing Kaidog to have these types of performances, and it's very, very fun to watch.
You absolutely could not blame them for letting the star players shine. And you know, I feel that's a thing that multiple teams do need to kind of just allow. Kaidog being that man and making the big moves for his team. And that's not saying his team are doing bad, because Adinho and Fico are playing absolutely out their minds. But as we can see, no surprise, Kaidog being the MVP.
Yeah, like you said, 0% surprised. I am Jack's lack of surprise here. Kaidog came out and literally won the first set off of the Stu play. Just period, end of story. Again, his team fell in and allowed him, created space, etc. Stu won that set. 100%. You deserve the MVP after that performance. You love to see it. Great stuff. And again, just thanks, because it's dummy fun to watch as well.
Yeah, I mean, not just set 1. Set 2 was genuinely his Stu play as well. And I mean, multiple different things. You could have played Stu in set 4, I'm sure, as well, and made that work. But in the end, they did manage to get it done with that Brock. Anyway, Kaidog really putting on a show for us here in game number 1. I'm sure through the semis and possibly the finals, there's more great stuff from Calabrasos to come as well.
Well, there's more great stuff to come from the BSC in general as well. We got a little bitty break, but after that, we'll be right back.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship, powered by Samsung Galaxy, is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back, friends. This is the BSC powered by Snapdragon Pro Series. This is F. That is Arc. And that over there is Trav. I pointed in the wrong direction, but that's okay. We're pointing up because Squad Busters is coming at you. A fun action game, new one. Pre-register, because here's the cool stuff, and I love what Supercell is doing here. The more people, as people pre-register for Squad Busters, we actually get more skins and things like that in the different games. So I buried the lead. Squad Busters is the new game coming out from Supercell, which takes all of their worlds, Brawl Stars, Clash, etc., 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 and puts them into one game that we can all play. Ark, you've had a lot of fun playing this one. You're yapping in our ear about Squad Busters. So talk to me about why we should pre-reg.
I absolutely love it. It's very similar to Brawl, but very different to Brawl at the same time. You got a kind of mashup and a sort of mashup of sort of PvE versus PvP, and in that sense, you want to build your squad, get the biggest amount of sort of characters from all around the IP together, and some little tips and tricks. I think Hog Rider's very strong at the moment. Max and B very strong also. I think in like the modifiers, there's so many different ways to kind of build your troops up together. Look for some piercing damage when it comes to the Royal Ghost. Trav knows from yesterday, Goblin and Chicken Cycle Chest on Doppelganger. There's a lot of strategies, got a lot of depth whilst remaining on the casual side, but also I find it very competitive as well.
It sounds like fun, honestly. And again, the big hit here to remind you guys, you can pre-register in the App Store or Google Play. And what it is again, the more people that pre-register, we will get in-game rewards, not just in Squad Busters, but also in your Brawl Stars game, also in your class, etc., etc., etc. So pre-register right now on those stores so I can get cool stuff in Brawl. Thank you. That's it. Let's check the bracket real quick because we just had a barn burner of a matchup here in our quarterfinals. Calabresos 3-1 over Marruecos, which again, two things to note. Calabresos look fantastic, but Marruecos on the way up, improving from last time around. Team Queso currently in the midst of it, 2-1. Again, you can find that game on event.brawlstars.com on our B stream. And then we've got our two matchups in front of us, RDP versus Olimpo, which should be on that B stream. And us right here have SK Kalalas versus Mini Pekkas. Free agents, by the way. Shout out Orcs. And so this one, another fun matchup. We talked about new faces, but here are some familiar names, Ark.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, SK Kalalas getting picked up, of course. What a big achievement that was for them. Kalba, Doritos, and BT Zim. This is a squad that I've got great promise for this year round. Of course, the former CVD FA from last month. And, the qualifiers have been really strong, beating Marruecos 2-0 to qualify this month. Of course, beating Fafalets last month. This very matchup is that grudge match, as Fafalets changed their name and their organization sort of roster movements there to FA Mini Pekkas too for leaving that roster as well. So I'm curious as to how that will fare for the opposition. But for SK Kalalas, of course, last month in the grand final was a big achievement. They couldn't quite seal the deal.
Yeah, Trav, Mini Pekkas over here, little bit of a new lineup. What's the Trav take?
I don't mind it. I really don't. We've seen Hubi a lot throughout of the previous South American multi-finals, whether that be this year or last year. Motep and Pekka to come along with him as well. Motep and Pekka, huge names in South American Brawl and global Brawl at that as well. Hubi definitely a bit more of a newcomer, but it's obviously a newcomer that Motep and Pekka have got faith in. And if they've got faith in a player, then I do too.
Motep right here. Interested to see how he slots in with the new player for sure. Is there any Hubi? You mentioned a lot of attention being paid. Blah, blah. Well, what can you say about his play style, Trav? Like, what should we expect out of Hubi?
I feel like he's got to just kind of slide in with that aggressiveness that Mini Pekkas kind of brings to the table anyway. No matter what his play style was before, when you join a new team, you majority of the time have to kind of pivot to what they're doing, slide into roles that they need you to slide into. And I feel like that's quite an aggressive stance when it comes to Mini Pekkas.
Nice. I'm eager to see that, especially when you join a team with some like pre-established names here, Ark. As we mentioned, Motep and on the other side, Pekka. Certainly some strong players who be slotting in here. What's your thoughts on how that's going to work out?
I'm a little bit dubious, I'll be honest. I mean, it's a big, bold roster change. Yeah, I don't know, pun intended. I mean, Tufa is so experienced by nature and has got so much. I mean, he's a 3-time world finalist. I mean, to bring in Hubi, I mean, he's been playing okay, but last month, Uber's 2 picks did go out in the quarterfinals, and that's the roster that Hubi's come from. They were third place in the SA East in 2023. In that squad with Super Renegados, they did make the semifinals every single month, but they also really struggled to claim sets in the semifinals and didn't make it through to those grand finals, and that's where you need to be. And that's why I feel that percentage is kind of a bit warranted. And it is a bit crazy. I'm with Trav, it is a bit crazy because when you look at that roster, Motip and Pekka go so far back as well, both 2-time world finalists, but it is a risky play. It might well pay off for them. This could be the roster change which they need, but 80% siding with SKC, and I don't think that's such a wild statistic when you consider they did make the grand finals last month.
Yeah, I got to agree here. I think SK Kalalas certainly, they came second place last month to the team that we just saw won. So many Pekkas have their work cut out for them right away. We're starting here in game 1. Cult first selection as we jump into safe zone. We see the Chuck ban. I think that's probably the most important one overall. The Cult here to provide obviously damage, but also some wall break. And then the Bell here paired up with, I'm taking a look at these bans here, Ark. What are you thinking?
Anjo's kind of a must ban, and like as you rightly point out, the Chuck ban here quite essential. It scaped through the draft in APAC, and I have no idea how, but we didn't see it once played out here in EMEA for good reason. So the Max, I think, is an interesting one, probably more of a South American thing, but Max did have its day in safe zone, and some of those ideas coming back in this region. We saw Max playing a role in the Shooting Star as well today, which hasn't really drifted across the other regions either yet. True. So SA definitely going back to some kind of more old school kind of meta styles, with Max now coming a bit more into the forefront of that meta. But I think Melody here you kind of have to realistically ban, but Colette is a huge one. Yeah. I don't know how that has got through, and that's open, and that's what I think SKC should really take the time to consider heavily and get that one just snapped up quick.
I mean, Colette before the introduction of Hypercharge was very, very valuable on, pretty much definitely safe zone. And Hypercharge just makes it more so. And we've got an Arc selection here. A Crow selection here. What do you have to say about the Assassin?
If you've got Nanny, you've got Colette and Piper, I can understand. I think Crow here, I don't know. I think there's stronger brawlers that could have been
I don't like it, in this drop so far. Straight up and down. I don't like it.
But it doesn't. The Hypercharge on the safe can cause some devastation, but you've got to get to the safe, and you've got to really get those takedowns along the way to ensure that you've got space to be able to really land that mark. And I just think it's a bit high risk. There's the Nanny, but where's Colette?
Yeah, at the end of the day, yeah, I got nothing. So looking at scrim data, SK Kalalas play a lot of Cult, and that's why Mini Pekkas goes in that direction. They first pick it off the board pretty much as a fourth ban, if you will, and then you pair it with the Charlie I'm never going to complain about, Piper. It's hard to complain about these characters on the right hand side, but where is for Kalalas? Where's the Colette is definitely a question. When I see something this weird, Arc, this is usually where I remind myself that I'm the commentator. And so we've got this Crow selection that I think is wild, especially with Colette on the board. Maybe they were anticipating some tank kill or something. Either way, they wind up with the Crow. More, rather than sit here and be like, I hate it, wah, 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 show me. Show me why I'm wrong, is what I'm saying to SKC. Because I'm intrigued. I'm down to see the weird stuff. Right away, Pekka falls down. In the mid lane, nice trade as Motep steps forward, sends the Spiders defensively pretty much. And that's a nice look here from Mini Pekkas to make that trade.
We know that BTC plays the Crow a lot in scrims, and that's definitely kind of like a more player-specific kind of pick here. Let's see how it plays off for them, and so far so good in terms of the map positioning. SK Kalalas pushing forwards. We saw the Nanny yesterday and what a pivotal role that was in the EMEA region on this very map. So I really quite like that pick. It's going to play very well into the Piper as well. And of course, the TP onto that safe can choose to go for a kill, can choose to go for damage, or there you go, straight for both, and tried to get to Jubilee, but didn't quite get enough on that. And the defense is there for FA Mini Pekkas.
Ooh, team wipe coming out from Mini Pekkas. Just 3% damage on the safe. Colt's going to change that. And a nice 18% chunk as the clown pins come out. Mini Pekka, I think it's a little early for that, homie. We'll see how it works out, though, as 1 minute and 5 seconds left on the clock. And the Nani going, ooh, Doritos behind enemy lines here. And trying to make it happen, but trouble to deal with as well as Pekka plays defense.
Well, there's some damage running down on the SK clan on the safe, and it is the Colt. Yeah, exactly that. You can't leave a brawler like that on the safe. It will absolutely go to town and shred it. Piper now coming in from the sidelines as well to help out. 32% is all that's left on the SKC safe, and they've got to hold a much stronger firming position on that mid. Oh, missed shot there from Calvaro as well to leave Pekka with damage gear on the safe to whittle it down even more. They can't let these things through.
Trouble. Crow does get the kill here. VT Zim trying to push forward. Motep looking up and down. Can't look at both. Cow gets the kill. VT Zim gets the last hit, of course, but the Bell does a lot of hard work. And 90% of the blue safe already gone. And as the clock ticks down, I don't know that SK can make the match here. Looks like Pekka's on top for now. Hold that thought. In comes the Crow, and, well, down goes the Crow. Just like that. Nani not going to get a shot either. Match over. Game 1 goes to Mini Pekkas.
I just don't think the Crow's really doing too much for them, to be completely honest. I mean, there was a little bit of a change when it came to the hypercharge, allowing it to have the daggers return properly after hitting walls via the hypercharge. And I just don't think it's enough to really warrant it as a pick. And there's other ideas that could definitely been put into play here for me. I mean, Colette being the big one. I mean, 8-Bit has a great time on this map as well. They've got the Nanny into the Piper. I mean, that's going to be good for them, but they can't leave Hubelier on the safe. That's something which they've really got to iron out on the side of SKC, because he was the one that really initiated so much of that damage early on.
Left lane gets smoked here, and Motep in some trouble, has to fall back. Pekka, by the way, providing that assistance from the mid. So a nice look from the Piper player. That's kind of what you expect here. The range change for Charlie, I am seeing it here. Every now and then we're seeing these just barely miss. Those would have hit last patch.
Very subtle change, isn't it? Very subtle, but it hasn't really shifted Charlie away too much from the meta.
Yeah.
Next month, though, with Max coming into play, then it might change. There's that damage running in again, that another 18% whittled down by Hubelier. I mean, the Max into the Charlie cocoon is a very good way to escape with the phase shift, so I think Charlie might get phased out slightly, but so far it's working out well for many Pekkas, and they're able to get another firming position in that mid. Hubelier again on the safe. These are mistakes that SKC are just not learning from.
Yeah, he's just able to just press the button. And you've seen this twice now where Colt gets in a position, unloads, and then dies. He doesn't care. We do not care. He already did the damage. 54% remaining for SK Kalalas. And Mini Pekka's here pretty healthy at 81. And the aggression's still on Mini Pekka's side. Keo, though, able to find that kill.
Charge in. Oh, it was just shy, though. Oh, disgusting.
Yeah, tough stuff here. Ark, I want you to take this one because this... Ooh, damn it. I was going to say take the play-by-play, but there's no play-by-play to have as everybody's dead. And Pekka is the one that walks up, but Piper not able to deal the damage that Colt does. And so more attention being paid to Colt, I think, is the correct adaptation from SK Kalalas. Question is, Ark, too little too late?
That's the thing. If has to heal up, he's going to earn super now with a hypercharge in play for Calva, who'll be going to get some damage on the safe. But Bell's not going to do the most of damage. In fact, the majority of them won't. It's the Nanny that has to be able to do that. And Hubelier responds for hypercharge of his own. That safe going to town now. SKC are in danger of dropping this set. Pekka left completely alone, uncontested. One single attack and it will be done. Calva trying to body block for his life, but there's too much to be done on the other side of the field, surely. 5 seconds ticking down, and the defense should be there despite the efforts of SKC. It's FA Mini Pekkas that come out on top.
Fantastic play. Absolutely fantastic play. Motep feels some type of way about it. Pekka was dropping the clown pin from minute 1 for what it's worth. So this is a confident team for sure. I think this one comes down to the draft. This is a very powerful team, and sometimes we see teams kind of throw caution to the wind later on in the set. I think it's a little curious to try the weird stuff right off the bat, but we do see that, and it doesn't work out. The Crow, I know they play it a lot, Ark. I just don't, I don't see it. I don't see it. You dropping the Protesto here?
It's the crow thumbs down. I mean, it's just, you know, it's not the play. I mean, there was definitely other better picks. Nothing wrong with trying some kind of more regionalized ideas, and we know that VTSim does gravitate towards it, but I feel that you just got to kind of play the draft that is in front of you, and that wasn't really it. At a time in the draft, you got to remember, that was like their second pick. So I think there was definitely better options available at that time of the draft as well. Certainly, that's exactly where I'd be picking up Colette or considering that 8-bit idea. And it just wasn't really enough. I mean, the 8-bit could have been an idea because the Colt was the first pick on the side of FA Mini Packers, and you kind of want to ensure that the 8-bit and the Colt are separated in that regard because they're both left on the safe. It can be over in seconds. I mean, the kills are one thing, but the objective is everything when it comes to Heist. And Peggy was 10 of his own, a pretty spread DPS across the board, and also with the kills too. But I mean, it really was all about Hubelia on the safe for me with that Colt, and it just opened up so many opportunities, and the doors were wide open for FA Mini Packers to steal the set.
Yeah, I completely agree with your assertion there. I want to frame that. The kills are one thing, but the objective is everything. That's the quote, baby. Oh man, I'm gonna put that on the wall. That is exactly what went down here, man. The crow just leaving us scratching our beaks, totally confused. Goalkeeper's dream. Not much to be confused about this map. Pretty straightforward. Look at it. It's wide open. And so as we jump here into Brawl Ball, you also brought up something else here, Ark. The idea of, you got to play the draft in front of you. There is the idea of playing your own game and not being goaded into the opponent, but you do have to respond sometimes. Where is that perfect in between? Tough to identify, and that's why there's a difference between y'all at home and everybody here on the big stage. Stu, first pick overall. Again, we saw some glide out of KD earlier in our first quarter final. Should be an interesting one as we watch the draft go by. And Byron, first selection for the blue team. Again, totally just catapulted into the meta with some changes.
Yeah, Byron's in a really good spot. We saw it a great deal yesterday in the EMEA region, and again in the APAC region. It's not just a South American idea. It really has now found a place as a first pick brawler sometimes. And Angelo being banned as well, that's always a must here. Spike being banned on the side of FA Mini Packers. I mean, Spike is played predominantly more so in South America. Has received a little bit of a recent nerf. Not sure whether it was worth the ban myself. Certainly the Gale, it may be trying to ban out some kind of a strategy, kind of controlling the ball idea, but I don't think it's really worth the ban. To be honest, it's actually maybe a strategy to give FA Mini Packers more option to go with other brawlers. Nita certainly up there in terms of like the new hypercharges and strength, but I mean, I'm a little bit concerned, when it comes to the range on this particular map. Sandy for me is definitely my flavor. I think the hypercharge is probably at the top of the new ones that have come into the game, and arguably amongst the entirety of them. So with a Byron as well to heal it along the way. Piper coming in though might change that with that additional range on the side of Mini Packers. Yeah,
Piper on the 4-5 turn is a nice look. I mean, this is a sharpshooter friendly map, absolutely. And so pick the Piper. That's exactly what we're going to see. The Nita, honestly, the hypercharge bear is really big. The movement speed increase, I think, is probably the bigger deal. And she can kind of walk almost like layer cake, if you will, like up to up to up on those 1, 2, 3 side things, as long as there's not a lot of wall break. And so the first two selections don't bring it. BB as the turn here for the last selection. I mean, you were concerned about the lack of range from Nita. How about BB?
I like BB. I think as well with the Byron combo, it's going to be very, very strong. It could have been an idea for FA Mini Packers, in all honesty, to consider.
True.
Just be able to push their way through. Sandy's not going to do too much to it. It will feed into it, sure, and provide some super utility. But I mean, it's going to be hard to have really stood their ground with something tankier on the other side of the field. Or BB or a Meg, could have been another option. I'm not necessarily a massive fan of Meg here, but it is quite a good counter into the Piper pick. Nonetheless, though, let's see how it plays out. I think the Sandy here has got the most amount of ability and utility now with the recent buffs that it's received. But necessarily in terms of range, if Packer starts to tap on that Piper pick, could prove costly.
Well, Doritos wins the fight versus Stu. That's going to be a fantastic look. And they try to pinch Doritos, but some help from the teammate. VTSim on the Sandy gets that knockout, and that's going to be a nice look so far. So what could have been a goal scoring opportunity for Mini Packers gets diverted, thanks to the play out of VTSim from the shift. And now we have the lane trade. Doritos, despite winning versus the Stu, is going to shift over here to the left-hand side and sends out the super, complete whiff. And now Hubi just falls down. I like the idea, pure aggression, but not good enough here.
The Stu pick as well. Oh, Pekka jumping in, finds the ball. Beautiful from Pekka. And it was all left alone by SKC. Can't leave moments like that open because that is when mini Pekkas will strike.
Wow, that was an interesting place to bring the ball. I guess the right, like, darned if you do, darned if you don't. Right side, left side, otherwise you're just gone. And then from a distance, I wasn't ready for that. I apologize. That one surprised me a little bit from all the way downtown. But this is goalkeeper's dream.
That ball was a little bit precarious from me. I was not sure that it was actually going to go in at first. Now, mini Pekka's pushing the ball through. Hubli going to tower the Stuber. Shut down there. Beautifully done by Doritos at a very important time to do so. Now, the offensiveness goes forwards and they're pushing their way towards the FA mini Pekka's goal. If they can secure this goal, Sweet Dream Stun's already been popped on the gadget for VT Sim. The pass through, not going to be there though, leaving Calbert all alone. He's going to have to bring this ball back, surely.
Yeah, Hubie here versus the Byron. Dashes in, gets 1-2. Oh, Byron wins the exchange. Not going to win the second one for sure. In trouble as Piper jumps away, easy peasy. And another bear comes out. This time around, just tanking things. And, ooh, I thought it was open. Not going to break the ankles this time around. Nice try from the Stu player. Not able to find it from a distance like their opponents. Tied 1-1, ticking down to 10 seconds before overtime.
Sweet Dreams down, Motep trying to get the ball through. Doritos intercepts, but it's going to land straight to the feet of Hubli, who will find the shot and get the goal on the board. Nice stuff from FA Mini Pekka as they just kept things going. What a goal this was from Pekka. Saw the opportunity, did not hesitate, and landed bang on that ball.
Fantastic. And I want to talk about the Nita here because Nita really provided a lot of space. And I came into the setup saying that I liked the movement speed exchange a little bit better. That's in the 1v1. But when you're playing team versus team, the extra health out of the hypercharge bear allows you to just walk behind it. It's going to absorb a bunch of shots. It's a fourth player for you. And that allowed Mini Pekkas to walk up the field and score at least once that time around. Really smooth play from the Nita.
I'm really impressed with who Hubli has played today so far. Really excelling for me. The Stu pick's a very smart one here as well, as you've got Super to hand more often than not, and if you find the ball at just the right time, a shot from a long distance is not the craziest of things to consider. So, but the way he's playing today really is working. This roster change has bringing a new lease of life into the FA Mini Pekka's roster. Pekka surviving there on top of 40 HP as well. Now SKC tried to reposition themselves here. Well, that should be the shot that should see the demise there of Pekka, but Motep popping the hypercharge, trying to keep control here for his team.
Look at the bear. Byron just running away. Hubie on the right-hand side, Motep on the left, passes to Hubie. Hubie passes to the opponent, tries to take the shot on goal, but too many players up. Still, decent shot, don't hate it. Ball shoved to the right-hand side. Mini Pekka is up 1, so Doritos and the boys need to find a goal. They do have a ton of time, though, Ark, with a minute plus on the clock. Doritos in trouble, 2v1. As Byron not in a position to heal. The LOS isn't there, finally shows up. And now this right side battle still here. Byron can't keep him up. He doesn't need to. The 1v1 trade is strong, but Mini Pekkas have the ball.
Yeah, Cowbell's sinking so many heals into that, tried to keep the BB in play, couldn't work out in the end. And now an opportunity for the speed zone to go down, for FA Mini Pekkas to try to reposition themselves now. The aggression is there. Hypercharge popped by Doritos at a lovely angle as well. Look at the value that he was able to attain at the back of that. Good splash as well there from Cowbell, keeping Motep low as Victorson trying to creep round this right-hand side. Thinking better of it now as Pekka is aware to it, trying to get some taps into Motep. They just can't get this ball out the corner regardless. 25 seconds on the clock.
VT Zim just acquiesces there, knows he's toast, figures kill me quickly so I can respawn faster, stops moving. 15 seconds on the clock, ball midfield. Mini Pekka's not allowing their opponent to walk up. In fact, they're gonna look for the goal and get it. That is goal number 2 and, or goal number 1, excuse me, got excited. That is, wait for it, game number 2. Thank you, got there. We made it happen. And Mini Pekka's laughing their way to the bank. Motep looking strong here, Ark. A nice play coming out from them again. And again, got to bring up a little bit of an upset.
100%. Like I said in that match, this roster change is really showing its worth, and it's a great thing to see, you know, especially when you look at the fact that we've only had one monthly final prior to this. You know, a change had to be made, that change being a very bold one too, for going over to Urbis do picks, and then they actually didn't qualify to this stage of the competition this month round. I mean, taking Hubelia from that roster, and he's really shining today. It's great to watch, and when these bold moves, you know, start to pay off, it lists a whole new look at that guy. I'm sorry, I gotta stop talking and watch the marvel of Pekka there. You know, it's great to see. It brings mini Pekkas back in the game, and that's what they were kind of struggling to achieve last month. And you know, making this region much closer together now, it seems. I mean, this one's still to play itself out. It's just a 2 sets. Let's see whether SK Kalelis can start to bring this back and take it all the way to the 5th now. But one thing's for certain, they're not looking themselves, and their drafts have been questionable so far.
Yeah, SK Kalalas, I'm with you there. They are not looking themselves whatsoever. But the thing that we said coming into this one, we identified that SK Kalalas was the upper card. They did come in second last time around. This squad, you know, sort of storied in this region. But we also brought up that Motep and Pekka are not slouches. These are very strong, capable players. And then Hubi coming through. What I think is really fun is all three of us sat here and we're like, listen, Hubi, you're joining this squad. You got to go ahead and slot in. They gave him the stew. And he's the one like overperforming here. I like that confidence in their new player. I think that tells us at home a lot of the trust and the faith. A lot of times you look at a new roster and you're like, oh, synergy, question mark. I think the fact that they give Hubi the stew tells us a lot about how they feel about this team, how they feel about their new addition, how they feel about their competition coming in.
Yeah, and you simply have to have a good Stu player in this region. I mean, they really do favor Stu as a pick. It's the perfect one to play on a particular map. We saw it a great deal yesterday in EMEA, and playing in teams like Zeta Division really showing us how to do it. Going into Ring of Fire up next then for Hot Zone, and this could be do or die now for SK Kalelis, and will surely be one of the biggest upsets of the day thus far if it does happen. This is a very important draft. We cannot see any more kind of experimentational ideas coming in from SKC here. It's going to be traditional and getting it right, and just getting that mix of the aggression needed combined with the objective. Let's see. Obviously, it is going to be Ring of Fire. Andre Ban is a good sign. First pick, Jesse, there for FA Mini Pekkas. Interesting ideas to really, you know, dedicate themselves to that brawler first. Byron, I didn't mind it. It's not the first pick that I was kind of anticipating here for me, in all honesty. Amber kind of works out a bit better in that regard, able to burn down the bush and leaving things exposed. Piper, though, to follow up. Definitely a very strong brawler on this map, but in this stage of the draft, leaves itself open to a counter. And that's why they're going to actually combine it with it. I don't mind that.
Yeah, exactly. I love that. Exactly what you said there is that when you pick the Piper, you have to worry about the other side. Meg is one of those characters that you have to worry about. Obviously, just so much health to chew through, has the extra life, and it's coming from the other direction. And so Piper here with the Meg in hand. Meg is going to create space for Piper, and you know, even allow Jesse to walk up and put down the turret, perhaps. And so should be a good look. Last selection here. Do you want damage? Do you want tank? Do you want other?
We know they like to combine roughs with the Baron in their scrims, so it might be the same thing. I'm a little bit worried, though, about the fact that, like, where's the Piper and Meg going to be playing? Are they going to both be forcing their way through mid? And if so, that could be a consideration for SK Kalelis there. They're going to go with Max. I think that's a smarter play. You can see that they're thinking about it a lot, because ultimately that's the pairing that they like to go for. I really like the Max here. It's going to play really nicely into the Piper, just being able to get right up in the faces of FA Mini Pekkas as well. Yeah. And, you know, the Meg's going to struggle a little bit as well when it comes to that aggression that she brings to the table. So getting her out of mech, definitely going to be on the high priority list for SK Kalelis. I don't mind this, but certainly the pressure is mounting for SKC. If this set doesn't go their way, they're going home early.
Yeah, this is for SKC on the max. This is a confidence selection. You know, got to be able to just raw pilot it pretty much. Like this comes down to execution. If SK Kalalas can land their shots, which sounds stupid, but like that's what this one is about. If you can land your shots and make these kills count, then you're going to be able to step forward and get on the point. But if you are not high on the accuracy mark and etc., Piper's just going to have your number. Meg's going to be able to walk you down. And so we're seeing Hubi step forward. Does he get punished? Pushed out, and immediately brought all the way down as well. That said, it does send Kalalas walking backwards, beat. And so Mini Pekkas get the space they were looking for off of that 17-14, pretty much a tie game.
Yeah, but they're feeding a lot over to Motep at the moment. He can't be far away from a super and a hypercharge to follow. And we know that can do that. Turret will just have so much tankiness to bring to the table. Good clear ups though, and not too much time spent on the zone actually by FA Mini Pekkas in all honesty, considering the matchups. And they're starting to bring this back pretty close now. There's a super that we expected to see. Taken down very swiftly though by SKC. Caliber falls, but nonetheless, that was pretty decent. It's the objective now that worries me, and there's so much HP to drill through when it comes to what FA Mini Pekkas are working with in that mid.
Well, Hubi here, again, so much HP, but the 2v1 brings it down very quickly. Hubi does get an exchange outside of the mech. That's going to be a nice look, but zooming. Max just going so fast, able to dodge, duck, weave, etc. And find not one, but two. And this opens the door for SK Kalalas. They're down 20% here, Orc, but this is how they find themselves back in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is a golden opportunity here for SKC. They've got to hold themselves firm. Bakal that takes a lot of shots there, brings the speed though in just for the nick of time. Bakal, Jubilee from behind, does get the pickup now and then finds himself in the zone to bring more over. They can get him out of mech and just get him off the zone as quickly as possible. There's still an opportunity here for a steal, but these taps now so important to land as hypercharge available to Motep as well. So dangerous times.
Dangerous times. Call for dangerous measures. Mini Pekkas here now walking up again, still 20% SK Kalalas' senior, and an even trade, but now the 2-on-1. This was already uneven. Motep sitting, chilling. Game one. Arc.
Oh dear.
Arc.
Oh dear.
Arc, this is match point. Arc. This is match point.
When you consider last month's results for SK Kalalas, you know, making that grand finals, not being able to go all the way, but nonetheless making it to that stage of the competition, you know, and leaving the former Fallet's squad in the dust in the process. This is that grudge match from the semi-finals, and SK Kalalas have yet to get anything realistically on the board here, and immediately on the zone here now as well. Look at this. I mean, we need them to wake up. This is going to be all over.
Oh my goodness, a quarter plus. Motep just bringing it home versus the Amber. Very rarely can you see outright, can you see the mental in the gameplay? I feel like Kalalas is pushed down and not feeling good right now. They can't get anything working. Motep not really providing anything for the team right now. VTZM not really looking. And so this, again, an opportunity for Kalalas, but 54% done by the red team already.
Well, now we have got SKC on the zone. Keeping that Piper back is going to be quite key here as well. So if we can just keep Pekka on those back lines, it's not going to be easy, however, because Jubilee are coming in now with the amount of HP, forcing out the phase shift there of Calvert and the heals coming from Doritos. Let's see now Morse coming in, but those jetty shots are just ricocheting time and time again, feeding more utility over to Motep there as well in the process, and now they're on the zone yet again. Jubilee out of mech though, looking to get the HP forwards and hopefully a super along the way. Hypercharge coming in now as well. Huge slow onto SKC. They're just not in this game, and they're about to be going home packing.
Fantastic play for Mini Pekkas. I want to break it down a little bit later about how they chose to pace this game. 90% on the point. Red team staunchly digging their heels in. Meg knocked out of the mech, knocked down. It doesn't matter. Game, set, match. Hold that trophy high. You're going to the semifinals.
In very convincing fashion, no less. And I mean, I've got them down now to be in the grand finals today. I want to see that matchup, and for me, I think it's going to be a matchup versus Calabraces. We'll have to see. Nonetheless, you know, considering that the organization just picked up the roster, a bit of a disappointment today from SKC. We didn't see really anything from them that much. You know, the drafts were a bit all over the place. They certainly didn't seem very confident in their approach, where quite the contrast on the other side of the field. A deserved win and a very convincing win when you consider the roster changes that squad has gone through this month and the bold moves. You know, Jubilee played fantastic today, and I think a great pairing alongside Motep as well.
I gotta echo the sentiment. Hubi, welcome to the squad. This is how you make a statement. I bring it up all the time when players either just freshly get an organization, unfortunately for SK Kalalas, or when you have a new player on a team, there's like a reinvigoration happening. You have so much to prove, essentially. And Hubi, if he had something to prove, and I feel like he did, because Tufa is a legendary player in this region. If you're going to replace Tufa, you kind of got to make some noise, and who'll be making some noise here? The Meg play was fantastic on this map. Arc, it did exactly what it needed to do, and it even brought the kills. 8 over 3-2-1. Fantastic play out of Hubi. I really want to drive home how strong Hubi was for this team.
I think you've nailed it straight on the head as well. You know, if you're going to fill Tufa's shoes, you better make sure that your feet fit the shoe, and they absolutely did today. There's no doubt about that. Will FA Mini Pickers continue this forwards into the grand finals? That's the question now. Great stats for them. 8 for Hubelier as well, for Pekka there as well. And the stats weren't bad on the side of SK Kaladas, but the gameplay was just a bit all over the place. And when it came to those drafts, yet again, I just didn't feel they were confident in the approach. A lot of tried and tested things through scrims and broader ideas that matched those very same sort of practice mentalities, but it just didn't really translate to what they were facing off against. Pekka coming in as your MVP voted on event.brawlstars.com.
Nice. We love to see Pekka coming out here on top. He is the namesake of the team, the Mini Pekkas, and this is the Big Pekka. What's the opposite of mini? I was going to say major in my head, but that's not the opposite. It doesn't matter. Him and his team wind up winning, and he gets the MVP as voted by y'all at home. That's our second quarterfinal. We have semifinals, we have finals, we have Brawl Stars after the jump.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship, powered by Samsung Galaxy, is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Soda. My headshot. I like some.
This is the time. The time when dreams come true and legends are born.
Oh my word!
This is the place.
Some seriously spicy stuff. An absolute masterclass!
The place where teams from across the globe come to battle it out for their shot at glory.
Oh, you're kidding!
And a piece of up to $2 million in prizing.
No pressure, guys. No pressure.
This is the feeling.
It's beautiful!
The once-in-a-lifetime feeling of lifting the trophy at the Brawl Stars World Finals.
Here comes the push. Here's the damage. This is now the crunch time.
This is the game.
Immediately taken down. Still not going to fall. He refuses to die.
The game you love. This is the Brawl Stars Championship. Let's get ready to brawl.
Welcome back, Brawl Nation. It is the BSC powered by the SPS with F, Trav, and I was going to go with FTA. Yeah, F dot, Trav, and Arc. There we go. We got it. We got that. Letters and numbers, it's an A+ so far, though, for every single team that we've seen in our quarterfinals. We're shifting over to our semifinals, and before we get there, shout out to the Squad Busters, pre-registered now. Everybody a winner and get some free stuff. Arc, we are halfway through our competition with our quarterfinals on the A stream done and dusted. What are your feelings so far as we take a gander at the bracket?
It was a very close match between Team Kesso and Level Esports. I was watching it go down. It was back and forth all the way through. I think Team Kesso found themselves against the match point at one point as well, but they were able to bring it back, take it all the way to the fifth, and came out on top in the end. Meanwhile, we still got Reese, the PL, as well as the Olympus squad battling it out as we speak. Playing Bounty. If you want to check out that stream, go to the event site, event.brawlstars.com, and select stream. Be there to see the outcome of that match.
Well, our match in front of us, we are jumping into the semifinals. We have Team Queso, like you mentioned, a barn burner. They're coming off of it. I don't know how much break they get, but now they're coming into Calabresos, which, if there is anything that you call a litmus test, it's going up against Cowdog, Adino, and Firecrow. Trav.
It's going to be a tough match for Team Queso, especially coming off the back of a 3-2, as you said. We don't know how much time they've kind of had to rest in between, kind of gauge out on how Calabresos played in their game, considering they're playing at the same time. But Calabresos definitely coming into this one as the stronger team. Their 3-0 comparison to Team Queso's 3-2 is not looking too good for the red side.
And Arc on the other side here, I mean, do you echo the same sentiments? You were watching the matchup here with Team Queso. It was a long one. What can you say about their performance on the field?
Yeah, I resonate the same feelings as Trav here. I mean, you know, when you look at the performance in terms of the scoreline, it's certainly fair to say that Level Esports were the weaker of the squads, you know, and that Team Queso should probably have made it a bit more convincing. Having said that, they have gone through the motions, they've been put up against the test, and sometimes those are things that allow teams to dig a little bit deeper and have a bit more of a warm-up process. But you know, when you consider realistically just kind of how comfortable it was looking for Calabresos, I mean, they brought in a Jackie on Shooting Star, I thought. I mean, that is an ego pick and a half.
I mean, there was a little bit of strategy. You're 100% right. As we take a look at this one, though, I look at, you know, reminder, we just came off of SK Kalalas getting upset. So, you know, there's something in the air tonight. Maybe we JXCR with a little bit of commentary there. My man, he's got the jacket on because he's cold. And so I'm looking at Team Queso. They could be a second team that comes through with an upset here. I think you're right. The assertion that the Calabresos are on top. This is the upper card. Correct. Absolutely. Queso, though, when you're coming up against the upper card, Trav, I always bring up the fact that you know what they like to play. There's a lot of tape on it. You can just watch their games and how they win and how they won last monthly finals. So Queso have a lot of tape to kind of draw from as opposed from the other side.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's kind of like how much of Calabrosis can they watch? How much can they analyze them? At the end of the day, they're a worse team. I hate to say it. But, you know, like, they can watch all they want, they can analyze all they want, but when it comes down to the gameplay and the drafts are done, it's all down to the gameplay. Calabresos is the better team on paper, and that's just how it is. Team Queso have got so much to make up for that I don't know if the analysis or all of the watching they want to do with Calabresos is going to be enough.
Yeah, I think if I'm coaching this team, Arc, I look at Calabresos and I just tell Team Queso, like, all right, they're going to try to play through Kyle Dog, shut him down. You know, you put 4 players on Kobe. That's just what you do. Obviously, Adinho and Firecrow can beat you. Force them to. That's my thought.
Yeah, I think you got to find a hole in the draft somewhat as well. Take away some of those aggressive ideas like the Max from Calabresos, which they like to champion so much, and just try to work from there. And just, I mean, that's quite a close poll, though. Let's be honest.
Yeah, I mean, cut down the center. Like I said, Team Queso has a lot of fans. This is a legendary org, and these players aren't unknown for sure. Bounty and Hideout is where we start. Arc and Trav, you'll have the call. I'll see you later.
Tough one to call, Trav, but I do stand with what you said. I'll be honest, you know, despite the poll being as close as that, just giving a slight bit of an edge to Team Queso. It was kind of surprising. I mean, that's surely about a lot of the organization having a strong community behind them. I'd imagine coming through there a little bit more than I was expecting to see, in all honesty. Gene is the first pick coming in for Hideout, and Bounty. Charlie is the response so far from Team Queso. But you know, like you say, you know, Kydog, 2 times world finalist, Adinho, 2 times world finalist, Firepro, 3 times world finalist. That is what Team Queso are up against at the moment.
I mean, to be honest, I think the predictions are probably just because Team Queso have got a nice shiny badge, to be honest with you. I think that's probably for the most part. You know, Team Queso is a notorious org. You know, you expect them to sign, you know, one of the best teams in the region. And for those who don't really know Calabresos as the name of Calabresos, which is going to be quite common, it's not the most obvious thing pointing to a good team, is it really? So I'm not surprised that it's a little bit swayed towards Team Queso, but obviously they pick up the Charlie and the RT for the side of Team Queso. A couple of very, very solid picks. Magic Hand obviously going to be available for Kyle Dog with the Hypercharge along with it, sending 3 out now instead of 1. But at the same time, F-Dot mentioned a little bit earlier, if it's not backed up by the right thing, it can definitely hurt you.
I was just literally about to call it. It was so super obvious. And I said it coming into the matchup that, you know, for me, Team Queso need to ban brawlers like Max away from the hands of Firecrow. And, you know, it's a great pairing with the Gene. I mean, we've seen it time and time again across the regions, you know, this weekend long in the April monthly finals. You know, it really has come back into the meta now as that pairing. We haven't necessarily always seen the Sandy with that Gene Max combo coming back into the same sort of level of play, which is a bit of a surprise to me. But certainly the Max and the Gene now is that pairing that Team Queso just haven't banned out. Sure, they've got some good bans, though. They've been very observative to make sure to ban out the Melody as well as the Angelo and Byron. I mean, those are 3 heavy hitters, and you can't ban them all, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, how are we feeling about the B, though? Because in my eyes, a bit of movement speed, and it becomes quite hard for the B to do that much. And yeah, if they're not really sped up, which for the most part they probably should be if Firecrow's doing his job well enough, then it's going to be very difficult for the B, I feel.
On paper, you know, Max is speed, B is slow. So, you know, it should level out in B's favor, but it doesn't really translate that same way, and more so for the fact that this region love playing B. It's a very South American pick at this stage where we are in the meta. It's very sort of 2023 kind of brawler for me still. I mean, we saw it a little bit played around with by Semantic yesterday in the EMEA region, but didn't really bring home the goods. I love the brawler, don't get me wrong, it's one of my favorite brawlers to play, and the packing of the Sting is so strong, can just secure kills quickly in a mode like Bounty where you need that for the objective. But I'm a bit on the fence so far when it comes to it. So, you know, in this kind of draft,
Oh, it's a good job Ficro had those rocket laces there. He was in a bit of a tough position, but did manage to escape. He's hitting a good shot onto Kyodog there, bringing him up quite low, but the magic puffs obviously coming in from the Gene, going to be super, super helpful when these guys want to heal, but aggressive rocket laces there. Not sure how I feel about that one. And it does just have to back off and pretty much make it useless.
Speed now. Kyodog coming in, and the healing as well, much needed from Adino, consistently so. Not really going to come out with much, but the gadget away from the Charlie is one thing. Spider's now out as well, but a missed magic hand, and there's the honeypot as well. Just a good, safe measure from Reese, and they're going to be able to exacerbate those. And Kyodog picks up the left-hand side kill. That's actually going to give the lead to Calabrasos.
I mean, that was one of the most insane vengeful spirits I've ever seen as well. Just clean up all of those little spiders coming towards them, which they couldn't deal with that fast. Obviously, with this kill coming in from Kyodog over the left-hand side onto Brian. It lengthens the lead a bit more. 3 now. Oh, Reese just evades it. Almost goes down to that incendiary damage as well. Gene just keeping them low, backing them off, waiting for Kyodog to have a speed, have a hypercharge. Then they can make that aggressive move again.
It's all about whistling down that utility, you know, taking away these gadgets from JXCR and Reese. And Rocket Rain over the top as well, and helping hand things, but Reese still staying alive there. Oh, I spoke too soon for Firecrow with a lovely rocket and a jump over the wall for safety. And now the follow-up onto JXCR. Calabrasos are starting to cook.
Yeah, I mean, this is domination right now. It started slow, but it picked up quite quick as soon as he starts to get these supers. And there's another pull as well. Hypercharge used there by Kyodog. Didn't have a super along with it, but with 3 seconds on the clock, that is not going to matter at all. Calabrasos starting things off strong, moving 1-0 up in knockout.
Just taking things at their own pace to start, and that is the way to play. You don't want to waste your own utility too much by trying to draw out those gadgets, and just making sure that you've got that positioning power ideally over those weaker brawlers, and that Brock just able to close the gap ever so narrowly, secure some of them here and there. Went a long, long way, but you know, again, this Max, you know, you can see how devastating it is in the hands of Calabrasos, and I think people got to stop to consider to ban it against them.
You've kind of got to think of something like that. But Ficro starting strong once more of that left-hand side, getting the kill onto the B. Now the speed over the right as well. Should be able to just pepper them down. Maybe keep GXR a little bit lower, but the Spider's going to be spawning in there, giving them some cover, but Vengeful Spirit straight in there from Adino as well. Will bring Reese and JXR low once more. Brian just going so aggressive now, stepping out of line once more. And even if they're not aggressive, they can't go any further back. They're pinned against a wall, and Calabrasos are taking advantage of it.
It just feels like that first game they were just feeling out the opposition and not just overestimating them or underestimating them, and now they're really starting to thrive. Brian, oh, he will fall now as well. The Firecrow, lovely stuff again, 7 stars already. They're not done yet. Reese on the right-hand side will fall to Kyodog as well, and now running out with all the stars. Team Kesso are so far behind in this game.
9-0. I mean, this is pretty much how it ended in the last game. Never mind with a minute still on the clock. They can finish this one before the clock even runs out if they continue this tempo. Firecrow with another super as well. Just going to rain it down on JXCR. 1 bullet is all that's needed to finish him, but they don't get the connection. Brian now just going to have the hypercharge here against Firecrow. Well, Firecrow's going to use a hypercharge against him. Try get the catch up to get the damage in, but just gets taken down there by the Hax gadget. Does come in useful quite often, but still they're aggressing. Adino with a magic hand, and no spiders there for JXCR is not going to be helpful, and he gets punished for it.
A great time as well. Oh, Reese will fall yet again. I mean, this might be an absolute domination of this set. So far, so good for Calabrasos as we approach 20 seconds on the clock. Hypercharge now for Kyodog and everyone going in. Adino's got the magic hand as well. Nice gadget placement, but instantly taken care of. Adino will pick it up as the trade on the other side of things, but there is the game and the set going the way of Calabrasos.
I don't know how to feel about it. It just felt like they weren't even really trying, and still completely walking over their opposition in Team Queso. Calabrasos so much more to offer than that, I feel, and they finished it before the clock even hit 0. So worrying for Team Queso going forwards. Calabrasos, yes, they're the favorites coming into this one. Yes, Team Queso just had a long, grueling game, but still, you've got to have a better showing than that in the first set. Otherwise, you know, it's kind of a bit of a bad omen for the rest.
Calabrasos still looking so confident in their style and their drafting, and no one really challenging them just yet so far. I'd like to see Team Kesso get a little bit of that into the equation, get a bit more back and forth, but I mentioned it before, I do feel like the Max into Charlie might be something that might shift around to next month, because you can see, like, we didn't really see any value from JXCR that entire game when it came to the Cocoon, and I don't think anyone on the squad, we didn't see any legs from Brian, we didn't see Reese kind of really getting much slow value either, because the pace coming in just as we speak, it shows how impressive this combination really is. And I think this is volumes when you consider just how dominant Charlie has been recently, not looking so strong there. I mean, that was a missed cocoon there, but nonetheless, more often than not, these utilities don't seem to stir Calabresos. And I mean, those stats do say quite the story.
Yeah, 0-2-0 is not what you want from an entire... I mean, it was pretty much 4 minutes of bounty. To get 2 kills in the entirety of that is just not the best sign for Team Queso. Calabresos, though, 7-2-5. Kydog really showing his aggressive nature once more. Not on the Stu this time, but the Max is just as much as a threat for the other team as his Stu is.
We'll see more from JX here as well. He's a very aggressive player. We saw him do wondrous work last year with Buzz, and it just feels like the meta's not really in his favor at the moment necessarily, but maybe the next sit will bring something better for Team Queso. Certainly this draft, I feel, just needs to be a little bit more shaped and designed towards Calabresos. We were saying yesterday in the EMEA region just somewhat, because there are so many brawlers now that are must bans. And I mean, speaking of a great map for just that, I mean, you know, Nani, I mean, Piper's kind of considered highly in this region. So I think Angelo for me is the must ban compared to her, though. Ultimately, Colette, we didn't see her picked earlier today, and I kind of really did still wonder why. Melody here is going to be considered very highly as well. It can cause a great amount of troublesome moments having that in your back spawn side. So I mean, you know, for me, Team Queso really need to consider greatly as to how they ban here. Do they ban to the meta, or do they ban to Calabresos?
That is the question. I mean, Heist is one of those kind of modes that usually lasts the entire time and not finished with the safe being destroyed. But at the end of the day, with the Calabresos here, I'm sure anything is possible. And they definitely have some players who are capable of playing these high DPS brawlers, Colt, Brock, that kind of thing, as we have just seen, and dominating the opposition as well. So possibly could take that kind of route. Bans obviously in, going to see the Angelo, the Melody, and I think it might have been the Chuck there. Colt was the first pick from Team Queso, possibly taking out the hands of Calabresos here. It was the Chuck, then the Piper, Chuck, and Byron, the bans on the other side. Bell going to be the first pick, though, from Calabresos.
Yeah, Chuck on both sides. I kind of, in my brain, just eradicate Chuck because I'm thinking that no team's going to leave it open, right? So good to see that both sides are on that same page. But the Colt, it's very, very scary. Brock as well now coming in for Team Queso. The Eve and the Bell pick, you know, very kind of traditional ideas. I do like the Bell here, but you know, it's going to be considered for potentially that 8 pick to follow up. I mean, that's where I would be looking to achieve with it. I think Bell, even 8-bit would be a good play, and it's a troublesome thing now for Team Queso if they are thinking that same idea, because Bell into 8-bit's going to have a great time. And let's see what they figure out themselves. Charlie going to come in. That's a very solid pick as well for me. I think in terms of the draft for me, not ending that I'm really kind of scuffing over here. I think it's relatively good from both sides so far. Let's see what Calabresos pick up next.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is for Team Queso, I feel like Brock's kind of maybe got to take the mid here, and it's not the mid brawler that you want, right? You kind of want to send Brock down one of those lanes, have the free pickings towards the safe. They don't have a amazing mid, you know, a Nanny, a Bell, a Piper, something like that. And we're going to see the Carl slotting in here as well. It can go aggressive. It can slice through some of those spiders, but also when it does go aggressive, Charlie can just cocoon it quite quick.
Interesting. We haven't really seen Carl very much. Just drifting into the meta somewhat a little bit. We do tend to see a kind of like oddball brawler coming in to safe zone sometimes. We saw Sam yesterday in EMEA, and now the Carl coming in for Calabresos. But you know, it is very fitting in their play style. It's that aggressor and getting behind enemy lines and being a complete pest in those top and left hand side corners. That kind of does say a lot about this squad, and Team Queso are going to be very cautious on that defense for that reason. If they buy too much time for Calabresos, it's going to be all damage on that safe.
Oh, in we go. Flying hook over to the right hand side here, trying to take some early control here against Breeze. Taking very heavy fire from the Brock, though not able to get that final connection, and that actually might punish his teammate. The rest of Calabresos winning their lanes as well. Breeze does just narrowly survive, but a nest egg going to be placed down in the mid here by Fycro. Early lead, though, for Calabresos, but not the most control now.
Nice jump away there from Medino, and now just keeping himself a distance from Brian. Breeze trying to creep forwards here. Kydog with a nice flying hook over the river there on the right hand side. Doesn't get Breeze taken care of there in the process. Fycro will, and that is key. Those big taps as well from Dino now as well. The hatchlings coming in should give Calabresos a bit more of an affirming role in this mid.
I mean, just so much control here. Eventually, GXCR's managed to get himself that wall break. Frees up a bit of room for him to roam around this mid, but he's not even getting to the mid. And Kydog, as you mentioned, in this aggressive right-hand side pocket, should just choose kind of stay around that angle with the damage gear active. Should be able to do quite a lot here, but the cocoon has been placed onto the Bell, I was going to say here. I kind of lost who it was for a minute there, but Brian now eventually getting up. JXCR damage gear activated, hypercharge 2, going to rain down some rockets on that safe. As I said, it kind of does, you know, maybe around about the same amount as a normal super at that point. Kyodog going aggressive. Team Queso have taken the lead though, and that's just off one push alone.
Yeah, I feel like the Brock hypercharge is definitely going to get a tuning later down the line. Firecrew landing the mark onto JXCR. Now the response coming in from Calabrasos. There was a lot of damage on their safe, and they want to make up for lost time here. Kaido going to use the super instantly eradicated though by Reese on that right. But if they can get now Brian taken care of and Firecrew joining the damage side, plenty of time now for Calabrasos to steal this lead.
Brian just couldn't connect those shots onto Adinho there, and he did manage to get out. Incendiary doesn't bring it down in time, and that's going to be some hatchlings coming through. Now the aggression from Calabrasos, and they're the kind of team who have this draft that needs to keep control for the majority of the game, because we've seen how much damage Queso can do in one push. 25 seconds on the clock around about. We need to see something from Team Queso, but Calabrasos holding strong for now. Eventually these spiders come through, but Adinho picks up that side. Reese going onto the safe. Brock moving towards that position where he can get damage too, and if he gets there, it's going to be difficult for Calabrasos.
What a beautiful pinch on that right-hand side, and as quickly as that, 2 of Team Queso members fall. Brian's the last man standing with the amount of time to get some damage, but Kyodog is ensuring it. I don't know whether the JXCR is realistically going to even reach the safe, nor Reese. Now it's just the one, and that'll be another game going the way of Calabrasos.
Well, that was fast once more. It did take quite a while, but those aggressive pushes. We saw literally one push from Team Queso, and they took the lead, but they couldn't get another one. Towards the end there, we saw them going forwards, the Brock, the Colt. If they can get on safe from that little pocket, they can do so much damage. But as you mentioned, the pinch that Calabrasos got was just too dangerous for Team Queso to really do anything.
It really was wonderful. I mean, just making sure the Firecrow is landing those shots to ricochet between the two. Great stuff from Calabrasos in this second set. And one more game, and they'll secure it for themselves too. You need to see, again, a little bit more from Team Queso, a bit more of a sign of confidence, a few more pushes as well. It's like you said, just the one is not going to cut it. Kaido now in a good positioning. He's got the gadget as well, of course, the flying hook to be able to insert even more aggression onto this safe and keep Brian on that defense going in now, and a great time for it. Lovely protective pirouette from here. Cancelled out, though, by the Rocket Laces, but followed up by Firecrow, who's able to clear out the house.
Yeah, well, just see Adinho keeping back the Colt here. He's doing a little bit of a clown pin, a little bit of a spin, but super going to be missed from Brian, and that's definitely going to deflate their push a bit, especially with these bounces from the Bell shots coming through now, landing onto Brian and Colt. Carl just going to slide around. Miss a shot in there, though. Almost cost himself. Oh, almost evades that entire Brock super, but just clips him with that last rocket.
Yeah, brutal pixel there on that final rocket, but JXCR now low on that left-hand side. Brian going to pop a hypercharge here as well, and Reed's going to connect with the safe. But Kaido comes in with a lovely protective pirouette, gets both players down, and now exuding damage onto the safe and gives themselves the lead.
Yeah, I mean, just a slightly, though 4% is all that Team Queso need to get done. That's literally one Brock shot. Firecrow moving forwards, though. They're going to want to keep the control for the rest of this game. He's forced forwards as the Brock super lands behind him. There's the cocoon as well, but now the spawners coming in. They're trying to push out, but by this time, Adinho should have some good tanking for him, and Brian in a tough position once more does go down. Kaido kicks up his super and evades the Colt super by it. Has the damage gear active, but can't find the connecting blow onto Reese, but the bounce back from the Bell resets his healing and puts him in a bad position once again.
Viper is getting so much utility from this safe, just bouncing those shots between players, keeping Team Queso back, keeping them low, keeping them on the defense. Hypercharge now marked up his race as well. Just one tap and he will go. Brian soon to follow shortly as well. It's a very firm grip hold on this offense here from Calabrasos. Team Queso now with 15 seconds to respond. I just don't see how it's going to be possible unless Reese can bring some magic.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a mark on him as well. I just don't see it happening. And also, Kaidog's still up top, and he's not being defended. 30% left, and he carries on hitting that safe too. Calabrasos moving 2 sets up against Team Queso now. A lot better for Team Queso in this second set, but still nowhere near what Calabrasos are bringing to the table.
Exactly that. It wasn't quite the same as the first set. Team Queso seemed a bit more sure of themselves, made a couple more plays and played better as a squad. But again, they're just struggling against this aggressive nature of Calabrasos, which is something which they have control over in those drafting stages a little bit more. And we're not really kind of seeing that come to the forefront at the moment. I feel like Calabrasos are still getting the picks that they want to have, the picks that they know they can work with and get good results with. And that's what's the troublesome thing so far. At the moment, it just seems like a little bit of a mismatch situation. And Calabrasos just storming ahead yet again, and it's going to take a lot of mistakes for them to crumble like Bill on this series.
I mean, we're seeing the set highlights now, and I can only imagine that there's not really going to be too many highlights for Team Queso, and I don't mean that in a bad way. We just didn't really see them over that half of the map much. Here's the pretty much only signs of damage they got in that second game, and it was quickly swept up by Kyodog, and he just chooses to go on the aggressive instantly. You know, leave the Brock, your two teammates are spawning back in, and that's what Calabrasos do so well. That team play, along with that kind of controlled aggression.
Yeah, that Carl doing very much the same job that we saw with the Sam yesterday, and just kind of staying in those back pockets. It's so difficult to deal with, and if you don't secure the kill and you try and go on the aggressive and go on the offensive, then you're leaving someone on the safe. Firecrow 14 kills with the bell says a huge story to me. Getting so much value for it. Team Kiss didn't really know how to deal with it on that defensive, and just didn't really kind of value how much those shots are going to ricochet between the safe and the players. Adino as well had a great game. Kyodog, as we saw. We want to say more about Team Kessa, but we're just not really seeing enough to warrant it.
I know, it's really, really tough. 14 for Firecrow is huge, though. Adino 9 and 8 as well. But JXCR matching out on the other side, getting 9 of his own. Brian and Reese not finding the same look there as well, and Brian really had a tough time against both the Carl and against the Eve. Couldn't find a lane that he could really do anything on. Reese was doing his bit. He was getting some damage, especially in that first game. He rained down on safe quite a lot. But Brian just couldn't find a matchup that favored him.
Well, down to what could be the final set here for Team Kessa in the April monthly finals. Let's see. It's now or never for them to remain in the competition. Rustic Arcade, Gem Grab coming in. Obviously, a wide open space map, so you're going to be considering heavily that Angelo Bound. We haven't really seen any of him this week. A little bit here and there, but not that much. Bell, Charlie, Leon as well is in a very good spot for this particular map in this region. I wouldn't mind seeing a little bit of Mr. P. We haven't really seen any of it yet today, and I was hoping to for this region, but I think Stu, Spike as well, the kind of common South American picks, highly valued in that regard. And let's see, Melody, I think it's got to be there, and it is, as well as the Andrew and the Byron on the right-hand side there. Bell first pick there for Calabrasos, along with the bands of the Larry and Laurie, the Piper, and the Max. I think the Max band for me is quite key here as well.
Oh, Gene there for Team Queso now. I do like the Gene. With the hypercharge, it can turn a game massively. You know, if you stood in a roundabout the same position, you can, you know, possibly even hook all 3 lanes if they're stood behind the walls here, back in the spawn. But I like what Kyodog did bring to the table. If they choose to take something like a Meg, they can, you know, mark it up, get them out of the mech quite quickly, and then take advantage of that. But obviously they did choose to take the Gene, so shouldn't really be playing Meg along with it, I wouldn't imagine, considering Meg usually does play that mid role, which Gene will be slotting straight into. You know, don't write it off though. Meg can do a lot more than just roam through the mid on this map. Second pick should be coming in just in a second. They've got a long way to go if they want to catch it with Calabrasos here. Possibly a Max, I was going to say, to pair with the Gene, but it's going to be a Stu, something, you know, still aggressive, but not really providing any aggression to the Gene as well.
You know, I mentioned it because it's very South American, but I'm not a massive fan of Stu here. I mean, it's going to be okay, but it's a wide open map and can struggle for that very reason. Speed Zone, I'm sure, going to be the flavor of that Stu as well on the gadget side. Carl going to come in from Team Queso side as well. I mean, you know, there's kind of brawler that can make some good steal moments and come out with the goods, so I don't necessarily mind it. And Carl is drifting, like I said in the previous set, a little bit more into the meta at the moment. Still a little bit more on the fence. I think there's some better ideas that could be implemented here. Charlie wasn't picked at all, and I think that's one that's definitely worth considering over some of the ideas. But the Meg as well, paired with that Bell, and it's quite a nice pairing there with the Ruffs as well. I think over time, Calabrasos are only going to get stronger if they play this right.
That does make sense, and Kyodog starting off strong, getting 1 gem and attempting to get this one off the opposing team's side as well, but a quick little lane swap from Team Queso wasn't really taken advantage of by Calabrasos. I feel, you know, when they're swapping, you can push up those lanes quite successfully, but at the moment, just choosing to play it slow, calculated, just as they've been doing so far.
Well, Firecrow going super on the aggressive here out of mech, but not the worst of things. The aggression of Reese might be though, and Kyodog can help out on that right-hand side, so he will fall. This mark there as well from Kyodog. Down really low here as well. Reese could have gone in on the aggressive, chose not to buy some time for Kyodog to not be able to get back into the mid. Now with the supply drop handed over though from Medino. Let's see, big slow to Brian. Gems drop down, a swipe from Firecrow, and the gems are all for the taking. JXCR still needs a gadget. I mean, it's going on the left-hand side, hasn't got the protective pirouette, and goes down regardless. A terrible start for Team Queso.
I'm in the best nest egg I've ever seen. Or Paul almost makes the connection on Kyodog, but Firecrow going to have to survive here as well. JXCR misses that shot. You've got to hit that to get the reset. Brian so low on the left as well. No pull in sight. nothing can be done to turn this one round. Calabrazo sits in spawn, Kaido 10 gems over his head, and they head into match point.
It's moments like that and mistakes that you just cannot afford to make when the other side of the coin will reveal a match point against you. And Calabrazos, again, don't seem to be looking any signs of sweating in this matchup. It looks like an outmatch. And for Team Queso, they have to change so much now to even think about taking it to a set, let alone a fifth set.
Well, we'll see if they're able to do too much here. Vengeful Spirits comes out early, brings Kodog to about half HP along with a shot from Reese from the right-hand side, but great taps now, turning around. Vengeful Spirits number 2 and a shot to follow up, gets the kill on the mid. Adinho throws that super back, just providing a nice little power-up to his mid player in the Gene. Firecrow very, very low, should drop out a mech here, but survives on a little bit longer. Reese coming aggressive now, trying to get the kill, but actually ends up going down and feeding Firecrow a lot towards his next mech.
Brian using the gadget there. Adinho's kind of low here, but JXL could not finalize the kill. Going to come in now with a flying hook and get some damage. Staying alive as well, 800 HP, allowing Brian to pick up those gems from the mid. Now Reese will reposition himself there as well on that right-hand side. Calabrazo's got to break through this defensive line now, and the magic hand available to Brian is definitely a concern. Sandbags for Adinho if he tries, so I'm sure the target will be Kaido. Bringing those gems in for Team Queso, getting a game on the map. It's going to do so much for them, but these moments have got to land, and the supers have got to hit.
Yeah, swipe available from Firecrow, which means Reese can't go as aggressive. Now those sandbags have been burned through. Adinho could have been pulled there, but a bigger fish to fry. He wants that mid, he wants the 4 gems over it as well, but the power up along with Kaido puts him in a decent position to win the majority of matchups throughout this mid here, but great aggression from JXCR, flank around the back, now being pinched, gets a beautiful shot, gets 1, gets 2, and the 3rd falls as well. JXCR going huge for Team Queso.
Those are the moments, you gotta land them, and JXCR did just that. There's 10 seconds though. Can Calabrazos get a reset here? It's gonna be the top left-hand side or nothing at all. Reese trying to buy some time for his squad. 2 seconds. Oh, not gonna happen. Team Queso get themselves a game. They stay alive in this series.
I mean, if they do more of that, then this is going to be a Team Queso comeback in this set, because that one singular play from JXCR was absolutely phenomenal, turning the tides of the game. You know, they were winning it anyway, but, you know, if you can take out all 3 members of the opposing team, why not?
Want to play, honestly want to play, but my concern is that Team Queso can't rely on JXCR to have to do that every single time. Gotta start playing better together as a squad. But that is the start, that little spark that can lead on to so much to follow. Let's see how Calabrazos respond and whether they shift up a gear and get this one in on the board and through to the grand finals.
Reese pushing up the left-hand side, did fall quite low, now being backed off. Vengeful Spirits used by Brian, but Firecrow continues this dominance, continues pushing forward. Gets the kill onto him. JCR going to make the rotation, but Calabrazos quick to swap as well, putting the roughs straight back on the stew, and with the sandbags it's pretty useful. JXCR very aggressive and no help from his teammates. Firecrow retreating back now and should be able to clean up this Carl aggression that JXCR's putting forward once more, and this time Calabrazos on top.
Oh, magic hand won't bring back anything other than a sandbag. But 9 gems in the pocket is definitely such a concern here. Hypercharge, oh my word, the utility that's raining down on Team Queso at the moment, and the countdown is there. Team Queso got to go and reset this with Firecrow, Kyodog. Anyone realistically here is going to reset things, but time is ticking. Jack's going to make a play here, but he is marked up. He should go down, and he does. Reese is too low, and it just leaves Brian all alone. It's going to be Calabrazos moving forwards in today's grand final.
Absolutely huge from them. 2 big games, 2 sweeps for them today. Calabrazos just looking phenomenal heading on into those finals. Team Queso showed their first sign of life, but the first sign of life was just a little bit too late. Calabrazos walk away with it in quite a swift 3-0.
It's scary, isn't it? It really is when you look at how they performed last month to how they are performing this month. It's just business as usual. They're not breaking a sweat, and we have yet to really see them be tested. Just that one game, that one moment, it was a beautiful moment from JXCR, don't get me wrong. I mean, he really did clear up the entirety of the squad, but you got to have those more consistently and get, most importantly, sets on the board. One game is not going to be good enough, and Team Queso are going to have to think a lot about how they come back around to next month.
Yeah, adaptations have got to be made, but you can't fault them. You know, getting to the semi-finals, they beat who they were wanted to beat today. You know, coming into a match against Calabresos, it's not ever going to be an easy matchup. That's the thing. But they got through. They got through the quarterfinals, made it to the semis, and that's some valuable points on the board for Team Queso this month.
Yeah, absolutely so. I mean, they're still very much in the running, nothing wrong there. But you know, when you look at the kind of level or the ceiling of this region, for me at the moment, Calabresos really are the ones to set it. And the stats to match. Karadog with a fantastic game, 9 kills, 349 DPS. It's quite a high one realistically here, considering that it's the Bell pick that he's playing. 8 for Adino, 3 for Firecrow. I mean, there wasn't lacking of kills necessarily on the side of Team Queso. JXCR did very well in the aggressor, but I think that's Stu pick to me as well. Again, didn't really bring too much to this kind of unit. I like to see a bit more where that Brawl is concerned. And you know, G's not necessarily designed to get the most kills, but you know, stay secure in the mid, bring in those all-important heals, land those magic hands. But there wasn't really much to be told about those moments. There was good control from Team Queso, but it was just quickly overthrown by Calabresos every single time.
Yeah, they had their moments. They really did. Like, JXCR played that call very well. And, you know, they were attempting to make the lane swaps. They wanted to make the adaptations, but Calabresos were just 2 steps ahead of them. They swapped as soon as Team Queso swapped and just continued to do that throughout that last game. And I think that's kind of the difference maker in that one, that Team Queso just couldn't keep up with them. Karadog going to be the MVP once more. That man can play aggressive brawlers like no other. But obviously, if he needs to be defensive, he can do that too.
He's just stealing the spotlight today, isn't he? In the quarterfinals and now in the semis as well. Will they go all the way today on the side of Calabresos to maybe give him the MVP in the grand finals too? We'll have to wait and see. Today is not done yet. We're about around the halfway mark now. One more semifinal still to come. And make sure that you head over to events.brawlstars.com right this very moment. Get those early predictions in for the next match. We'll talk them through a little bit when we get back as well. But Trav, give us your thoughts before we go away for that break for anyone wanting to do so when it comes to those predictions.
I mean, I think for my eyes, you've got to go with Mini Peckers. I feel Reese Dupiel, they're not really the team to beat Mini Peckers. You know, there are teams who can, there are teams who will throughout this year, but Reese Dupiel just isn't really the one to do it for me.
Well, you heard it from the predictions master. That's what you need to go and head over to do right this very moment. We're going to take a very, very short break here on the desk. Be right back after a word from our sponsors.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship, powered by Samsung Galaxy, is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL. The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship, powered by Samsung Galaxy, is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Hello and welcome back. Fantastic stuff out of our semi-finals. Another clock in, clock out type day here for our boys on the Calabresos side. Welcome back, Ark and Trav, brother. Welcome back, me. It's me. And how are you guys doing after that set?
Very exciting stuff. I'm very curious to see whether Calabresos will go all the way, of course. FA Mini Pickers could definitely be the one to stand in their way, or a huge upset potentially here about to reveal itself.
Very true. We've had some upsets already on the day, Trav. Do you think that influences our upset here, or?
No, I don't think so. You know, they managed to take down Olympus squad, and you got to respect them for doing just that. 3-1 down there at the bottom of the quarterfinals. But FA Mini Peckers, they are one heck of a team. They just beat SK Kalelas 3-0, and SK Kalelas made it all the way to the finals in the previous month. So, do I think Reese can do it? Maybe 5% chance. Mini Peckers all the way for me.
Fantastic stuff. I mean, we'll look for it. We will see how Mini Peckers goes. And, I mean, right in front of us, we have our work cut out for us, Trav. Or Ark too. I mean, Mini Peckers, I think, are a strong team. And I'm curious as to see how they're going to hit the ground running.
Yeah, I feel like they'll jump into this with, that kind of early moment of just passiveness to gauge out their opposition a little bit, not overdo things. But Motep, Pekka, and Hubilia, when they get cooking, they get so aggressive. Very similar for me for this region as many others that go on those kind of natures, with Max now coming into the forefront of the meta as well. I really think that that's a Brawl to consider highly for them. But I mean, they looked so fantastic earlier today. Again, with a very risky roster change, taking out Tufa, bringing in Hubilia from that Urbis Dupix roster, who didn't qualify this month as a result of those roster changes. I'd imagine clearly was chemistry that wasn't working along the way. Well, today this roster really is working, and I'm excited for it. I'm keen to see who will come out on top, but my money is on FA Mini Packers.
I mean, there's definitely some strong competition, Trav, across the way. We've got Reese Do PL and Ice Crow, Leleo Ninja, and Brawl. We saw on the B stream, and we got a chance to see some of what they bring to the table, and this is it. What can you say about our blue squad here?
I just have to question whether or not, they did win 3-1, and that's a very good scoreline to come into the semi-finals from. Obviously, the only thing better than that would be to 3-0, but they weren't capable of doing that against the Limpo squad. For me, I don't know if the opponents they had were enough to kind of prepare them for this matchup that they're going to have up next. They're going to need to bring absolutely everything they have and some more. It has to be the best they've ever played Brawl Stars if they want a chance at making an upset against these titans of the region, pretty much.
That's a big point here. You come in, if it goes the other way around, if you wind up kind of playing against one of these fierce teams and then you have to play against somebody lower on the pole, so to speak, it feels like, taking the donuts off the bat. Whereas on the other side, this is kind of the opposite experience, where we have these players coming in and they have not walked into somebody this strong just yet. And so Mini Pekkas are certainly the team to beat in this matchup. RDP, though, obviously they've gotten here. They are strong enough to make it through qualifiers, to make it through quarterfinals, and then to find themselves here at our semi-final. But if they want to make their way to Calabresos, they do have to take down Mini Pekkas. And the Pekkas and the guys have shown that they, they were dominant, and they caused that upset that I referenced earlier on today, and certainly something that you've got to take note of if you're taking down teams like that. I think you're coming into this one spicy. Arc, I asked Trav how RDP was going to do coming into the. Do you think Mini Pekkas has the momentum after their last set?
I think the momentum is there. One thing I will say that in regards to RDP is the fact that they did beat Mini Pekkas in the qualifying stages. That's what made them qualify through the upper bracket. So it was 2-1 scoreline. It was in favor, of course, of Reese do PL, but this is the monthly final. That's the difference there. And I think that the way that Mini Pekkas are performing today is outstanding. They're gonna have to do a great deal on the side of Reese do PL to be able to really combat a lot of those aggressive ideas. But that scoreline still remains. That's what kept them in the upper bracket and forcing then FA Mini Pekkas down into that lower bracket stage in the qualifiers.
That is a big piece of info. The fact that Reese wound up beating Mini Pekkas in the qualifier. Trav, I agree with Arc that monthly finals is very different, but last statement before we say goodbye to Arc here, Trav, do you think that I lost it a little bit. My bad. We got Rustic Arcade in front of us. Arc, see you later, friend. We will see you on the flip side. My question really is just that Mini Pekka is coming through with all of this action. RDP did take them down in qualifiers. And so does that change your feeling at all?
I don't necessarily think so. It's a lot shorter of a game in qualifiers. Best of 3 in comparison to that best of 5. There's less time to kind of gauge your opponent, and not that Mini Pekkas should need to gauge their opponent. I don't think there's any excuse for them losing to RDP in those qualifiers, because they should be coming out and they should be winning anyway. But at the end of the day, I think it does change it a little bit, but I don't think enough to change my opinion from who's going to be able to win this one.
All right, well, we'll take a look. I think, so it changes my opinion a little bit coming into this one, but however, the dominance that Mini Pekkas showed us earlier changes my opinion more so. If we did not see the dominance from Mini Pekkas and Hubi as the addition onto this squad, I think that win in qualifiers might make me feel more on the side of the red team. But first pick Stu, after Mini Pekkas kind of looked fantastic with it earlier on. I'm not sure who has had the best stew. I think that might be the team waiting in the finals. But Mini Pekkas certainly have made a statement as well. So Reese looking for their selection after Colonel Ruffs. And as far as the Crow is concerned, we saw it once today, and it kind of failed miserably. What's your take on Rustic Arcade?
Crow, I don't know if that really is one of the picks I would go for. I feel like Crow fell off pretty hard as of recent, in recent metas. It just hasn't been that brawler. Maybe it's just something to stop that aggression of Stu coming in, and obviously against an Amber as well. You get those shots, you get the slow off. It can be fine. It does have a hypercharge too, so it might have its moment, and that might be the winning moment, and I might just be completely eating my words here. But personally, I wouldn't have gone for the Crow. I don't mind the Ruffs into the Stu. Obviously, going to be able to play some sandbags down, and that might be why Mini Pekkas went for the Amber. Just going to be switching those lanes, making sure that Amber's going to be able to burn straight through those sandbags if they're placed.
Big point here. Counter for the counter for the counter, right? That's how we draft in Brawl. Last pick here on the 3-4 turn, and it's the Meg. A lot of HP on this character, and so certainly a strong gem carrier if that's the direction you want to go for. We've seen Stu fill that role as well. Who do you think does what for this squad on the blue?
I mean, Meg's going to be straight down that mid, and it's just going to be a question of, like, who plays which lane. I've got a feeling that Mini Pekkas is just going to be swapping constantly, trying to ensure that, obviously, as I said, that Amber face off against the Ruffs, and the Stu's going to be against the Crow. If Stu can get the super against the Crow, it'll be completely fine, but you expect Ice Crow to keep him at a distance here. Jean coming in shortly afterwards. We've seen it multiple times now. Hypercharge has been added to that brawler. Throws out 3 magic hands rather than 1. Makes it a lot easier to hit. But you mentioned earlier, it can also be a bit of an issue if you don't have the right backup in that certain situation.
Yeah, you know, the cool thing about Magic Hand is that it isolates an individual and you burn them down. Well, now you're pulling the whole squad, and Jean is not exactly the DPS lord that you might really want to be surrounded by 3 enemy jerseys. So we'll see how it all works out. Hoobie on that Stu left side, looking to make this 2v1 happen. Meg comes through, finishes off 1, finishes off 2. Ice Crow, the last one alive, and, well, he'll stay that way. But it do not matter. 5 gems in the pocket for Mini Pekkas as a result of their push. And that Amber Ruffs matchup you were talking about on that right side for sure.
Yeah, well, I mean, these sandbags shouldn't really last too long. Just burn straight through those, but Ice Crow trying to get the grip of these walls and allow the pinch through the mid, which is exactly what happens. Pull available for Lelio Ninja now, and going to be looking for Pekka, but I believe he's running that toolbox, so should be able to tank it out if it comes towards him anyway. Yuhubi making some big moves, burns up Lele as well, stops him from healing, and Amber oil throughout that mid. If running the Mythic Gear is going to provide, 10% slow, so you can't complain about that.
Something huge here is that Hoobie doesn't get the kill and winds up dying, but he still does the job. He makes the space and disallows RDP from sitting in the mid, getting all those gems. This time around, though, Brawl is the one making it happen, creating space for his team, jumping into the right-hand side, and now RDP for the first time with some pressure in this middle lane. Trav, I know they had 2 gems already, but they just kind of stole those. This is the first time they're actually putting their feet down.
Exactly, Ice Crow stepping out of line a bit now. Sandbags being placed out. Toolbox ripped out of the way, and the pull comes through. But the instant burn through from Motep, piercing everybody. Bravo falling low. Can't get the jump, and Hoobie's going to take all of those gems off RDP's side. Starts the count. And what looks good for RDP quickly turned pretty sour.
Fantastic play from Mini Pekkas. Here comes Brawl trying to change it. 6 on Hoobie, and the pull will reset. Hoobie can't control it either. Picks the gems up. Lele falls down because of the dot, but ran away to midfield. Pekka's able to pick him up, so now it's 9-5-10 as Reese is the one starting the countdown. Mini Pekkas need to find aggression here. Number 11 on the side of RDP. That might have been the win condition for Mini Pekkas to find that 10th gem and match it, but they can't. Trav, they have to find a kill here. 3 seconds to count down. Knocked Meg out of the mech, knocked them out of game 1.
Turnaround after turnaround, and RDP come out strong. They looked good, kind of through the mid game. They fell off a little bit in the end and then brought it all the way back when they got their reset again. And to be honest, they played exceptionally well regardless. They knew that toolbox was going to be placed. They shot it down, then pulled the Meg through, got the gems, but instantly dropped them, but managed to kind of come full circle back around and grab all those gems at the end once more. And this is not a lead that I could have expected, but more than welcome.
I mean, this is exactly what I want to see in the semifinals. We have our top card who played pretty much strong, and then they made a couple of mistakes, and the bottom card was able to capitalize. Hubi on the left-hand side, still creating space for his team, but Brawl falling down as the assassin in no man's land, and Mech able to find the kill here. And Motep just mowing him down. Great play out of Amber as well.
He's holding on strong as well, surviving this one out, and Pekka's just going to go and finish that one off. Has the swing here as well. Lele might be looking for the pinch, but Toolbox was placed preemptively even before. Now he gets pulled in, though. Can't escape that one. But the jump away from the Crow might give Pekka a bit of time to survive, but nobody else helping him on the team. And that's all the gems once more dropped by the mid of FA Mini Pekkas, and now a tough position for them to stay alive in.
Crow's the one that makes Hubi fall down. You know, we both criticized the Crow. I didn't like it. But so far, it has come through in the clutch. 2:20 on the clock. And 8 gems here for Reese. Trying to keep their lead. Hubi dashing, but not really finding the damage here. Lele falls down to Motep, and now blue team have control of the mid. Brawl able to find the kill on the right hand. Amber, is it enough to push Mini Pekkas out of mid? As Reese has not moved from their 9 gems in a minute. But this middle space open for business? Question mark. Strong denial as the oil here makes it dangerous to walk forward.
Yeah, and I mean, the pull was wasted so easily there by Lele, easily baited out by the Mini Pekkas players. And although they've had some serious ups and downs in these first couple of games, they're still holding on strong. But Brawl now pushing them out and gets that 10th gem, starts the count, still can be evened out from mid. And with a good flank coming in from Motep here, this might be dangerous. Hypercharge has to be activated, but the burn down still connects onto Ice Crow. Going to be able to be evened out here, but the jump comes in. The daggers return to him thanks to Hypercharge as well. And I think it's spawning on the opposing side. If Lele gets pulled now, then it's going to be difficult, but the 10th gem is theirs. And the even out is still there. Brawl now still in an aggressive position, regardless of Pekka being back in mech.
Pekka's able to provide enough, not even damage, just presence, you know? A zillion HP on the mech and an extra life. 11th gem for Reese, but I'm not that excited because the 12th gem comes out here for the blue team. Still not that excited because we do have another gem popping out onto the red team's side. And just like that, we have a reset.
The pull used very defensively there as well. Motep gets taken down too, and that's a gem that they're going to need. 13th is off the side of the Mini Pekkas, and Reese 2PL are going to have theirs spawning on theirs next. Back in mech though is Pekka, and he's going to go forwards now. Brawl has the jump as well. Can get out, can go in, can help his team. But Motep coming around this right-hand side as a flank. Hubi's going to need a super here, needs to get some heals off of this. 4 seconds on the clock, and I just don't know if it's going to spawn in time. 2-1. Oh, it spawned so far. What? It said match over, but it carries on. 20 seconds on the clock, and the last one's going to spawn now, and it's on their side, but Brawl gets one off the other, but he's still going aggressive, but round the back is still Hubi.
He was standing right on the point. If he was anywhere else, it wouldn't have counted. Counting down from 7. Red team has everything in the pocket. Hubi barely alive, and the Crow's going to stop the heals. The Crow's going to stop the heals. The Crow stop the heals. That's game 1. That's round 1. That is set 1.
What a game, and you can see him heavily breathing there as we go to his camera. I mean, that was a massive game for RDP to win, taking the first set. And I mean, look at him, he does not look pleased. Every other time we've gone to his camera, he's been laughing, he's been smiling, he's been loving life. But this time, when you drop in the first set against a team like this, you need to turn around and do better.
I mean, again, gotta bring up what you said before, dude. This went Reese's way in qualies. This did go Reese's way in qualies. I am the king of saying things are different on the big stage. I understand that. But I mean, sometimes you just get a team's number. And, you know, at the end of the day, this Crow pick kind of allowed Reese to make sure that Hubi wasn't able to get a couple of shots, fall back and heal, get a couple of shots, fall back and heal, get a couple of shots, fall back and heal. It made the stew kind of hard commit. And although Crow has not been very popular, very successful, very good, really, in recent memory, this might be the spot. I don't know if it's specific against Stu, but the idea that you're gonna look for poke and hide, look for poke and hide, Crow doesn't let you do that. And so 300 DPS coming out from Brawl here. And I'll say it with my chest, man, I criticized this Crow, and I think the Crow is a part of the victory for sure.
Oh, 100%. It helped out so massively. And I mean, the thing is, right, Pekka's got 9 kills. Do you want 9 kills as a gem carrier? You want to be the one who's safe. You want to be the one who's not dropping the gems, and that's exactly what he did. On multiple occasions, he's getting pulled. He's dropping the gems on opponents' sides. And yes, he's got 9 kills. Well done for getting 9 kills. But you don't want to be the aggressor as the gem carrier, you know?
I mean, that's the thing, man. Like, I say this all the time. It's not about the kill. It's not about the kills. Like, I don't care about that stuff. It's the stuff after the stuff. You got to be aware of the objective. The kills open up the space for you to step on the hot zone. The kills open up the space for you to go ahead and do damage to the safe. The kills open up the space for you to go ahead and grab the gems and the mid control. So you need those kills, but it's a means to an end. It simply doesn't matter if you have the 9 kills if you don't have 9+ gems, and that's what we saw here. You know, Motep was able to make use of the Ruffs matchup, sure, but real talk, Reese comes off on top, and RDP, you know, that was, I mentioned game 1, how they kind of took advantage of a mistake here and there by mini Pekkas, sure. Game 2, this is an even matchup, man, and I think Reese come through here, impressing me, straight up.
I mean, it was so back and forward. Like, it's not complete domination from Reese, but they are the team on top at the moment. And Mini Pekkas just didn't seem like the same team that we saw in the quarterfinals. This is completely different. You know, if you go from beating, you know, one of your biggest rivals to kind of, you know, losing the first set of the next game, that's got to be a pretty hard hit mentally. But we are heading on to Safe Zone in Heist up next. I feel like we've seen quite a lot of this map today. Usually the clock runs out before the safe goes down. So it's all down to that control and those kind of big bursts of DPS when you get the chance.
Expect to see the Angelo bans, the Chuck bans for sure. Colette made it through the bans and didn't get picked, and both me and Ark were wildly surprised. So, do you expect to see the Colette or not?
I love seeing the Colette, but honestly, as of recent, it really hasn't been picked that much. I feel, and I think it was the same with, you know, APAC and EMEA, the regions that have already gone past us through this monthly finals. Didn't see much Colette from them either, really, at least in my eyes. So maybe won't be seen again, as it does seem to be going back to that kind of sharpshooter, stay out the way, don't feed supers, take your moments when you get them. Whereas Colette's kind of just like, get super and sacrifice yourself to the safe.
Yeah, just kind of a super bot. Pretty much. Ruffs off the rip. They usually lead commentary here, talking about how he doesn't really influence the draft whatsoever, so a sort of neutral pick overall. And there's that sharpshooter you were mentioning. Piper going to be able to, from a distance, find those shots. The BB and the Eve also notable bans here, along with the Angelo. Angelo and Eve can walk over the water, and BB's hypercharged super is also pretty dirty as well. So BB just coming through with big damage. Banned out, and the Cult as well. We saw Cult earlier on Heist doing some work, so I think the bans here, usually we just kind of like pass over them. I think the bans here are important to mention.
Yeah, well, Crow once more back again for some safe zone action, and who can blame him? If it worked so well in the first set, why not go for it again? And especially when you're against that Ruffs who you've already faced, who you've already beaten. Definitely something that Reese DPL are kind of taken into account. If it's a mini Pekkas now, though, do have those 2 picks, and Piper through mid, very solid brawler. And it's especially because, you know, if they do choose to go to a Nanny or something like that, which usually is good against the Piper, right? It's a good matchup. They're never running return to sender here. So if you hit a shot, you follow it with a homemade recipe, and they're going to go down rather than it bounce back to you.
That's huge, actually. Good, really good point to bring up. That's largely why Nani is looked at as, counter's a big word, but that's why Nani is a strong sharpshooter to pick against Piper. Of course, some recent changes, also big potential for just easy kills, but the fact that return to sender deals with the homemade recipe is usually why you go into this direction. So leaving it at home here because of the safe zone is certainly a large note. 8-bit to follow up here. So, I mean, you've got 2 players boosting the damage out of Nani, and 8-bit obviously can truck the safe itself. So, I like the composition from mini Pekkas, but I am holding my breath for this last choice out of Reese.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to have to be... Ooh, I was going to say something big, and I like a Carl. I like the aggression that it brings, but I'm just seeing a lack of DPS on the side of RDP here. Carl, who can get on it alone and bounce that axe off the wall onto the safe, off the wall onto the safe, and just keep on doing that, then great, you're going to get decent damage. If you can get a spin on safe, great, decent damage in a short amount of time. But it's not consistent.
Agreed. At the end of the day, though, you can also win the game by dealing 1% to the safe. So maybe Reese are playing, and that's obviously not the look, but maybe they're looking to play more strong defense. Nobody is allowed to hit our safe. We're just going to kill them the entire time, and we'll get a couple of shots on goal. That might be the look here, coming out from RDP. But right away, we see them actually get first blood and then follow it up immediately with a death of their own. Brawl with an early kill, though, should bode well as, you know, Crow's just looking to get that super this entire time.
Yeah, nice quick flying hook off spawn from Ice Crow. Ooh, the homemade recipe just goes away from Pekka. Leans to the left instead of going to the right where he was, and turret is there. Ficro just looking to get it down quite quick and doing a good job of bringing Hoobie really low. Piper will pinch in on that and take it down too. And all control so far, once more with RDP.
Here comes Carl, looks towards the safe, but turns against the 8-bit and winds up losing the trade. Brawl does find his way in, though, as a result of the space provided by the flying hook. And just like that, we find 78% left here for Mini Pekkas. Look at Nani. Up on the left-hand side, Hoobie gets a kill as well. And so Nani's able to find a little bit of damage, but Trav, I kind of emphasize a little bit of damage here, as 12% goes the way of the red team.
Jump up from Brawl there, and he does get a kill, but I feel like maybe sacrifices kind of a bit of the control they had because of it. But Ice Crow does have a super, has the flying hook left. I think maybe one flying hook is all that he has. Oh, Pekka doing a great job, brings them both low. Can he get two? Just one is all that he'll take. But the Piper gets him low, power up here onto Hoobie, and he's going to have those extra credits rolling in into safe. Takes the 1% lead, make it about 4% lead now. But a bit of aggression coming through from Ice Crow should even this out.
There's the damage, spinning. Look at the big numbers coming out. 57 up top, but it's 52 down here. Brawl shows up as well. Super, see ya later. Game 1 in the pocket for Reese.
I mean, the hypercharge on safe, and this is the thing, I say before the game, oh, these things, you know, they usually don't happen. A Carl can't get DPS on safe. A Crow, not really that much DPS. And then the exact opposite happens. They get the Carl DPS, a Crow gets a free jump on safe, and it's just not things you expect on a map like Safe Zone. You expect that kind of slow, you know, poking at the safe, maybe getting 20-30% a game, and they finish it off nice and quick.
Trev, real quick, Ice Crow on this left-hand side busts the flying hook right away to pass over this water and find himself in the left lane and then just die. Is that good usage to quickly get to that lane and put yourself in position, or is that again, like, is that what you want to be doing?
I mean, honestly, it seems to be working, so I'm not going to complain it. I wouldn't, you know, maybe I'd pick my moment a little bit better when a bit of ammo has been used or something like that, but now up comes that TP, and that can deal a lot of damage of left, and they're just going to go straight for it. They're just going for the damage onto safe. A little bit of a base race, but it's working out well for them. Ice Crow needs to go down here, but Pekka's still getting the damage on, now choosing to pinch back, as it actually is RDP way ahead on this percentage, 25%, pretty much 26, but now the control goes to Mini Pekkas. And honestly, this is not the same team we've been seeing.
Not at all. Mini Pekkas here, having some trouble. Ice Crow does that, and Brawl here also on the losing side of their trade. And Lele steps up and steps down. Mini Pekkas all of a sudden unloading on the opposition, but you know what? No damage on the safe. They're not able to find a window. Unfortunate, as the deaths are staggered, and that allows these players to respawn and walk up and just prevent Mini Pekkas from all-out aggression. And so Reese still with the lead, still a minute to go, but Reese still with the lead, 56 versus 51.
Say, but triple power up here, and damage on safe now raining through as Hoobie gets some big damage onto safe. Motep just holding this right hand side, keeping firm in this position, and Hoobie's just going to go in. He's going to go down, yeah, but he's taking a lot of damage along with him. Now the Nanny Peep coming forward, makes its way just in between, wants to TP, wants to just delay time, finds it around the back. Lele's going to jump vertically as well, and now Motep pinching in. One shot is all that it's pretty much going to take, but they do survive on. 30 seconds is enough to get this damage on the opposing side.
Absolutely. We mentioned low DPS, and that might be the issue here for RDP, because even if they do have the window, the time is ticking down. Lele going down, though, will prevent that window. Brawl going down will close the window even more so, and with Ice Crow falling down, the window is shut. And just like that, Mini Pekka's answer back. We're tied 1-1.
Finally answer back at that, I will say, because this has been looking all RDP. In my eyes, if they win that game, they might even have even just gone and swept Mini Pekkas at this point, because they've just been walking over them over and over again. But eventually, we start to see something coming in from Mini Pekkas, and that is what we need to see. Some level of control, just keeping calm, keeping control, getting the damage on safe bit by bit, and not these sacrificial plays.
Trev, what was it? Was that the biggest difference, the lack of sacrificial plays here?
I mean, I feel like it was. They just kept those power-ups, and I think that was the big thing for them. When Motep's got 3 power-ups, one for him and 2 for his teammates, and they just stay up and get the damage bit by bit, then I think that's the best way to win.
Gotta be there with you. Make use of the Scooby Snack. Left side, Hoobie's able to win here, and the 8-bit provided so much damage onto that save earlier. He brought it up in the picks and bans, and he's doing it here again. Pekka winds up getting the last hit. Pekka winds up getting the last hit. Pekka winds up getting the last hit. I try not to repeat myself, but Pekka's repeating that over and over again. And a quarter done to the red box.
A mid recipe was sent through the mid there. Hoobie's going to go down now. TP, but an instant prediction from Lele there to get the shot onto him. And now Carl on safe. And we got the Piper on safe too, but maybe this is just a bit of a sacrifice here from Ice to get a bit of damage. Does go down, but a great trade along with it as well. Throwing a power back now, waiting for that nanny through the mid, because that's going to give you the power to really hit hard on these opponent brawlers.
I love that. This is sort of like 1 goal to 1 goal, right? 25% done, and Reese immediately answer back and get 25% themselves. 24, I know it'll be annoying. So like really smooth response from Reese, but this is not the response they want. 8-bit again lays into the safe. It's 64% available here for Reese. A minute worth of play and ton of time. And just a little bit separating our squads. Pekka trying to make that larger though, as him and Hoobie step forward. 40 turns to 37. And just like that, Mini Pekkas have control one more time.
3 power-ups again, and this is just the control that they're holding. Lele's going to get hit by that peep. Chooses not to kind of over-aggress, go for the TP and let this control go through. Wants to keep that power-up as well, and Hoobie in this position. Power-up and the damage coming through on safe. Got the booster now, and this should be a finish. Pekka's just going to focus down on it. Should see a flank around the right-hand side, and one more bullet connects. Mini Pekkas bring a step back and even things out, and the smile returns.
Very, very, very important. Get more water. Very important response here. And Trav, I want to give you a high five from across the pond here for your assertion as to what changed the most. Watching those trades, and so, you know, I talked about the concept of like scoring the goal, right? You go in, you make one play, you do a bunch of damage on the safe, and that is a salient strategy that we see work. A lot of times it results as like, you know, just all jump in, I don't care if I die because we did 30% damage, who cares? But when you're running the roughs and you're able to keep that damage up, that power up, that is a big change. They noticed it and they made that change. They started playing safer, Trav, and as a result, I think that is the one combat change that won them the set.
I mean, look how much damage that was in the first game, though, for RDP. They just got everything. The hypercharge crow on save, the Carl spin, the Carl damage bouncing off the walls. Everything that they needed to happen happened in the first game. And then from there, it was kind of just all downhill. And in this third game specifically, it was just all Mini Pekkas, just getting all the damage, all the kills, and they have it. I think that's a pretty good reflection of how the game went. 12, 15, 18. I mean, this is a composition that has the DPS from the 8-bit, and they're still just keeping control and getting the kills.
Yeah, I mean, Pekka has so many kills it could vote. Like, that's insane. Across the way, though, you're right. RDP Reese had so much damage when all the stars align. But you don't always have Exodia, man. And I think that was the problem here for Reese. They had an incredibly high execution-based composition where Mini Pekka just had to shoot the other guy, right? They didn't really need perfect things to show up. Pekka could be cute and find themselves behind enemy lines, sure. But at the end of the day, I think there was more that needed to perfectly line up for Reese than for Mini Pekkas. And then once Mini Pekkas made that adjustment, and we're like, hey, we're gonna try and keep our power-ups. That was the change they needed, and they find themselves now tied 1-1. Big picture as we jump into our third set.
I mean, it's been so close so far, though. RDP in that first set, obviously securing it after the third game had finished, and Mini Pekkas the same on the second set. It's 2-1, 2-1 pretty much now, and brings it to a 1-1 scoreline between these two teams. And I'll admit it, I was underestimating RDP massively. After, taking a few glances at the B-Stream games against Olympus squad, I was like, okay, they're good, but they're not mini Peckers. And now I'm kind of watching this and I'm like, okay, well, this could actually be an upset, and they could head on to the finals if they play just like they did in that first set.
Very, very true. New Horizons knockout is our next destination. And while we get ready for our third set, I want to shout out our homie behind the scenes, Nighttime Clasher, for helping us with a lot of the stats. Always important to have the numbers behind the prowess, and that's what we've got behind us. So it takes a village, and our team is the best. Shout out to everybody involved. And so as we get jumping into knockout here, big changes as far as the draft is concerned. New Horizons. Again, I mention it every time. I'm not going to stop. The lack of respawn changes how you think of the game.
It really does. And I mean, especially on a map like this where it's quite long range and you have to play things even slower. You know, maybe one of the throwers down one of these sides can help out pretty massively. But for the most part, you know, you're playing more ranged, mid-range brawlers. Probably a Crow, knowing this region, to be honest with you. At the moment, I wouldn't be too surprised if they do bring down a Crow again after the past couple of sets where I kind of just don't expect it. And it still pops up. Not got the highest win rates on many of these maps whatsoever, but, you know, it still definitely can come down.
Crow had a 38% win rate on that last map and brought it home, so... You got a legitimate laugh out of me on that. The ire that you probably a Crow like, but I'm here with you, man. I'm here with you. It is cool to see the different dojos bring out their different picks. Charlie and Jean selected first for the team on the right-hand side. Byron first overall. And yeah, Miko is really the character that I always think of when it comes to knockout modes, because you don't have to deal. The kit ban I want to bring up though. So the goal of knockout is to kill all 3 members. Kit makes sure that there's only 2 members on the field. So drastically changes the way you got to play the game. I think this is the turbo important ban. So very, very good to see the kit ban. The kit Buster combo is usually what you see, but Buster by himself absolutely makes it work. Stand up in front and just deny all of the opposition damage. GG. So definitely got to look at the Buster here if you're Reese do PL.
Yeah, I mean, I have to, you know, mention that kit ban as well, because it turns into a throw when you're jumping on someone's back, and that is a big thing on this map. You know, I mentioned even before we saw the bans, before we saw the draft, throwers, you know, they can be used here. You can see a Sprout, Larry and Laurie, and obviously that being banned as well. So to be able to have the versatility of not being a thrower sometimes is very, very good. But they are actually going to bring in the tick, and that is the thrower of their choice. Mini Peckers roll that on in, and honestly, it might just be sitting with a Buster for the majority of the time, having that protection.
Yeah, just sit behind. You know, you obviously don't have a lot of HP on tick, but you create such a large area of denial that you can't walk on the minefield. And Mortis is the type of character that I look for in the knockout. You know, I talk about the big difference between lack of respawn, and Mortis is one of those guys that come up. Edgar also, note the ban. And so Mortis dives you and you punish him after the well, you can't punish him, LOL. So Mortis, last pick here. You're gonna get Gene pulled and just grave dug. I like this composition from Reese, I'm not gonna lie. Buster usually draws my eyes, but I like this comp.
Yeah, and an 100% win rate on Mortis as well, bear in mind. So I am looking forward to seeing if it can pull this off. But obviously Buster protecting the tick is what we expect. Going to be getting the super off, standing around his teammates too. So kind of punching up is the name of the game for this Mini Peckers comp. But it could also be a bit of an issue as well if you caught in a bit of a, you know, if Charlie gets a super on you, blocks you off, and then a Mortis comes in and sweeps you all up, then it's not going to be the easiest of things.
The Brawl already cut down to 5%, if not lower HP, has to go hide. And Ice Crow also on the defensive. Here comes the Tick Head, and is dealing some damage, but able to dance around it. Nice movement coming out from Reese. Now they want to get aggressive here. As Mortis inching forward. I figured they'd wait for the gas, but it looks like they're pushing the enemy down right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, if he can get another tick head, it's going to be huge for this late game. Splash available from Pekka now as well. Once they build up these supers, there it is as well. They're surely going to start pushing out. Splash comes in, just avoided by the gas. Is going to kill Brawl nonetheless. Head's there as well. Spider's going to protect Ice Crow for a little bit of time, but he's not going to survive any longer when Motep sees him. Round 1 goes Mini Pekka's way.
right there we saw the method to the madness, right? Buster pops up the shield and Mortis doesn't care and just dives past it, but well, Mini P.E.K.K.A still killed him. So oh well. But I like the strategy. Round one for Mini P.E.K.K.A's. That said, it wasn't overwhelming. I think we got a game here.
We really do. The pull is available, but Tickhead should be able to tank that one out if it does come towards him. About just pinning them in this corner, waiting for the opportune moment to hit that. But, you know, even if he pulls a Buster, then he's got a Mortis there with him. It's not going to be the most DPS to go along with it. Charlie is the one backing him up now, and if he gets the connection onto P.E.K.K.A, it's going to be very difficult for him to get out there alive. Hypercharge is there for Hubie as well on this tick, so that's going to be a dangerous thing for the Mortis to see. Same for the Crow. This movement speed, this health on the head's going to be absolutely huge for them. But now we see the pull coming in. Motep's going to go down, but there's the head. Then that gets the kill. Another one as well. Brawl's going to go down on all of them. Just falls so fast. Honestly, didn't even see what happened over the right-hand side because of the domination from a tick of all Brawlers on the left.
I mean, oh man, that is prowess. Mini P.E.K.K.A's coming through and just dealing with their opposition. I don't know if I use the word counter, but Mortis is really clean of a selection here. When you look at how Buster wants to use that montage, and despite the selection, it doesn't work out. I like the performance coming out of Mini P.E.K.K.A's. In fact, Lele gets excited and just tosses their life away like that. Too soon, Executus. Now the team's got to fight 2v1. You're just looking for supercharge for round two, I guess, man.
I mean, Motep's not even going to allow that. Just walking him down with that shield up there. And I mean, clearly changing the game plan. Mortis might just wanted some of that supercharge so he can just go in against a tick and go in against a Buster and win that matchup. But at the same time, it didn't really work out and maybe connected 3 shots, so not the closest as well. Ice Crow's going to go down, on the top side, and Brawl the only one left. Doesn't really want to feed too many supers. Buster's going to get his. P.E.K.K.A the only one who wants his now, and not going to get it. The other two of them looking pretty good for a Mortis attack.
You know, there's something to be said about catching your enemy sleeping, and so I'm not going to make full fun of the Mortis play there, but let's just say it didn't work out, and let's move on. All right, round one still for Mini P.E.K.K.A's, and Lele here trying to push up. Not being sneaky about it, by the way. Just walking. P.E.K.K.A mid, Motep and Hubie left side, and a much slower pace of the game this time around.
Well, all 3 of the supers here. I'm not sure how RDP are going to be able to get this win back. As all 3 of them just stood together waiting for this Mortis to come aggressive. Splash there, but no connection from the tick shots to be able to finish that one off. Lele now the one backing off after a Byron shot connects with them. He hasn't really got the backing of his team, but honestly, it doesn't need it because he's hitting every single shot.
You know, we have seen 3 rounds so far, and I have not heard either of us mention Charlie. She is just not an impact in this matchup either. One player goes down, it's the Gene. The second player goes down, it's the Mortis. The third player goes down, it's the Charlie. And that's going to be the set here as well. Go get some more water, my man. You've earned it. Mini P.E.K.K.A's here. Take care of business. And they find themselves 2 up versus 1.
I mean, that was brutal. That was so brutal. I'm looking forward to seeing these stats because maybe we saw 1 death for the side of Mini P.E.K.K.A's in the entire 4 rounds, maybe a little bit more, but I'm honestly not too sure if they got, you know, any more than 1, even 0 kills for the side of RDP there. So definitely night and day difference for Mini P.E.K.K.A's, and 100% down to draft. Like, there was no real things that RDP could do there to be able to bring that one back. They just waited for the opportune moment, and Mini P.E.K.K.A's never gave them the moment.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I see the Mortis thought process, right? Like, montage is a big deal, so just dive past it. But I don't think the gameplay was there to surround it. And again, Charlie has just fallen so hard, and I don't think she had a large impact in this matchup whatsoever.
Oh, 100%. 100% did nothing. I mean, yeah, it did something. It got 1 kill, but I mean, 53 DPS. Like, come on. A Buster who sat there the entire game got more DPS than you're like. That's a bit worrying in my eyes, but Lele got 1 kill as well, so 2 kills overall for RDP, whereas Tick and P.E.K.K.A alone got a combined 10, and with Motep 11. So quite the difference between the 2 teams here. Complete draft if Mortis, not the pick that they wanted, but did, you know, maybe saw something, maybe thought they could do something, but it just didn't pay off at all.
Yeah, a little bit rough, but luckily for them and their fans, not an elimination match. Reese do wind up winning one earlier, and so as a result, they do find themselves still in it to win it. Mini Pekka is, of course, one set away from those grand finals here, and I definitely need to see a change in the draft strategy next time around. But you know, it's hard for me, especially like when you look at the outright lack of dominance, let's say, how evenly matched these two teams were in set 1 and set 2. I have to look at this one as, you know, again, if I'm putting on the coach hat, this is one where it's like, all right, boys, we tried it, didn't work, shut up, move on. In America, we say quarterback mentality. You got to just forget what happened last play. Like, that's what I'm feeling here for Reese. I think that was a really rough one, as you said, Trav, but I also think they're allowed to forget that because of how sets 1 and 2 went.
Yeah, I mean, it is hard to forget, though, bear in mind. Like, I'm not sure you can really just kind of play that set and be like, oh, all good, we're fine. Because they're really not. And Mini Pekka's going to have the momentum going in now, and about as much momentum as you can get. I think they probably could have won that set with their eyes closed, to be honest with you. Just using game sound to see when Immortus is dashing in and spam auto him, and they probably would have still won that set. So, you know, nothing bad for how they played. But the draft just 100% going the way of Mini Pekka's there. So they've got to change something in that drafting process, because it's been Crow, and now Mortis. And Crow, yeah, may have paid off in the first one, but not the second, and Mortis definitely didn't pay off in the third.
Also, I feel like Crow is dynamic. Like, Crow brings that, like, melee assassin nonsense that Mortis does, but the poison is a large part of why the Crow was interesting, you know? Like, we've seen, especially with Stu play, coming in and out, you're not allowed to hokey pokey if you're poisoned. And so I think that is a big difference between what Mortis brings and what the Crow brings. So, Brawl Ball, Goalkeeper's Dream, the most ironically named map on the planet. We'll see how this one jumps in. As I mentioned American football before, so I have to mention that this is the real football, right, Trav?
Yep. None of that American football rubbish. We don't talk about that around Brits. Sorry to tell you, but it's been improved a little bit for the goalkeeper. Maybe defender's dream now. There's a few walls just a bit further on from that goal mouth now that did get added in. So it makes it a bit more compact in the mid, gives you somewhere to hide around about where that goal is. So those extra couple of walls definitely helping the defenders, never mind the goalkeepers. Max going to be the first pick coming in there from Mini Pekkas, and I like it. We've seen it a lot. Charlie back again. Didn't do much in the last one, but honestly, it's going to be fine. It'll be good.
Charlie picked again. Eager to see her make an impact here, because I've noted it once, twice in the last match. I really just drove it home how she didn't really do much. And then the Nita, on the other hand, this is the opposite. Nita was my first favorite brawler, unrelated to the Shiba Nita skin, just kidding. But her changes and the change to the Big Bear, I think, is a big deal. Brucey is a big deal, providing a shield for players to walk up the field with. And we saw it be a part of a victory last time around. I'm eager to see how it works out here. Sandy on the other side, he is much more easy to see why Sandy is good, right? Especially with the change to the super with the hypercharge. Big deal. Sandy picked here, unsurprised, and should be a powerful brawler.
I will say that this Max Sandy makes me scared for RDP, and especially with a Byron back in as well. Get some heals along the way. Yeah, Nita's going to be good. The Hypercharge Bear is unreal. It'll push pretty much any brawler back. Charlie, very good brawler as well. But a Max Sandy combo has been the combo for Brawl Stars. If you look back to when Sandy was released, those have been the brawlers paired together that make the magic happen.
What is it about it specifically? Is it just going fast in the invisible zone? Or is it after the stun? Or
I mean, the thing is, you kind of just hypercharge with the Sandy and win. Like, yeah, it mutes them.
That's my thought.
And you have the speed along with it as well. Honestly, mutes them for a small amount of time, but the speed that comes along with it, and then max speed on top of that as well to be able to earn your super, makes it unreal. Piper going to be working to try to keep them at a range, but going to be pretty much awful when the speed does come.
Yeah. So some old school classics here with the Max and the Sandy, and some new school stuff with the Nita and the Charlie. Nita only selected 3 times, but she's won twice. And like we said, the change to Bruce, I think, a very, very big deal. I want to point out the Crow band, by the way. Mini Peck is banning the crow. Do you like it?
I'm glad, to be honest with you.
Same.
On any of the maps we've seen, this is the one I would have expected to come on. So I'm quite glad that it was banned out at the end of the day. We've seen enough of that throughout this series, so excited to see something else.
Well, eager to see if Charlie can make an impact here, like I said. Ice Crow, though, the first one, trades out as Hoobie's able to find an answer as well. And there's a kill from Charlie, but it's answered back again. So less about the brawler and more about the teamwork, making the dream work, as Mini Peckers are the ones to find themselves up. But again, staggered kills means much ado about nothing.
Well, there's the speed, and this should kind of activate something. Sweet Dream's available as well, but the bear is there. Bruce going to be rolling in now, and Fofo rolling with his pass to the mid. Super shot wide open, but the phase shift should be able to save it. Just about gets there. Pekka sprinting across the goal to make that save. Sweet Dreams on the right hand side on Ice Cream, just searching for this super that'll get them out of this defensive position.
Really good play there with the phase shift, and you noticed, like, obviously it didn't lead to a goal, but look how much work Bruce did on that right side. Right laner just had to walk away. So smooth moves there, smoother moves coming out from Mini Pekkas as, oh no, Lele's jump back opens the door, and with that wall break, a shot on goal was available, but strong defensive stop there. And Hoobie getting one for the road, an important kill there to prevent Reese from really going hard.
Lele getting hit now, losing this Byron versus Piper matchup is not something you see every day. There's the gadget as well to get the finish off now. And there should just be a push between Pekka and Hoobie to get down Brawl back in this spawn. But Ice Crow's here, he's got his hypercharge too, but now the shot's coming through from Sandy. Hypercharge super there as well. Now they're just trading things out. The speed from Max 2, hypercharge everywhere. 3 hypercharges used at once. Lele's going to go down, but in the end, it's RDP who are the ones on top.
Button for button for button for button for button here. And Mini Peck is on the defensive, I suppose, but really not really. All even. Goalkeeper's dream about to go into overtime. Tell me if you can tell the difference. 20 seconds or less on the clock. And Mini Peckers have the ball on their side, Trav.
Yeah, well, we need a speed, we need a Sandy super, we need something for them now, and they get the super, but now the hypercharge comes forward. If he gets super and cocoon someone, it's going to be huge for them, and yet to grasp it, and a hypercharge wasted by Brawl now, and moving forwards in this Sandy super. No Sweet Dreams there to shut someone down in the goal mouth, but a speed will do just the same thing. There it is now, provides it to the Byron, who wants this shot on the Viper, who wants the kill. Homemade recipe missed because of the speed from Pekka, but now, still shots coming through. Motop going to be the big damage dealer in this spot to get the piercing damage.
Lele's finding some shots, but spending more time dodging, which is probably the right play. Does find the kill here, and now with Bruce, look at this, they have a 4th brawler, just walking up the field. Motep can't deal, but it takes enough time that Mini Pekkas get their 3rd teammate to respawn. Now on the other side, Lele still finds the kill. Brawl does as well. Pekka holds the ball, but he can't hold them all. That's the goal. That's the game. Nice play here from Reese, making it all the way to overtime, and Brawl finishing it off.
I mean, that was really nice play from RDP there. I mean, they just waited out, they waited for their moment, and they got their moment in the end. A few hypercharges along the way as well, but Anita was the one to force it in at the end. Just couldn't really get their moment. They had a sandstorm heading into just before overtime and used it to really no avail, but now this is huge aggression coming through from RDP. They want to go faster than last time. Going for the jump forwards again, gets the ball, but can't find the goal. Now the Spider's coming forward as well. Sandy needs the shot, but Pekka, goalkeeper again, but this time walks onto the goal line and the ball fumbles out his hands straight into the grasps of Ice Crow.
I mean, this is the mix-up. You do some slow play and then immediately some fast play next game. Mini Peckers don't know what to deal with, and all of a sudden it's the same song again. Game 2, we're going to a set 5.
I mean, that was the RDP we've been wanting to see since set 1. Great bounce back from them. In this second game, all RDP, no Mini Peckers whatsoever. And I mean, he is laser focused and ready to head on to set number 5. We're seeing some smiles on the faces of RDP now, ones with all of the momentum holding in their hands at the moment. And this is Shooting Star is going to be the decider.
That was super fun. Am I allowed to say that? That was just a great matchup, man. I really enjoyed that. We got to see some of the intricacies here as we run the tape back real quick. We got to see some of that interaction that we were talking about. You know, looking at how the Sandy Super is going to open things up and how Max and Byron are going to be able to kind of fight into it. But ultimately, raw damage from Piper, And the Bruce Bear was a big deal. The Bruce Bear was a big deal of that first victory, allowing the team to play it slow and then walk up. And then Piper, I think what happened there, Trav, was Piper wound up getting the kill and it opened up the map and they were like, oh, let's try that at the beginning of the game. And we just saw that, man. Really cool stuff out of Reese.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some great goalkeeping there from Becker, but in the end, couldn't stop that last goal too much in his face. But 3-9-3 for the side of RDP and 4-3-2. Not really able to match what the Piper was bringing to the table for the side of FA Mini Packers. Yes, you know, the Byron's got some ranges, got some heals, but we didn't see enough max speeds. We didn't see, you know, any sweet dream stuns in the goal mouth, which is what gets Sandy the goals. It's what would have won Mini Packers the games, but he was too busy using them to defend himself against that Nita, who was constantly finding himself within range.
Huge point. That the Sweet Dreams is I mean, that's largely like the super allows you to kind of like move forward and gain map control. But again, we saw those being used defensively on the right side often, but it's that stun that really creates these windows of opportunities, and being forced to use them defensively is a really, really good point to note for sure. And so a smooth play here from Reese. And again, I want to just highlight the numbers here. 15% movement speed and 20% health for the Bruce Bear from Nita. And you know, if that bear is moving 15% slower, you can't follow it up the Brawl Ball field. If it's 20% less health, it's harder to expect it to be a fourth brawler as a tank for you. You know, it's kind of like a knockoff montage in a way, where it's just blocking all the shots as you're able to walk up, and that really changes how we have to look at Brawl Ball and Nita in general, who already was kind of, you know, we were smelling Nita a little bit on Brawl Ball, but I think this change really solidifies her as a top pick, or towards the top at least.
Yeah, we've seen it a few times. That's the thing. We've seen it a few times, and just like the hypercharge catapults it so far into that meta on that map. A shooting star bounty, as I mentioned, is going to be the decider. Bit of a ranged affair now. We've seen how well that guy can play on Piper. I mean, he can play Piper. If he brings that kind of gameplay to bounty on shooting star with his sharp shooters, they're going to be just fine.
Agreed. Swamp of Love. All right. I think, you know, when I always have to comment on the environments. I think our team does a knockout job here, as we see Angelo like the environment so much he wants to take a second lap. Him and his two friends. What do you think those mosquitoes are named?
That is beyond me. I wish I knew. I really do wish I knew, though.
Hey, we'll see how it works out. Angelo expected banned. Yup. Leon coming through. So more assassin-minded gameplay from Reese. Do you like it?
No. I really don't. I haven't seen Leon in so long in competitive. To see it come in as a first pick. I mean, on Shooting Star, it used to be one of the go-tos. It really did. But as of recent, it really hasn't been seen that much. Max on the other side, much more my speed and less sharpshooters as of recent. You can see that Angelo, the Nanny, and the Piper in the mid, most banned brawlers, and well, 2 out of the 3 of them are banned. Nanny's still available, but if you're running that into a Max or something, you're going to be finding it quite hard to hit some brawlers.
That Max. I mean, at the same time, I don't know that you let the Max discourage you. I think at this level of play, you kind of just have to hit your shots, you know? But certainly something to think about. Max being paired up with the Byron. So again, have we seen 100% Byron presence today? Or at least in this set? I've seen so much Byron.
We have seen a lot of Byron, I will say. Like, and I mean, that's thanks to all the changes that he got. It really did make him that little bit better. But Charlie's going to come in next as well. Obviously, going to be able to shut down some more of these aggressive routes, which clearly Mini Packers are a team who just want to go aggressive. We've seen the Max multiple times. Gray.
This makes sense. I get it. Gray will enable the Leon.
That is true, but also the thing for me is, right, yes, Leon can go forwards, it can TP, but it's not a tank. You know, when you TP in, they know you're TP in the majority of the time, and they're going to be there ready for you, and you don't have the HP of a tank. It's going to be really difficult. Like, I understand it's going to move the Leon forwards. If he's got an invis or something like that, it might be able to work. But Gray alone, I don't see it.
I mean, it's low DPS. I think they're expecting some decent DPS out of the obviously the Leon, but also out of the Charlie. Maybe that can make up for it here and there. And the Meg, I think, is a good answer to it. You know, like you can TP onto our Meg. That's cool. Do you want to do that? You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So I like Mini P.E.K.K.A.'s draft, and I like it in and of itself, and I like it as a response to Reese. That said, I'm not running Reese off just yet. I think that there's a method to their madness. I see how they got to where they're at, Trav. Don't know if I like it, but also I've been surprised by this team a couple of times already in this set alone. So maybe it's time to take a gander at how it all works out as we jump on in here. And Meg is getting really aggressive, immediately knocked out. Motep finishes it off from the right-hand side. P.E.K.K.A finds the kill on the left as well. And Leon answers back and drops a lollipop, though didn't need to.
I'm getting some major deja vu from the knockout set. I just feel like they've just come themselves out of this game at this point. And the start definitely seemed that way, and it seems to be going that way once more. As the TP is available now from Lele, but where is he going to use it? Ooh, goes for the TP, like Gene Pull-esque kind of play. Get the walking cane pull and then TP back. The lollipop drop is going to go back as well, and it is 8-5, so still a lead regardless of that beautiful play from Reese.
That's some cute tech. I remember the first time I'm seeing that. I think it was Bobby and NA that wound up doing a whole bunch of that, and so really, really smart stuff coming out. Unfortunately, not very successful here. 15-5. Mini P.E.K.K.A is with the upper hand. The upper fist, the upper foot, the upper card. They are winning this one. And Reese seemed to just be stuck behind.
Hypercharge for P.E.K.K.A. is going to be a huge thing, but they don't need to aggress. The 10 stars ahead. Team Life would put Reese ahead, but what's the likelihood of them bringing out down all three of these brawlers? A hypercharge ready for Leon as well, and that is going to make him a bit better. It can really help, especially paired with Invisi Heal. Continue shooting, continue healing, stay in those aggressive positions. But I'm surely going to see a little hypercharge speed from P.E.K.K.A coming in now, and he does just that. TP comes in, instantly shut down, but now they've got a little cocoon going on as well. Ice Crow gonna just about get taken down, and Brabau in the spawn. The last one to go down will seal their fate. Match point for Mini P.E.K.K.A's.
I see the X's and O's, man. I really see what Reese is trying to do here, right? You wait till the end, and then you get the all-in. You cocoon one guy, you Leon the other guy, and then you just win the 3v1. Well, you got to do the last part of that, Trav. You got to win the 3v1. And unfortunately for Reese and their fans, that did not happen. They get another shot, though. And like I said, I see the playbook, and I respect it. But you got to get there. And if Mini P.E.K.K.A stays aggressive, Reese, this is a hard comp and a hard strat to pull off on the back foot.
Yeah, nice little toolbox there from Hubie to keep him in the mech, and that's going to be a huge thing going forwards, but they don't have the lead this time. Big difference to in the previous game where they were just letting the opponents run into them and punishing them for doing that. Now they're the ones who've got to go forwards because they don't have this blue star. But with the Meg, they should be able to do just that, tank a lot of the damage and move forwards. Cocoon already available for Ice Crow to shut down some aggression when it comes.
Meg is just so tanky. Cocooned her. And trying to find the damage, knocks her out of the mech. And here comes Gray with the TP forward. Leon so far away. Leon's got to catch up. And he shows up, but it's far too little, far too late. The ants go marching one by one, and the other team is saying hurrah, hurrah. A minute on the clock, and it's still 5-3, so it's a tight one here, Trav. But that play does not bode well.
Yeah, double TP onto the Meg there was a really nice play, but still survived with the heals from the Byron just going so well right now. P.E.K.K.A finding some shots and scouting them out in this lollipop drop, and Leon Invis not really doing too much there. Hubie just defending this nicely. Forced TP away from Lele, and that's a good kill from Motep. Walking Cane comes forward, but he's just sealing his own fate. Too much damage coming forward. Actually, they don't get him, but they get Ice Crow instead. And this is a 6-star lead now, and aggression continues from Mini P.E.K.K.A instead of a retreat.
20 seconds on the clock. 9-3. Raid our stars, and Reese now on the aggression. Ice Crow barely alive. Teammates are barely alive as well. Nobody has any HP to stand on. And as we count down from 10, this might be Mini P.E.K.K.A's heading to the grand finals. Reese have to answer. Ice Crow goes down alongside the team. That's that. And the Mini P.E.K.K.As are headed to the grand finals.
I mean, I'm sad. I'm really sad for RDB because they played so well. but 2 of the 3 sets they lost, they couldn't win going into them because of the drafts that they provided themselves. And I think their gameplay is genuinely really good. They've beaten this team in qualifiers, they've almost beaten them now, but they've put themselves out of the competition in the technical phase beforehand. You've got to get the draft right if you want a chance in the game, and they've got it wrong twice, and it's cost them the set, or the series, I should say.
Yeah, I agree. I do want to bring up that it's not like they showed up with 3 bottom brawlers that don't make any sense, right? Like, there is an in-between between outright failing the draft and coming to school with the wrong notebook. And I see the strategy coming out from Reese, not just this time, but also the last time with the Mortis. I see, like, what they're cooking. Unfortunately, I'm not eating it because it's not working out. But there's a method to this madness. And if anything, Trav, that gives me faith for this team in the future, because it shows to me that they're doing some thinking. They might be overthinking it. They might be getting too smart for the classroom. But at the same time, they're not just like, why are you picking Frank here, right? Like, that's not happening. And so there is some method to the madness. When I see teams fail in the draft, usually it looks worse than this, or I can't figure out the comp plan. But there was an identifiable win con both here and the last time, and I think that I have faith for this team in the future. The more they play on this stage, the more they'll start to understand the level of competition, the more they get here. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, not enough to bring it home here tonight.
I do get what you're saying. That's the thing. I know they've got the win conditions, but they just need the better win conditions that are still on the table. Yeah, you know? Like, MVP is going to be Pekka, though, and I think well deserved. This man is a real big force in this region. Gets an MVP under his belt. Just moves his team on to the grand finals in 3-2 close. And you kind of expect this team to be doing more against a team like this, and it does make me a bit worried for their grand final matchup.
At the same time, it might just be one team that has their number. Sometimes we see that, and Mini Pekkas just might have a little bit of extra, whether it's info or otherwise. They've got their card. Either way, Pekkas are the ones that have the card to the grand finals. Mini Pekkas versus Calabresos coming up after this.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship, powered by Samsung Galaxy, is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Sorry, Paula. Maybe we can try again if we get more comments.
It's happening!
What the? Yeah, so I was thinking at least chicken, and then chicken, and then...
I want barbarian. Barbarian.
Sure, that works. Oh, hey, look at this. The buttons are here. We should maybe...
Take it easy.
No.
Let's take it easy.
Oh, okay. Okay. Where were we? Chicken,
barbarian.
Barbarian.
Come on, Ilka, you can do it! Yes, do it, press it! No, not that one! Yes! Squad Busters is going global!
Welcome back to South America, the BSC, SPS, and the GF. That's Grand Finals. It's F. It's Ark, it's Trav, and we have a matchup in front of us. Mini Pekkas versus Calabresos. First, I want to shout out Squad Busters, going global pretty soon, and pre-register. What they didn't note there was the more people that pre-register, the more stuff we get, not just in Squad Busters, but in Brawl Stars Arc. And that's, I mean, I'm eating.
I'm looking forward to it massively. So 29th of May is that date. Put it in your calendars and get registered right now. It's such a fun game, honestly. And like, I've been having a ton of fun with it. It's such a blast. A bit of a refreshing takeaway from Brawl. Some similar control styles, but with a ton of modifiers thrown in. It's just pure chaos. You're gonna love it.
Trav, how do you feel about chaos?
I love a bit of chaos, to be honest with you. That's the thing. Like, give me some of those multipliers. Listen, I've been watching Ark play, and how much this guy loves it. Generally, you should just go and watch Ark, and you'll want to download this game because the amount of fun this man has is just unreal.
The true ambassador for the game. But if you want to talk about chaos, production, roll that bracket real quick, because this has been a chaotic day. We saw an upset for Mini Pekkas taking down SK Kalalasis, and then we almost, listen, close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, and this is Brawl Stars, and so Mini Pekkas are in the grand finals, but they almost, Ark, fell down to RDP, Reese Do PL.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't the smoothest of journeys for them here today. I was expecting to see them having a bit more of a strong performance in that semi-finals, but hey, it's a better performance than it was from last month. They went out in the semi-finals to CVD, of course, and now in the grand finals. But I'm just a bit worried for them because honestly, Calibrators haven't really skipped a beat. The ones that they dropped was by running, Jackie and Shooting Star up against Mawakos earlier today, and I think that was a bit of an ego pick. I think they kind of gave over a bit of a simple set there, and since then they haven't dropped a beat. I mean, Team Kessel was a bit of a walkover in that sense, and now, for me, looking the stronger in this series going into that matchup.
I mean, straight up and down, Calabresos are the team that took last month, and guess who I have taken this month as well, boys? I have Calabresos taking this one as well. Trav, it's funny. I'm going to peel behind the curtain. Before we went live, we were I was making fun of you for the Mini Pekkas pick. Straight up and down, I was like, how you doing that? You got us.
Listen, it's even. I'm not going to boast. I'm not going to boast about it. I'm not going to boast because you guys go on that I didn't get. And looking back,
every region.
Listen, I just said I'm not going to boast. I'm not going to boast about it. He's given me the opportunity to boast, and I'm gonna happily
hit the high ground.
Happily say no, because honestly,
very modest.
You guys have done well. You got that other prediction right, and then those guys, they almost beat Mini Pekkas themselves. So
there it is.
Stay humble.
Look at that. Stay humble. Somewhere between humble and heck no. But we've got Calabresos versus the Mini Pekkas here for our grand finals, and we are set up for a good one. Carol Dog has been the spotlight player, but Edinho and Firecrow have been so impactful, Ark. They are so important to how this Calabresos team works out, and the way all three of them fall in line is it's a symphony of Brawl.
It really is. It is pinpoint precision, it's aggression, it's all those things combined, and looking at the way that they position themselves and work together as a unit, it's really quite a joy to witness. I've got to say as well, though, Firecrow going to be going up against his former teammates now, with Motep and Pekka being on the opposition side, and we haven't really seen that at all this year yet. So, I mean, they're on opposite sides of the bracket last month, so I feel like that could definitely make a difference here. When you know your previous teammates, and you know their tendencies, their strengths, their weaknesses, they can be exploited, but definitely some memories to go along with it.
Motep, Hubie, and Pekka on the other side. Hubie stepping in here, and Trav and I were talking pretty much at length about how this team walked away from Tufa and replaced with Hubie, and large shoes to fill for sure. But Hubie has not only stepped up, Trav, but has really performed extraordinarily and has been a big part of what has gotten this team to the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I think he's been that aggressive. Not that Tufa, wasn't aggressive. He was a very aggressive player, but he just seems like he's been that missing piece that FA Mini Pekkas needed, because he genuinely has taken up that aggressive role so well. He was playing the Stu, he was playing the Meg, he's playing these brawlers that you need to be able to play well to be able to excel in monthly finals, and that is exactly what he did. And I think this is a big plus for Mini Pekkas. After the last game, I started to doubt them. But I still think they have a chance in this final. Calabresos, they only dropped one set, and as Ark said, they played Jackie. I looked on Twitter and he said it was a mispick. He didn't even mean to pick it. I don't know if that's just, see, that's the thing. I don't know if that's she's just saying that because, as Ark said, it was a bit of an ego pick. But he posted and said that it was a mispick. So I'm like, I don't know whether I trust that or not, but they could have been 3-0-3-0.
So it's one of those things where, like, if we lose, it's a mispick.
Yeah.
If we win, it's a clown emoji. I see. I see what you're putting out there, and I would be hard pressed to disagree. But Trav, we'll see you later after the grand finals. Expecting to high five after this one, because I think it's going to be a good matchup. As we said, you know, I think what Trav brought up earlier, Ark, is a big deal. How, listen, we didn't expect Mini Pekkas to have that much trouble with Reese Dopiel. However, they were so dominant earlier on in the bracket that I feel like that might be just one individual team. And so as we jump into our competition here, Colt will start the composition for Mini Pekkas with Piper across the way.
Well, I think for me, Colt's a great starting hand. Certainly so on this map. Surprised to have not seen it a bit more today, in fact, even. Piper, again, very South American by nature. I think the band's being very important here. The Chuck band out here by every Mini Pekkas. But again, they had the first pick. So a bit of a risk. They could have actually been able to secure it for themselves. So they left it open. Clearly wanted to secure that Colt for themselves regardless. The Carl ban, it's very South American. I'm not necessarily feeling like Carl is the worthy ban here. I still feel like Colette is that ban, but hey, this region doesn't seem to bother with Colette, which is mind-blowing to me. Gonna follow up here now. The second pick on the side of Calabresos. Certainly the Bell's a safe one and can get some great value. It got some value for them early today already in their matchup versus Team Kissel in this very place, but I think the Angelo is a must ban. Crow, yeah, I mean, this one is like replacing Colette. I don't think it's the stronger of the two. You are depending a great deal on, you know, making sure that you've got that team wipe in place, you've got your hypercharge, which takes a decent while to obtain in place, and then obtaining all that additional damage. I mean, the additional balance changes have helped out Crow just a little bit by ensuring that daggers now return when they go through the walls, and that could be the thought process here just a little bit. Meg, I haven't seen Meg on Safe Zone in quite a while, but it plays well into the Piper. I can understand it for that reason, but I mean, it's going to allow the Colt to come forwards, and that's the real damage dealer here.
Exactly. That's what I'm thinking. Remember when I took 2 hours to talk about Nita's Bruce Bear? I feel like that's Meg's job here. And there she is. Okay.
Finally.
that was my thought as well. Colette just, and you know, we get it. You just kind of are a super bot here, but that's fine, dude. Again, objective-minded team composition. Just look towards the safe. With Charlie as the last selection here, definitely looking for kill one guy. That's what I'm getting out of Calabresos' composition. Whether you use the cocoon or not, you're looking to team shoot. You're looking to say, who are we looking at? Target Colt, and then Piper shoots, Firecrow jumps, Adinho hits, right? Like, I feel like that's the thought process, and it's up to Pekka to make sure that doesn't happen.
I just feel like they're picking Colette with the fear that it might be then on the other side of the field against going into the Meg, and you know, why not the Nanny? You know, that's a great role to play into that Piper on the other side of the field, and will play very much a decent role in that regard. I don't know, it's just a bit weird, but let's see whether, you know, FA Mini Pekkas can make this work and whether Calabresos can connect the safe with that Crow already. Pekka on that right-hand side dealing tons of damage. Motep going in as well, and already close to 50% already. I mean, that's in 20 seconds of play.
I mean, I was just going to exclaim how Hubi, like, just walked up and, you know, immediately got knocked out of the mech, but she created the space to allow Pekka and Motep to go to work. So you got just under 70% available or left on the blue safe, and Pekka actually gets the kill, opens up the door again. Here comes the super, tunneling damage, 45% left, and Mini Pekka's safe is safe and sound. Meg back in the mech. This is Mini Pekka's #1.
Working out so well. Lovely timed gadget though. Adinho clears to the left-hand side. Hubilia just left exposed. Now the damage can rain in. Kaidog with 4 consecutive taps on that right-hand side. Firecrow has got hypercharge now, but needs to be able to clear up some space. Goes in, connects it, and that is what you want to see. Now the safe down to 60%. A bit of a cocoon into nowhere there, but nonetheless, the fence is there. It's a much closer affair, however, as we approach the 1-minute mark on the clock.
And very, very important answer back from Calabresos. Still on the downside, they still don't have the lead, but that's the answer back they need to find. 58-45, as we said, Mini Pekka is still in the lead here, but a minute to go, that is a lifetime of Heist. And a 3-on-2 with a nice kill here right quick. Coyote Dog half HP. Pekka and Meg both looking at him, and Adinho falls down as well. Colette hits the box, everybody else does. Round match, excuse me, game one going the way of these guys.
And you can just see the effectiveness of Colette there. Like the amount of times we saw her going in, getting the damage, the hypercharge in itself, it's just absolutely just devastating. And when you consider on the other side of the field that you've got Crow at like a 35% win rate here, I just don't see why South America picked it pretty much every single time we've seen Safe Zone today. It's a little bit baffling, and that's something we've not really seen in other regions, but I mean, I'm open to it if I can see it working, but I think it's very high risk in that regard. And again, Pekka immediately on that right-hand side, Safe, connecting the damage, 11% already. It's those early moments that you want to have to start things off.
Important wall break right here. Pekka abused these barrels right on the right-hand side in game number one, and so an important wall break coming out from the Piper. She did it as well last time around, but it was after Colt got a ton of damage onto the safe. So this time, preemptively knocking it out. Only 11% done so far. Motep does find the kill here. And so these guys, another Colette onto the safe. 68% left for Calabresos. Firecrow getting some work here, but immediately falls down.
Yeah, Kaidos to be weak and weary in this left-hand side, quickly taken care of by Hublia without even mech. Now Colette goes yet again in, gets some damage for her time. Didn't quite get the value of the Gotcha gadget. Nonetheless, we'll probably have a couple more left to hand, has so on the side of Motep, so good stuff. But now Calibrators pushing themselves forwards a little bit, getting themselves in for a damaged position here. Firecrow immediately exposed there. Great silver bullet there from Pekka to be able to ensure it, and as quickly as that deflated the push that was going to be coming in. And now much needed damage on the side of Calibrators, and the set is in jeopardy.
That's the silver bullet also used last time around to break that same spot and also devastated Calabresos. So the gadget use out of Pekka, a huge deal here. I know he falls down, but I feel like he's done the work already. The teammates walk in, 1/3 left on the enemy safe. Colette comes in again, finds some damage. Hubi comes in again, finds some damage. And there's 11% left. Calabresos have to make a move here, and they basically have to win in 30 seconds. Otherwise, this 11% is going to stand tall.
Well, that's a better cocoon there from Adinho, who's missed so many in this matchup so far, and it's going to create a little bit of space in the mid for Firecrow to push forwards with the hypercharge, and that's his play here, trying to clear up house. He can't leave Pekka uncontested here, so that's buying so much of his time. It's going to allow then the damage to continue onto the safe. Motep just going to keep buying some time, but there's so much time, so much ground to make up for here on the side of Calabresos. It's just not realistically going to happen here. They're going to make a little bit of an attempt for it. It's just not going to happen. The set will go the way then of FA Mini Pekkas.
Oh my goodness, Mini Pekkas coming through on top. Motep very, very happy about it, and that was pretty dominant. Is it all because of the Crow pick?
It's all because of the Colette pick.
There it is. And I mean, you're laughing, but I 100%, yes, I agree 100%. That Colette was able to find damage on the safe every time.
It blows my mind because it's not like, this is not like science. This is very, very standard stuff in Brawl and has been for years. Like, Colette has always been notoriously good in Heist. And in maps like this, where you've got the lake situated where it is, being able to go in, get damage, but also get out and keep that mid control, I mean, it was great on Kaboom Canyon. It's great on Safe Zone. It's pretty much very little maps where she's not great. Hot Potato, you name it. And it just feels like, this month, certainly in South America, they're really favoring Crow, trying out some new stuff. I don't necessarily think it's just purely because of that change to the hypercharge and the daggers being able to come back through the wall, but I mean, they're obviously just they've always liked Crow, but it tended to be in this region more so seen in game modes like Hot Zone. It never really seemed to me to be a place to have in Heist unless it was Kaboom Canyon. Nonetheless, I mean, 10 takedowns and 339 HP is a great scoreline for Firecrow there. Hublia on 13 with a meg, and that is substantial considering that her role is not really to bring back those kills. But again, this is Heist. It's not necessarily what we see in our screens in terms of the takedowns and the DPS. Yes, that can all lead up to the objective, but it's all about the objective. Motep going in time and time again with that Colette, the lowest scoreline of the squad side for FA Mini Pekkas. He was that damage dealer on the safe, and that hypercharge, everything just flowed very, very nicely. As we move on now into dueling Beatles for Hot Zone. I mean, this is a map where I can get behind Crow, maybe not necessarily in this meta, but it was definitely where it was used in 2020. 23 by South America here. Definitely a very, very unforgiving map. You want to have some sharpshooters down those lane sides, but also something tankier in the mid, preferably, or just a good idea to have with that turret providing so much utility. We see a lot of Griff breaking open those side lanes. We already saw as well Calabrasos doing that very thing today and combining it with the B, and we've seen that across the regions also. EMEA doing a wondrous job with that same thing. It just creates so much space to allow things to happen. I think Pam being banned here, very, very key, as those heals can be so hard to deal with when it comes to this map.
I love the bans out of the right side of the screen. I think Mini Pekkas really came to school here with their homework done. You know, Pam and Jesse have just been so dominant on dueling beetles here, and then the Bell, yeah, sure, like you said, sharpshooters can work, so get rid of the Bell. Maybe would have expected as a result of them banning the Bell, maybe I would have seen the Piper selection, but instead, well, I guess that's the nanny. I'm getting in my head. Anyway, Stu first selection overall here. They're looking to bring the momentum from set number 1 into set number 2, in my opinion.
I think Melody being banned is quite key as well. Haven't seen a single instance of her all day long, so we may not even see it at all in South America. We saw it a little bit yesterday, but perhaps it might scale through. Ruff's going to come in. It's an interesting idea. Can certainly break those little L pocket walls, so I don't necessarily mind it. And Amber, it's a very underrated pick coming in for FA Mini Pekkas. Definitely Piper's a consideration. This is a bit of a tough one to consider because the Meg counter could be the response. So M's going to be a safe measure for Mini Pekkas in the eventuality that Calabrasos bring in a tank. They're picking Poku, they're picking Ruffs. This screams out something tanky. A Rosa mid with the grow light, gadgets to be able to build those bushes. And the Amber now might deter that little idea as well. But certainly, BB and others can be a real troublesome thing to deal with, and for that reason, Calabrasos is rethinking things possibly a little bit here because the M's pick, it's gonna be a tough one to deal with now.
Completely agree. I really like the M's and the Amber combo here. Either you can M's into the bushes or you can Amber the bushes down, right? You have kind of both selections here. B is going to be the last pick for Calabrasos, and we saw B played last time around and was pretty strong. But I need to note that one of the reasons that she was strong was because of the big wall break that we saw from the enemy team. So it was sort of like, we picked the B because you're going to break the wall, so, thank you for playing into my hand, haha. It feels like this is a different approach with the B this time around.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like at the moment, Calabrasos may have had to change their comp when that M showed its face. It might not have been the original plan already, though. That was a very quick takedown from Medina on the left-hand side. I think that B's always been a South American pick. I love it. It's certainly good in modes like Hot Zone to be able to ensure those swift kills. That's what we're seeing play out in front of our very eyes with Fire. Onto that squidgy Amber, I think it's going to work out pretty well. But I wouldn't mind seeing a Max here, combining that with the Poco. So far, though, so good. You can't really fault Calabrasos' play.
Pekka here in the mid on the M's trying to make it work, and honestly keeps finding a couple of moments, but Firecrow's B play has been really fantastic. Can't deal with the 2v1 though, and so does fall down. A large lead built for Calabrasos in the early game, but Mini Pekkas seem to have the advantage at the moment. Mid control certainly in their direction. Some wall broken open here for B to work with on the right hand side now.
Ooh, that's a nice tap there from Firecrow. The amplified shot really doing its work, and they got the ability to swap lanes if they need to as well. They might even do it now. Yeah, Firecrow thinking, I want more space. Let's go to the left-hand side. Almost found Pekka there as well. Now going to follow up onto Motep. Had the shielding to last a little bit longer. Gets the trade-off in the end as well. In terms of the objective, though, it is very close. And now with Pekka on the mid, it's going to even up the scoreline.
Adinho moving to the right-hand side, bringing the sandbags versus the Stew. And also the cute little Ricochet. Certainly what you're looking for out of Ruffs. Russ is often looked at as a utility character amplifying his teammates, but Adinho has been getting a number of these kills and really showing the other side of Colonel Ruffs and why he's a well-rounded character and not a utility pick. And boding well here for Calabrasos. They find themselves trending upwards at 80%. And another kill on the Motep really opens the door. That should be it, Arc. A beautiful play that Mini Pekkas have to go all in to stop.
Yeah, as I found out yesterday in EMEA, it can still be done in those moments where it's just a couple of percent, but nicely sealed off there, giving no second chances. And that is certainly the wise way to play it. I think that, honestly, FA Mini Pekkas might struggle a little bit with what Calibrations are cooking here. I think the B is working out really, really nicely. Again, fantastic pickup with the Amber, with the M's. It's going to work out really nice. The poke is a really underrated thing. When Pam is banned, you can just see how much value Kyle is able to achieve on this map as well now. And I think the range disadvantage might be going against here, Mini Peckers. Let's see how they respond though. Early speed zone down from Hublier, trying to get something onto Adino, but this sandbag can be very troublesome. He needs to whistle those down over time.
Adino nailing these ricochet shots as well. Firecrow getting them obviously just on the mark. Another tap going the way. Can't finish the kill on a Motep, but it does shove Motep off of the point for now. Coyote Dog here, sitting pretty. And Pekka on the right-hand side. This is dashing forward from Stu. Big aggression from Mini Peckers, and that owns them. It gives them, it earns them the zone.
Yeah, tough spot there. Firecrow was considering to go for the amplified shot on the Hublier, but ultimately it's a tough thing to land. We've got a Stu with the speed boost to hand, but objective power for Mini Peckers. They approach 50% now. Much better than the previous game. That takedown of Coyote Dog allows that 2 versus 1 to really take its hold, forcing Firecrow back, now having to force him out to heal as well, buying even more time. Pekka coming in with super, that could work out nicely as well if he doesn't get touched up by Adino. Looking better. Mini Peckers might get this game.
I think they might too. 80% and trending upwards for Mini Peckers this time around. We saw one of the cool things there with Poco, how Stu can't really dodge it because it's such a wide shotgun blast. And just like that, hat forced into the back dodge, and Firecrow's able to finish him off. But Motep standing on the point, and a nice attempt there coming out from the blue side, but Calabrasos couldn't bring it home. And Motep and the boys find themselves again with a W. Man, we got a grand finals here, Ark.
Got ourselves a match for sure. And I think the adaptation was quite nice, allowing the Stu to get a bit more aggressive with Coyote Dog and really be up in their face, forcing then Firecrow towards those back lines and keeping him low for the majority of the time as well. I think was quite a smart play on their side of things. Let's see though, these sandbags are quite key, these early interactions between Adino and Hublier. Let's see if they can get that early to try the supply drop over to Firecrow to allow him to tap.
Here comes Cow Dog just stepping forward. The call was made, and the aggression does come out here. And so, Motep and Mini Pekka is going to be able to step forward. A 20% lead and counting for the red team. Cow Dog and Adino on the left-hand side trying to push forward, but Firecrow stuck in the backside. Adino does get 1 kill to open things up. Cow Dog has the super, so can heal. But waiting it out, and I like that call. There was space, so they could wait it out.
Coyote Dog has got super, and you know what that can do with Screeching solo. Coyote Dog finds Pekka as well, and that's much better. Nothing that Hublier can do at the moment. Just gotta wait for his team to come back in, and speeds and will ensure that they get fast to the objective. But I mean, those heals just hand themselves over to Adino and Firecrow, keep them in the mix, giving them the question there, connecting onto Pekka as well, and then the follow-up, it's that 2 versus 3 story yet again. Healing time still needed for Pekka, and time is dripping away here in the Calabrasos, we're in a prime position to be able to take this set.
Ooh, prime position, but Cow Dog's by himself, and this is a prime position for Hubi as his teammate takes down 1. Hubi's here looking for Firecrow, dodges the B nonsense, and trying to find the kill on the right-hand side. 91% for the blue team, but Mini Pekkas have their heels stuck in the mud. They're almost halfway there. Check that. They are halfway there.
It's the 9% now, and this is going to be a testament to see how Mini Pekkas can hold themselves firm here. No connection from Firecrow on the slow. Let's see. Coyote Dog pushes way forwards, gets a heal, and maybe buys some more time, but oh, it's going to be close. The HP is dwindling down here, but Pekka is standing strong. But now, the last man standing. It's going to be very tough here. He's going to try his best. Not going to be quite enough now, and it should be Calabrasos that gain themselves a set in this series.
And there it is. Laugh your way to the bank, my man, but this is a close one. I think Cow Dog and the guys have to kind of go, yep, we got it, move on, next, still think, right? Again, Mini Pekkas have some competition here, able to deal it. Like, man, I said before, man, we got a grand finals, and we have a grand finals. Tied 1-1. This one goes 3 as well. And as we move on to Bell's Rock, knockout can be even more punishing. So, oh man, What's your takeaway from this last one?
I think, credit to Calabrasos, because to be able to reset their mental off the first set, I mean, that's what you get from experienced teams. They don't dwindle, they don't dwell on the past, they just get quickly stuck in to what is. And it was a much better draft, in my opinion. They kind of really thought through the strategy. They obviously made potentially an adaptation along the way, because the Poco was a little bit out of place. They were definitely brewing up some kind of tank. And the B made a lot of sense, I mean, often we see that kind of Griff be that map opener. That was the role of Adinio on that Ruffs pick in that regard, and he was able to obtain super so quickly every single game. And you do really need that. You need that early break. It provides you so much space to maneuver to allow Firecrow to go in and tap on that B pick. And I think that was the play to make. I think that adaptation may not have been the plan from the get-go, but it certainly was the plan that when they adapted to it, they made it work, and that's what counts.
Got to agree there. Those adaptations, that's esports is about adaptations, right? And so that's what we see there. Fantastic stuff. Motep and the guys, again, sometimes you start to feel in this set number 3, you start to feel like, well, all right, let's finish it out. We know who's not the case this time around, man. I think Calabrasos look great and are making some mistakes. I think Mini Pekkas look great and are making some mistakes. Mini Pekkas, I mean, obviously both teams want to win. Calabrasos won the last time around. If Pekkas wins this one, the man himself, if a team wins, this will be number 11 monthly final wins for him. So certainly what he's looking for individually. But these teams coming out here and trying to play. Calabrasos, by the way, shout out to our orgs out there. Both of these teams, free agents, looking for representation. This is the grand finals. So you certainly know that they've got the talent to back it up. And straight up, the entertainment value is there. I am having a gas right now, Ark. I am really enjoying this grand finals.
Absolutely so. And like you say, there's so much on the line here. The points, of course, make all the difference between LCQ and Worlds, or maybe not even getting towards those stages at all. You've got to be able to make sure these early months count, and that's exactly what both sides are trying to achieve here. Certainly, for FA Mini Pekkas being a little bit more behind in that regard, there's that to consider. Certainly as well for Pekka, a huge achievement if he can make that 11th monthly finals win. And of course, the prize money goes a very, very long way. It incentivizes everyone to be at their best and stay at the top. For both sides, like I said, very close affair for Calabrasos. That first set went away from them very, very quickly. The Colt on that save just really went to town. And then going into the second set, it looked like a different Calabrasos, a more refreshed, more refined Calabrasos, kind of more what we'd expect to have seen from them earlier today and did. So going into Bell's Rock now, a chance for either of these two teams to gain that little bit more of an advantage and get ever so close towards that third set.
Well, coming off here, as we mentioned, before, this is a map where throwers can work out for sure. And so I expect to see the Larry and Laurie ban. We have seen 0 Melody, 0 LNL as a result of the bans here today. I think very, very important bans for sure. I also want to see the Kit ban, because this is certainly Knockout changes the rules. Kit excels with her rule changes as well, and so I want to see a Kit ban. Melody is just really powerful. There's nothing specific that she does here on Knock. I guess the dash really kind of goes with my lack of respawn commentary, but we see the Angelo bans, and they're all right. She's just that strong, boys. So not banned, picked first overall, and that just goes to show you how strong she is.
Wow, what a time to show its face as well. And I think you raised a valid point with the Kit. I mean, that is a really troublesome thing when combined with the Melody. I wonder whether they'll try for that idea. Artie, of course, now with the change of the gadget now from inline to out of line, I think it's a really nice touch. Gives a bit more flexibility around that brawler. Not so devastating when you're in leg form to be able to continue on, especially in a game mode like Knockout. It was always very susceptible in this mode specifically. Now with the Piper coming in as well for Calabrasos, really like it, but troublesome. When you get, those brawlers that get right up in your face like the Melody. Yeah. So they're taking that chance, they're taking that risk. Rico going to come in. It can definitely work. It's a tough map to find some of the angles to get some of those early connections. However, with that L-shaped wall, if you get the brawler just stuck right into that corner pocket, it's kind of hard to find the angle, regardless of it being Rico. But we shall see whether that is a factor at all for FA Mini Pekkas, considering their third and final pick. Rob's still available here, and you're like absolutely perfectly right in saying that throwers are strong here. They are also susceptible in this stage of the draft to accounts coming in from Calabraces, and that's the concern. Miko being that big prime target to be able to do so. So I think there's a bit of a consideration there. Leon coming in. I mean, I wasn't a big fan of it earlier, but I'm okay with seeing it here. It's just a question of whether it's maybe drifted away from the meta as Brock coming in to be able to counteract it. I wouldn't have minded seeing a tick, actually, to be honest, but it was banned out by Mini Peckers, probably for that reason of that Leon. The lollipop drop's very susceptible to that tick, so I think a smart banning process by them. But Brock, you know, the hypercharge is not the most flashy. It's not the, well, it's definitely the most flashy. It doesn't take the most damage in the process, and that's the issue there. I just kind of worry for FE Mini Peckers. The question mark here in this draft for me is, you know, has Leon dropped off somewhat?
I mean, we'll certainly see. I do think Calabrasos, though, just their entire comp is a response to the Melody selection, right? Melody wants to be up close and personal on you, and you got two sharpshooters and RT to prevent Melody from getting on you, right? RT, as long as he's got the super, able to just Melody down and punish her for dashing into you. So I like the response from Calabrasos. The goal is to win before the gas, almost certainly. You got to keep everybody at a distance if you want to find this victory for Calabrasos.
Yeah, this wall break from Firecrow is giving Motep problems straight off the bat. That's the issue when you're picking it in that stage of the draft as well. You know, if the wall break comes in, your kind of strategy and your power of that Rico just goes out the window.
Yeah.
Now, nice taps from Adino. Follow-ups as well from all three members of Calabrasos. What great synergy to see to ensure that takedown.
That's what I was just about to mention, team shooting. Just like pick a guy and shoot him. You've got these three sharpshooters, just pick a guy. And so right now we see the 3-on-2. That said, Melody and Leon can punish these long-range brawlers if they get in there. Melody does that just like that. We've got the 2-on-2. Adino trying to deal. Leon comes out of the invisibility, and Adino trying, can't make it happen. And like I said, you gotta win before the gas.
You gotta respect that play from Packer. Didn't go too aggressive with that Melody pick, knowing the RT could cause a great amount of damage at close range. Just took his time with it. Really focused on the Brock first and started to whistle down the whole house of cards on the side of Calabrasos there. A nice solid round win on the board there. FA Mini Packers. Let's see the response. Firecrow now, the hypercharge, can't find Hubelier, is already out of that lollipop drop, mate, nowhere to be seen, going for Adino, and finds the kill. Follow-up shots are not going to do much now, it's a 2 versus 1. It's going to be the concern now of 1v1, but I'm sure Pekka will seal it, and he does.
Man, I love, you said House of Cards. This composition is fragile. Like, this is such a fragile composition, man. You need to win from a distance. You need to win before the gas. You need to win by finding those right by having strong target prioritization. And we saw that happen with that first kill, and then Mini Peck has just sat back, waited for their time, and then they arrived. And so Calabrasos, fragile. They've got to find this victory earlier if they want to win this next set.
I really like the Brock response in the draft.
Same.
I feel like letting Melody be open might have been the nail in the coffin at the beginning. You can't give someone like Pekka that brawler. I mean, he's a really up close and personal, aggressive player by nature.
It's got to be intentional.
And certainly, yeah, I don't know. I think it might have just been something which they weren't considering. And there's the takedown from Adino onto Pekka. As I'm speaking about that very person, overextended somewhat there a little bit now. Hubelit's got to go uber on the aggressive with the help of Motep. They've separated a little bit from Kaidog into the mix. Motep low, though, has to be able to escape away, and that's just going to fall. A 3 versus 1. Hubelite can only survive for so long.
See, right there. They're able to win, but early on. They do kind of have to find an okie doke in order to, like, just a oops, you died type moment in order to push this forward. But if they do, Calabrasos are certainly driving the truck. You got to keep yourself from a distance. You know, that is the main jam of this composition, and just barely missing there for Cowdog as Melody's able to find protection. But look at them pushing forward, Arc, shoving Mini Pekkas into the locker.
There's a lovely shot from Kaidog there, but Pekka didn't fall from it. The homemade recipe was there. Yeah. Look at this creeping up from Hubelier. Kaidog's thumbs were quick on the spot. Oh my word! And what an amazing lollipop drop that really was to ensure the Piper shot didn't connect with him. Now, the 3 versus 2 scenario. Can Calabrasos do anything about this? No, but I mean, Firecrow's going to try for it. I respect it, but now it's the gas. I kind of feel like that's the wise decision, trying to get some utility along the way. The rounds all tied up for the taking, but if Mini Peckers get this next one, they'll get the set.
Definitely on the edge of their seats. I'm not specifying which team because I think both teams are on the edge of their seats. Hubi falls down, an early kill for Cow Dog. Now the 2-on-2. Firecrow and Adino still long-range brawlers. Motep a long-range and Melody a short-range. And so, still kind of in Calabrace's favor. IMO.
I think, though, as long as the time ticks down, then Pekka's gonna be much stronger in this late game process. It's down ready to Firecrow to try to find those connections onto Motep, making weak and weary. That's one already. Pekka now amplified up by those RT shots as well, making him more susceptible. It's not just ticking down the clock and being in position, but Motep is grasped down in position as I speak. Shooting for Pekka. 1, 2. Can he find Adino? The legs are down. It's gonna be a kill surely here. But look at the takiness of those legs, staying firm, body blocking himself along the way. Will Pekka be able to find this kill in time, because Adino is now healing up in the process? It's a bit of a stalemate. Will he trip himself up here? Will Pekka stay on top? Another shield. There's the new gadget out of line coming into play. Pekka, will he get it? Finally, he does. And he puts FA Mini Pekka's now 2 sets to 1.
What a duel there between the RT and the Melody. I think the RT is a fantastic way to deal with the Melody, and Melody just outplayed it, man. That was just excellent. You noted the gadget use, that was just strong play out of the Melody. I think that was again, counter is a big word, but RT plays into Melody well because of the legs. You've got the body block, you've got the you just are able to deal with Melody with that pick, and she was like, I don't care. And I like the way it played out.
You've got to be so cautious when dealing with that, you know. And I'm pointed out prior to that with Pekka, very, very good on the observation side of how to play against that RT. And you know, Melody's so much fun. She's such an aggressive brawler. It's very easy to just kind of go in and spam your shots and not play it methodically. Pekka is not that guy. You know, that was a really nice display. It looked like it could have been one of those choke moments potentially there as well. And you don't want to do that, not in this stage of the competition. Certainly so. And I think that they're just playing it cautious, playing it safe, and just ensuring that set was the play for him. Great stuff.
And you know, it's funny because last time around we were talking about a team that kind of like outsmarted themselves in the draft a little bit, and I think that's what happened here with Calabresos. There's always the chance that they just forgot to ban Melody, right? But like, I'm throwing that out. I think they intentionally left Melody up because they intentionally planned on picking RT and 2 sharpshooters. Then they went with the Brock for the wall break to deal with the Rico. I think this was by design. I think Calabresos was happy going into this with the draft that they got, because they were like, we're gonna goad them, we're gonna bait them into picking Melody, and then we have the answer. And whether or not this is the answer, I'll be honest, I'm not convinced that it's not with the loss, but Mini Pekka's, first of all, they got the Melody, and then they outplayed. The DPS doesn't matter. Look how much lower damage per second we saw out of Mini Pekka's arc, but they were the ones that got the kills when it mattered.
Well, put it this way, if it was their plan, it was a terrible plan. I mean, it really wasn't the best of ideas whatsoever. It's just a map that's designed realistically for Melody to be able to push away forwards, to use the coverage there as well. Even if you break the side, she's still got the other side to be able to work with the indestructible walls. I mean, you know, with every single game we see it banned for good reason. She's still in such a great spot, and you know, despite a little bit of a trickle of a nerf here and there, to where the shielding, of course, being the prime target of that with that gadget interlude, you know, taking that shield per note decreased down from 50% to 10. It's still very, very strong, and Pekka utilized it perfectly towards the end of that matchup to ensure his survivability on a map where survivability is key. I mean, I want to see Calabracesos learn from that, regardless of what they were thinking when it came down to that brawler pick, and just eradicate it. It's just one that's too strong and too aggressive at this stage in the competition for sure. Rustic Arcade, the gem grab up now, bans are in. Melody is banned out straight away on the right-hand side. There's Stu first pick by Calabracesos. The bans being Ruffs, Piper, and Max. Melody, Angelo, and the Otis, an interesting one. Possibly a strategy performing there. Leon first pick as well. 8-bit to follow up. Okay. The 8-bit can work massively so, but Leon's just a I'm still kind of on the fence with, to be honest. There's a couple of other brawlers I'd like to see first. Stu in this region, always going to do well.
Yeah, and the Stu is where I'm looking at, not just in this region, but on this player. Cow Dog coming out with the Stu. I mean, you can run the tape back, and I'm sure people are going to be annoyed at how much I was gassing up Cow Dog. Like, it felt like he won the game with the Stu play. And so here we'll see if he can repeat it. Firecrow on the bell, so different already from how it went game one when I was talking about it before. But I like this approach from the Stu. You just kind of trust the hot hand here, and you combine it with a Charlie and a Bell to, you know, help out from long range. I say long range. I know Charlie just got her range kind of nerfed a little bit. Unconcerned. Across the way, though, the Leon and the 8-bit, though, not a slouch of a composition. 8-bit does a ton of damage, and with those indestructible walls, being able to put down the damage turret, certainly a look. And then, well, with those indestructible walls, being able to put down the not where you want to put the turret behind, but Jessie has been powerful in other regions, Arc, and I haven't really seen her perform here in South America just yet.
I mean, the Bell's going to play nicely into all these turrets. I mean, the Lollipop drop, the damage booster of 8-bit, and the Jessie turret. So, I mean, every pickers are really committing themselves to this. There's no doubt in my mind about it. The Leon pick, I can sway towards a little bit if it's Hubelier on it, because he played it so well in the previous set. I'm all for it. He really did shine on that Leon pick. But Charlie is going to work well into the Leon as well. You know, when that invisibility is there, as soon as you're going for it, if you've got Cocoon, you're instantly just eradicated out of the mix. And the spiders as well. There's a lot of parent Firecrow tapping straight off the bat, and there we go. Immediately the Lollipop drop goes down. Firecrow with 3 gems in the middle. That's the power of Bell.
Man, Motep just getting shot. Firecrow landing those hits. Very impressive. Right side of Dino trying to deal with Hubi, drops the spiders to do so, and Firecrow winds up getting Motep in the mid. I was looking at the Leon matchup, and Adino finished it off, and then I just see Firecrow able to get these kills. 6-0 so far, Arc.
Yeah, the 8-bit's a very slow-moving target as well. When it places down the turret, you know, just ricocheting those shots is going to work wondrously well. Kaidos will be a little bit cautious here. Hubelier is invisible now. The nest egg, though, will he find it? He does. Immediately exposed, and what a great placement again from Firecrow. Hypercharge, he's just popping off so much for his team at the moment.
Firecrow doing all the work. Fantastic stuff. Even forcing the TP out of the 8-bit, who does respond by taking down Kyle Dog. But Hubi falls down. Adino outranging Motep. So Mini Pekkas finally get some mid control, get themselves on the board. 4 in the pocket. The 5th one should be theirs as well. But Calabresos here looking to resurge. Right now they're just taking a breather. Leon shoves forward, shoved out. Calabresos now should be able to move forward.
The Pack is really struggling as well. If you can get a turret down, it's going to be tough for the Stu and also the Bell to really get it taken down swiftly. Sure, the shots will ricochet from it, but ultimately it's not really getting the value that he needs to obtain for his team. And already a countdown for Calabresos and a swift takedown of Hubelier, and he's the perfect person to be able to reset this countdown in itself. Great mark from Firecrow again. Adino is that player that could reset things, so he's going to be a little bit cautious now with the gems split between himself and Kaidog. A smart play, no time for the response. That's the way to start a gem grab for Calabresos.
Really strong stuff out of Calabresos. They had control for 6 gems, 5+ gems before Mini Pekkas was even allowed to step forward. And what I love about this team is, again, earlier today, I was just gassing up Kyle Dog, talking about how he was really just making everything happen. This time around, I think it was Firecrow. I think this Bell selection,
undoubtedly,
just made that game in Calabresos' favor, landing all these shots, man. Like, what a great performance from Firecrow, but more importantly, Arc, what a great team performance to be able to hand off the ball, so to speak, between who's going to be the spotlight player.
I mean, I fully agree, and to be honest, in terms of skill, this 2 sides are so evenly matched. I mean, there's a reason why Firecrow was teammates previously with Motep and Pekka, right? I mean, it's just simply a lot coming down to draft.
There it is.
I mean, this Bell just works so well into everything, but it's got to have the taps to land, and that's what Firecrow is doing. Missed the super there a little bit, no connection there with the mark, but nonetheless, he's suppressing everything. Taps from Motep, though, going to replace the turret there and combine it there with the Lollipop drop for good measure. The Kaidog is just aggressing this top right-hand side, has been the whole game. Now the Cocoon comes in, Motep just escapes there by the skin of his teeth there with the cheat cartridge gadget for safety. 8 gems to 2 is still all Calabresos.
Cow Dog, when he was up there on the right side, like you were mentioning, it just kept Leon out of the game. And then as soon as we see Stu leave, Leon comes through, but it doesn't matter because the comm was called. Firecrow and Adinho pay attention. Boom, knock him down. I see the communication in the gameplay. So exciting. 9-4 with Mini Pekkas having a little bit of this mid control. So Mini Pekkas trying to fight their way back into it. By the way, they lead 2-1 big picture. So if Calabresos do take this game, we go to a set 5, and they're going to start the countdown.
Well, Pekka is marked up as well, has the hypercharge, but no super to hand yet. That's a nice tap from Firecrow. We'll get the shielding as well. If anyone's follow-up from him. Damage boosted down. Oh, Pekka goes down immediately on the left-hand side. There's cleared up so much space. Gems are dropped. Reset, though. That'll buy valuable time for Mini Pekkas, but they're going to get this gems from the mid as well. I don't know whether there's enough time to get all of them, so it's still going to be Adinho or Kaidog for the takedown.
Troublesome. 6 seconds. And Mini Pekkas coalescing into his left-hand side. Adinho is 3. Cow Dog says, I don't care that I'm holding the gems, I'm taking you down. But they do get the kill on the bottom side. Dangerous for Cow Dog. He's got to keep dodging and weaving. And he does. Oh my God, I can't believe he pulled that off. 9 gems in the pocket here for Calabresos.
The Kaidog's going on vacation. I mean, he's running around the entire map and came back around with all the gems. Now the cocoon from Adinho will buy themselves a lot of time. Motep pushing forwards now. Pekka going from the left-hand side. There is still potential here for a reset, but it's going to be Motep, and just Motep alone cannot be enough. Kaidog safe and sound. Calabresos get the game and the set.
Oh my goodness. Cow Dog and the squad bring us to a set 5. This is a grand finals, man. Again, Firecrow started this off just saying like, all right, I got these taps. I'm going to hit these long-range shots. And then at the end of it, things started to go awry. They weren't able to keep that distance that they needed. And KD just was like, all right, my turn. And it just took control of the game. Against many other squads, many other players, many other choices, that kill on the backside and looking at Stu walk up the field like that winds up being the end of the game. The player dies on the enemy side, and then there's the gems, and then it goes to Mini Pekkas. This was Cow Dog just saying, like, don't forget who I am, man. Don't forget who I am, man. Fantastic play. I'm going nuts. That was cool.
Yeah, the beginning of the sort of set, it was all Firecrow. You know, that second game, though, he started to slow down a bit, started to run into some troubles with Pekka on the left-hand side lane and not able to connect the shots that followed off of the hypercharge. Look at this, though, as well. A tough spot here for Firecrow. Pekka had to try to get Adinho first to allow a potential for a takedown, but Kaidog just running himself around the map, just keeping that aggressiveness, keeping everyone low, and that's just ensuring themselves to win, coming back with the gems. I mean, a wonderful game from him. Pekka, on the other side of things, 0 kills. I mean, I always talk about stats not necessarily reflecting the action, but I mean, you kind of need to ensure that you're bringing in something a bit more in the DPS, a bit more in terms of kills to ensure those hypercharges on that turret, because that's really the best that Jesse can bring to the table.
Yeah, the idea sort of got it, but it just it didn't work out. The turret, I don't know, man. I mean, Firecrow and Cow Dog here, and again, Adinho still did the job. In no way am I throwing shade at Adinho, but just Firecrow ran the early game and Cow Dog brought it home. This is what you want to see out of your squad. Like, you want to see dynamic play like this. You want to see the ability to share that responsibility. I always say feed the hot hand, and sometimes that means just like, you know, give it to the one guy in your team. Well, the beauty of this Calabresos roster is that it's not just Cow Dog. He can just lean on Firecrow to play the bell from a distance. And that's exactly what we saw here. Tied too large as we jump into our 5th set for our South American Grand Finals here at the BSC, powered by the Snapdragon Pro Series. Man, this has been a barn burner. And fun to watch, because I don't think that there is, this is a one set match now, Arc. I don't think what happened before matters. I think you come in here and both of these teams, we were talking about an upset. Am I crazy for saying now we're in set 5, this is just an even matchup?
Oh, it has been from the beginning. It's a straight down the line 50-50. The skill of both sides is absolutely even. What it comes down to are these drafts. Every single time it has been the case where a team that has lost a set hasn't really nailed that very thing. And that's what makes this very much me on the edge of my seat now, because it could come down to just simply that one draft in this set now. And, you know, if either side slip up, then it could go the other way. And for Mini Packers, I think they've got to be, you know, a bit cautious on how much they value that Leon pick. It worked very nicely in Bell's Rock, not the same there in Rustic Arcade. Calibrations, so they've got the momentum building up within themselves. You can see it with Kyodog now. There's getting a bit more excitement within his eyes, and if they just nail this draft, get something which they like to have under their thumbs, maybe the max pick could do wonders for them as well. Let's see when they get into the draft how this whole thing will go down. But one thing's for sure, a lot is riding on this draft. Brawl as well. My word, Sandy better be banned. I'm looking for Charlie to be banned potentially here as well. Melody, you know, it's a good map for her, but the notes will shine through the bush as well, so that's got to be a consideration. But I mean, certainly Shelly, you know, that's a brawler that can have a great time on this map, and there's a bit of an insurance policy for some of those tanker ideas that might come in to the mix. But so much opportunity on this map, and a great amount of brawlers available in this draft.
Oh man, it all comes down to this. I almost want to like just take a breather. I want to see, give me the bans and like let's chill, because it's going to be insane as we jump into Brawl Ball center stage. You know, when I look at center stage, I suppose that I'm immediately, you know, thinking of sort of Brawl Ball classic picks. Shelly is going to be coming out here, and that will, I suppose, influence some things. Look at the bans though. There's no Nita ban, there's no Cord ban. Even Willow is up, which is an oddball pick, but certainly has her moments.
Love that from Mini Packers, honestly. First pick Shelly. I mean, that's normally the case in the other regions where, you know, if you don't have that coin to ban Shelly, you know, it just allows you to have options later on. I don't mind the hypercharge for Nita at all. I think that it's in a pretty decent place, but I mean, it's very early stage in the draft to value her this highly. Charlie, though, I like that combination. But why no Max? I mean, I think that that's something that I would have probably chosen that moment to use and really get up and close and personal in the face of the Shelly and just eradicate her from the mix. Now back over to Mini Packers. Let's see how they respond.
Well, so Jesse's a large pick, smart pick here, because it kind of like gets rid of all of the ability to hide. I don't know if you want to jump in versus this other stuff. Buster coming out with the montage is interesting. I mean, the thing is that as Nita's walking down the field, the montage isn't really going to stop that, because Bruce is just up front. And the Jackie selection, obviously Jackie can make use of all of the bushes and stuff, and Calabresos don't have much by way of wall break here. And so the M's will be used to kind of flush players out of the shade of the grass. And a smart look here from Calabresos, I think. Overall, what's your grade as far as the draft is concerned on both sides?
Bit of a risky one for Calabresos, because if the Jackie really gets in the face of that Ems, the Ems is pretty squidgy, and like, you know, as long as the side of Calabresos can just keep her under control, they haven't got anything to break the bush, and that's all in the power of NFA Mini Packers in that regard. So they can choose to break, they can choose to leave it. I think the Spiders from Charlie can do quite a good job of seeking to find out where people will lurk, but you only get so many gadgets in this game, and I think that with the Shelly, with the Jackie, the aggression here is all with FA Mini Packers, and they can just bide their time, stay with the Buster, get that shielding coming into play. It's going to be very tough, but I think Calabresos can still do it. It's not a bad comp. It's a question of whether it's a winning comp.
I like this play out of the Buster. I was just about to bring this up. They get aggressive. Everyone dies. And Cowdog is left walking the ball up mid.
I mean, could he got a shot off there maybe from the angle? It's a tough one to say, but nonetheless, going and getting more damage. Dino there found the ball, might not have wanted to. It was a bit hidden for a while there, but I think it should be a defense, and now the ball pushed forwards, but that was very touch and go.
Yeah, what I was going to say about the Buster is that, like, while I mentioned it would be tough against Anita, not going forward, only going backwards. And so Kyle Dog's able to open up the door, score one. as Calabresos gets aggressive. And that's what I mean by going backwards. I think Buster on this Mini Pekka's team is stronger when they're on the offensive. But when they're falling back, Calabresos can kind of take care of it. And that's exactly what we saw. Jackie, though, is that safety valve. So if Calabresos take care of Jackie, I think they have an easier time pushing forward.
Nice catch. Oh no, misplaced! Oh, a terrible fumble. Dino walks it in. You can see it coming a while away. You shouldn't really allow that to happen. Nonetheless, that is the goal. That is the game. Oh my word. FA Mini Pekka's going to be kicking themselves after that.
One away, one away. I mean, yeah, you just, like you said it, you just can't let that happen. You can't let that happen. And Mini Pekka is now changing their tune here. Or at least trying to. Shelly getting chased out here by Firecrow. The spiders come up. Curious choice. Here comes Buster, and that's going to be the push forward from Mini Pekka's. And they get one on the left-hand side. Firecrow versus Motep goes the way of Firecrow, so it's a 2-on-2. Hoobie passes forward to deal with Cowdog's ammo. And the ball just castled here on the left-hand side. Cowdog again winds up on the good side. She's squishy, like you said. She also deals that damage. And so staying alive with a hair of HP while taking the opponent down. One player to play defense, and Calabresos have the ball.
Cowdog's playing the great M's, honestly. I mean, this comp kind of lives and dies with how well that particular brawler can perform, and the Jackie with the Buster, there's a lot here that can really get in your face and be a threat. Oh, great cocoon from Firecrow, and a simple pass through potentially here, but most of intercepts and buys valuable time for his team. But it's a 3 versus 1. Does Humiliate have a gadget? He has, but it doesn't even matter. Athenia will secure it. That's another goal on the board, and Calabresos are close, so close for a monthly final win here.
Calabresos 1 goal away from getting back-to-back monthly final wins. The spiders come out. That's a perfect usage of the spiders, and an also perfect disengagement from Mini Pekka's. Bruce chasing Hoobie to the right-hand side, but it doesn't matter. The ball safely on the left. Adinho opens up the door. Hoobie's barely alive. If they find this kill quickly, they'll have a scoring opportunity, but they don't. And the respawn is live, and it's 3v3 again. No, another kill.
Pressure now mounting. But if Mini Pekka is, oh, Dino was thinking about it for sure. I don't blame him for it whatsoever. But now the ball being pocketed now. Firecrow's got the cocoon, doesn't find the connection. Hypercharge still available. They've got all the time in the world. They can just leave this ball castled in that top right-hand side and protect it. They've got the lead. It's FA Mini Pekkas. They've got to make the play.
Hoobie shows up and drops out the montage, but Firecrow doesn't care. Pekka's still alive, and just like that, Calabresos get the kills. They're not going to be able to score, but they have the time on their side. Mini Pekkas has to go all the way in and get a kill and a goal to bring us to OT. They're able to get 1 kill, but they can't find anything else, and Calabresos, 2 months in a row, are the victors of South America.
An awesome way for them to end the day. It really did come to that final drop for me. So close, neck and neck, all the way in terms of their skill sets. But the drafts, well, where it came down is a riskier one, in my opinion, but they played it perfectly. Go on, Cowdog, flex the guns, mate. You've got Zulu in the North American region to contend with, but
I want that as an emote in chat. I want the Cowdog flex. Oh man, you earned it. You earned it, my man. Listen, sometimes these guys pop off. I get it, dude. This was a tight one in the grand finals. Dominance up until then, and then they get matched with players that understand how to deal, that understand how to play, and it was a tight one, Arc, but at the end of the day, Calabresos stand up tall. They defend their monthly finals win from last time around, like I said, and just a great performance and an exciting one, a fun one. So thank you. It was a good grand finals.
An absolute banger. It really, really was. I mean, I've got to say, Cowdog today really has performed so well. I mean, the Ems is not really, pulling her weight and allowing that Jackie to get right up in her face. The whole comp crumbles. And you can see just how much utility there is there to score goals on the side of a few Mini Pekkas. That Buster really is a guaranteed goal opportunity. Some great defense on the way, but it really just felt like it shifted. Calabresos knew they had this one down and just had to make the moves to make it happen. All along the way, though, FA Mini Pickers stood up a really good fight, and I'm really pleased to see that for them, because going into this month, making some really tough decisions, you know, parting ways with Tufa. I mean, Tufa is an OG in this region. You know, I mean, making plays like that within the roster.
Let him know, big man. Let him know. This is like I've been doing this for a jump, you know, and like that's why we do it, man. I want to see these players that excited. That is what the good stuff is. Kyle Dog with 12, Edinho with 8, Firecrow with 6 kills to their name. And yeah, that Buster, I think this Mini Pekka's team needed to be aggressive. And as soon as Calabresos and were able to just turn the wheel and just go, no, it's us that are going to be aggressive, actually. Mini Pekka's just didn't have a way to deal. And also, you know what? When Buster did have those moments, Firecrow is just like, cocoon.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, definitely a couple of fumbles on the side of FA Mini Pickers towards the end, but Kydog, 3 MVPs in a row for him today, and it's well deserved. I mean, he really has excelled. Often it's Firecrow that's more aggressive, but today, Kydog's making all the plays for me. Just zooming around the maps with the Stu to really save things in gem grab, getting the aggression that is needed and the control along the way. A fantastic month for that man.
Yeah, I mean, Trav, welcome back. Yeah, we saw the stew earlier. We saw Cow Dog kind of do it here in the grand finals. You know, 3 above 2, not outright dominance, but I like it better that way.
I'm honestly quite sad that it ended like that, though. It was the same with the other game we saw 3-2 in that second semi-final. It's like it goes 4 sets, 4 brilliant sets, and then the last one just decided before you even get into it. Like, you just can't win with 2 tanks against a Nita and Ems and a Charlie, can you really? It must have just been so difficult for them to have to play that last set like that. But at the end of the day, the draft, it's a lot of the game. A lot of it is decided before you get in, and that's, you know, something you got to take into account.
That is a huge part of the game for sure. And as we roll back the memory, this is what we're looking at. Our quarterfinals, we watched 2 of these games. SK Kalalas got upset by Mini Pekkas. And though after we saw the performance in the grand finals, a little bit less so, I suppose, on the upset meter. And then Calabresos on our stream got the 3-1. Queso and Reese got the victories on the B stream. Shout out to our B stream casters, Sunny and Spoo, who certainly brought home the work. And then our semifinals, we saw Calabresos and Mini Pekkas wind up getting these victories. And you know, this Reese team as well, I thought was kind of interesting to watch, Ark.
Oh, 100%. I got my eye on them going into the coming months, because honestly, they're making some moves. They're making some plays here. Our predictions as well. It was all Trav today, wasn't it? Realistically,
it's ties, mate. It's ties.
We're all tied. Hey. I'll take it. I'll take it.
The tie is suitable. You get it? Like when you wear a tie with a suit. You get it?
I actually didn't get it, but I'm still not going to give you a laugh. You explained it.
Oh my goodness. Either way, SK Kalalas, like we said, definitely have to go back and watch the VOD, man. I think that's what they got to do. This is a strong team, but also I don't think that this is one where you really get on yourself for losing in the early stages, because Mini Pekkas not only wind up, you know, making their way to grand finals, but they find themselves number 2 overall on the leaderboard. And so this is an interesting one, because Maruecas keep making it to the grand finals. They struggle. They're trying to get their footing. But Queso, Kalalas, Mini Pekkas, and Calabresos, these guys are all performing, Arc. The problem is that Calabresos, this is 2 in a row, and I don't smell any slowing down anytime soon.
Yeah, this is my takeaway as well. You know, when you look at the sort of way it's bunching up together, you know, 2nd through to 4th, you've got that bunch there between Mini Pekkas, SK Kalalas, and Team Queso, and that bottom sort of bunch there in the 4th there with Maruecas, Reese, Urban Depicts, and Level Esports. But Calabresos are establishing themselves and a storming lead there, almost 100 points, and that's a concerning prospect for everyone else. Someone has got to topple them. Someone's got to rival that. For the moment, today it was FA Mini Pekkas, but next month it's a whole new month. Anything can change. We've seen it happen already across all the regions, and especially in South America. So, you know, a lot can change in a month.
Very, very true. As it stands, though, Trav, I'll give you kind of like the last hit here. You know, I think Cowdog has proven, again, his team very strong, but Cowdog has proven that he's a spotlight player, not just on his team, but in this region. And if you want to win in South America, you got to find a way to shut him down.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. Cowdog is, as Ark said, 3 MVPs throughout today, and that is a huge, huge thing. If you can get 3 MVPs on the board, you know you're doing something right. And I think his teammates know he's doing something right as well, letting him shine. You know, there's nothing wrong with being, you know, I don't want to say the backup player, but the player who lets that guy shine and lets him, you know, I wouldn't say carry, but do his job.
Do the heavy lifting for sure. But either way, Calabresos wind up with the victory, not just this month, but the last month as well. Dominance in South America. Mini Pekkas also show up and bring us to a 5th game in that set. So no slouches down here in South America. No slouches on the show either. Shout out to my homies on the cast. Shout out to our B-Stream commentators. And of course, the people behind us that do all the lifting. And most importantly, shout out to y'all for joining us in this monthly finals. We still have one more region to go, 4:30 Eastern for North America. You don't want to miss that. Until next time, we'll see you later, Brawl Nation. Peace and much love to you. Shots from a distance. Oh, Cowdog, eye on the prize. Yeah, that's a thumbs up, buddy. Fire Crow and the team will finish it off, and that's round 1.
I just don't know if it's going to spawn in time. 2-1. Oh, it spawned so far.
What?
It said match over, but it carries on. 20 seconds on the clock, and the last one's going to spawn.
From Mini Pekkas, here comes Brawl trying to change it. 6 on Hoobi, and the pull will reset. Hoobi can't control it either. Pick the gems up. Lele.
Give me some of those multipliers. Listen.
This might be Mini Pekkas heading to the grand finals. Reese have to answer. Ice Crow goes down alongside the team. That's that. And the Mini Pekkas are headed to the grand finals. Mini Pekkas has to go all the way in and get a kill and a goal to bring us to OT. They're able to get 1 kill, but they can't find anything else. And Calabresos, 2 months in a row, are the victors of South America.